That one is about Nick Shirley in Cuba.
Yeah, I saw that on the playlist.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Venezuela, the confirmed death toll from twin earthquakes has risen to 235. But is expected to rise dramatically as international rescue teams, including those from Mexico, Brazil, Cuba, and the United States, have joined the round-the-clock search for survivors trapped in the rubble. Thousands of people remain missing and injured. Hospitals are rapidly reaching a breaking point, with Venezuela's health ministry reporting an estimated 4,300 injured people. Many residents of the capital, Caracas, La Guera, and surrounding areas have nowhere else to go after their homes were flattened by the back-to-back earthquakes. The president of Venezuela's National Assembly,
you have built
Jorge
great cities
Rodriguez,
of stone and seen early empires rise and fall.
It was
Soon
1,000.
Stand under the towering
it's almost 15,000.
It's almost 1,500 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That is where the story of your people.
Like yesterday, it was 300.
Just
I
as
want
the
to
young
say
apprentice
when I
learns
looked.
to carry a sword, so shall you grow.
But it was still like
it
had thousands missing still. So like they can't confirm you're dead until they recover the body. So normally when it says people missing,
use your head and gilded
it's people they haven't found.
It's people who are dead. But like every now and then, I don't remember when it was.
And your strong spear arm will shatter the resistance of your enemies.
It might have been in Gaza or something. Like a girl was under rubble for like a week, and they pulled her out alive.
Alive? Crazy.
Yeah, every now and then it happens.
Fucking have to have to thank someone for that. Goddamn. Maybe God is real.
But it's I think because I think they probably used like dogs.
Like sniffing.
Yeah, that's they like you'll see Jack Russell Terriers a lot of times.
Oh, interesting.
Finding people in rubble and stuff. Because they're like, because the rubble can be, because like the dog can hurt its feet and stuff from all the stuff in the rubble, like glass. So like, making it a small dog you can carry with a handle is useful.
Yeah, and Jack Russells are pretty good at that. Their historical jobs, I believe, were hunting rats in barns and shit. If I'm not mistaken,
250 buildings had been damaged or destroyed, with La Guera the most heavily impacted.
Esta es la hora de salvar vidas. Esta es la hora de rescatar gente.
This is the time to save lives. This is the time to rescue people. This is the time to assist those who are at this moment trapped beneath the rubble of all of the buildings, apartment blocks, shopping centers, bridges, and roads that were damaged and directly struck the people.
Dañaron y que actuaron directamente contra las personas.
Jorge Rodriguez is the brother of the acting president, Delcy Rodriguez. Later in the broadcast, we hope to go to Venezuela for the latest.
You hope to? That doesn't. That sounds like
has paused its
you might not be able to because it's so fucked up.
Thousands of stranded sailors and hundreds of cargo ships from the Persian Gulf after an unknown projectile hit a Singapore-flagged vessel in the Strait of Hormuz Thursday. U.S. officials said Iran fired on the ship. Iranian officials have not claimed responsibility. But the attack came just hours after the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warned ships must first coordinate passage through the strait with Iran's Navy. Meanwhile, the U.S. Treasury Department has granted Iran a 60-day sanctions exemption, allowing it to sell crude oil and petrochemicals in U.S. dollars for the first time in over 40 years.
Crimea as well
the move will unlock
declared a state of
billions
emergency.
dollars in oil revenue for Iran's oil industry. Lebanon's national news agency reports Israeli airstrikes killed 2 people and wounded the 3rd in southern Lebanon, while Israeli soldiers bulldozed and burned
The Russians
homes
being
in the
like,
town
this
of
is a
Makaba.
nightmare.
The
Yeah, how do you think
continued
Ukraine
attacks
feels?
came despite the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal, which requires Israeli forces to end their occupation of southern Lebanon. And as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz said their forces would maintain an indefinite presence in southern Lebanon, Syria, and the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, Lebanese and Israeli diplomats agreed to extend negotiations in Washington, D.C. for a 4th day. Hezbollah is not a party to the talks. The Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the Trump administration's policy of denying people at the U.S.-Mexico border a chance to seek asylum, a right enshrined in both federal and international law. The 6-3 decision reverses lower court rulings ordering a halt to the practice of metering, or limiting the number of asylum seekers who can present themselves at a U.S. port of entry each day. In a scathing dissent read from the bench, Justice Sonia Sotomayor said, quote, "The consequences of today's decision are predictable. More people will die. More people will turn back and be subjected to violence because of something they cannot or should not have to change about themselves, such as their race, religion, nationality, or political opinion," Sotomayor said. In another 6-3 ruling, the court's conservative majority agreed to allow the Trump administration to end temporary protected status, TPS,
the Haitians,
for an estimated 350,000 Haitian and 6,000 Syrian immigrants. The ruling paves the way for mass deportations of asylum seekers to 2 of the world's most dangerous nations. Also on Thursday, the Supreme Court struck down a Hawaii law requiring people get permission to carry guns onto private property. And justices ruled 7-2 to restrict thousands of lawsuits claiming Bayer, now the parent company of Monsanto, had a duty to warn consumers about potential cancer risks from its popular weed killer Roundup. We'll have more on the Supreme Court's rulings later in the broadcast. The Trump administration's reportedly planning to deport more than 500 unaccompanied immigrant children, bypassing long-standing legal protections for migrant children who are in the U.S. without their parents. The children have been in the custody of Office of Refugee Resettlement for at least 6 months and don't have family, relatives, or guardians who...
that, like, the Maha people, like, were so confident, and then, like, RFK immediately gave Roundup a pass.
Mm-hmm. Are we surprised, though?
It's just funny. It's just funny.
It is funny. Like, how much do these people need to be told that they're lying to them before they actually realize?
It doesn't matter. Like, did you watch the More Perfect Union thing with AOC?
No.
Like, I watched Vosh's reaction to it, and he's just being like, what does it matter? They're not going to vote Democrat. It doesn't matter if they agree with you on any policies.
That's a pretty good point. Like, they're not...
It's not going to change anything.
Democrats.
Like, I think it's good that she's, like, reaching out and trying to, like, get backing, but... at this point, I don't know if you can't switch parties, like, to Democrat and Republican, but, like, is Fetterman still a Democrat or is he independent?
He is still a Democrat, yes. They're trying to get him to change party, but he is still a Democrat.
Like, why? Just fucking...
I don't know either.
could sponsor them in the country. ORR, which is overseen by Health and Human Services, has aided the Trump administration in identifying children who could become targets for deportation. Democratic Senator Ron Wyden condemned the move in a letter to HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., writing, quote, "This is a severe institutional failure that places hundreds of vulnerable children in immediate jeopardy, effectively erasing them from the protection of U.S. oversight and thrusting them back into danger. To weaponize the very agency charged with their protection is an unacceptable escalation of executive overreach that undermines our nation's commitment to due process," he said. In Syracuse, New York, two Homeland Security officers entered a voting site during Tuesday's primary elections to request a poll worker delete her Instagram account over her call for the ICE agent who shot Renee Good in Minneapolis to face charges. Paige Gagne says the trouble began during her shift as an elections inspector at Syracuse's Central Library, when she received this voicemail from a man identifying himself as Dave Brody, special agent with Homeland Security.
We were just calling you in reference to a post that we believe you made on Instagram where you doxed an ICE agent back in January. We just wanted to talk to you about it. You're not in any type of trouble.
Gagne believes the agent was referring to her January 8th Instagram post naming Jonathan Ross as the ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good. It featured a still photo from a publicly available video of Ross taken moments after the shooting and cited a Minneapolis Star-Tribune report identifying him. The post concluded with the caption, "I think today is a great day for Jonathan to be indicted," unquote. Gagne returned the missed call and agreed to meet agents inside the polling site rather than face them outside alone. Two officers then arrived and handed her a form letter warning you may be in violation of federal law and that, quote, "it is unlawful to threaten to assault, kidnap, and/or murder a federal official," unquote. Gagne has since refused to delete her Instagram post or shut down her account and has set up a GoFundMe page to pay for potential legal expenses.
The experience is intimidating, and I believe it's important that election workers are able to do their jobs without feeling pressured or afraid. It's also important for the protection of freedom of speech and civil liberties, and I want to note that the lack of professionalism with the form that was given to me was very concerning. If it had been confirmed that they were ICE agents, I would have believed it was a scam.
A federal judge in Massachusetts has blocked President Trump's executive order directing the Department of Homeland Security to create so-called confirmed citizen lists of eligible voters. The ruling by District Judge Indira Talwani also halts Trump's directive to the U.S. Postal Service to deliver ballots only to voters on federally approved lists. Thursday's ruling was the latest in a series of setbacks to Trump's voter suppression efforts ahead of November's midterm elections. It came one day after U.S. Postmaster General David Steiner was grilled by Democrats on the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Here he was questioned by Michigan Senator Gary Peters.
So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service
She has
still
35K followers, and I guarantee you it all came from
regulation. No, we would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You would tell them no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail.
Vice President J.D. Vance Thursday praised disgraced former President Richard Nixon, downplaying the Watergate break-in and cover-up as a minor event. Vance was speaking at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum in Yorba Linda, California, while promoting his new book, Communion.
I think that his historical legacy is enjoying a bit of a renaissance, but I think deservedly so. As I joked with Robert backstage, if Watergate happened tomorrow, it would be like a 12-hour news story. Like, the idea that it would have taken down a presidency is crazy.
That's bad, JD. This is not the argument you should be making. Like, like, JD's smiling here, like, we destroyed everything so much that Watergate wouldn't matter today. We've done worse already.
And New York City's Rent Guidelines Board has voted to freeze rents for the next 2 years for nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments. The historic decision fulfills one of Mayor Zoran Mamdani's key campaign promises just 6 months into his term. The 7-1 vote Thursday took place at El Museo del Barrio, a museum in the neighborhood of East Harlem where hundreds of tenants packed an auditorium, breaking into chants of joy, many taking to the streets to celebrate after the vote. This is Shantella Mitchell, chair of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board.
I believe a 0% adjustment for 1- and 2-year leases is fair and responsible approach this year. It's one that reflects the depth of affordability challenges facing tenants while recognizing the real pressures that owners continue to face.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
Something, please.
Tickets are running out. If you can get to the New York City show, if you live anywhere near there or there, oh my God in heaven, it is the final chance, I believe, at this point. Go right now. It's $13. What are you gonna spend that on? What are you gonna spend that on? Poop. Link below. Go now.
Link below. Go now. Oh, pray, thank you, Lord, but goddamn you for all the other days.
Oh, guys, hey. Okay, what do we got on the docket today, man? There's a guy who's been mentioned on all my favorite newsmen's program. Let's hear. Who's that guy?
Little Ben Shapiro called him, quote, weak and ridiculous. Later,
Wait,
Michelle...
hold on.
Little Ben Shapiro.
Who's the guy you're talking about, Piers?
Little Ben Shapiro called him, quote, weak and ridiculous. Later...
Everything is happening. The Daily Wire needs money.
No, they
and
don't.
Here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to raise $100 million. They have been trying to raise money for a very long time.
Money. What the fuck?
I have been saying on the show, I mean, the content of the article sums up what we've all known. The Daily Wire has been in a state of rapid decline, and they're seeking a way out. After the last private equity firm clearly failed to rescue them, they are now turning to High Mount Capital to try to help them raise money at a valuation that is so absurd that they surely know they are not going to meet it, given their distressed financial state. Finally, they admit that the Pendragon cycle, Jeremy Boring's pet project, is what caused a significant amount of financial duress for the company. Okay, they finally admitted that they spent $50 million on just 7 episodes. That is just so you understand how crazy and insane that is.
Miami, ho.
I don't know what that is.
This guy's absolutely getting his
grossly.
Yes, it is
Unsustainable.
Booty hole waxed down.
He's getting his booty hole waxed down. This is kind of funny because I remember I used to work in this office where, you know, younger people who worked around me would watch Ben Shapiro. This was like reading 2015, 16. And they would be like, he seems smart, man. Seems to know what the hell he's talking about. And I watched some of this early Ben Shapiro and I was like, what the hell? What the hell's going on with this? And I was looking around at interviews of him. I was like, what the hell is this guy? And I remember in the early days, I found some interview with him where he was like, I got bullied when I was a kid. I was always interested in, like, what's the psychology of this little whack job? And I don't know if this is the story, the internal story, but it does seem like a guy who's, you know, got bullied a bunch when he was a kid. Not nice. I don't like that. But he was like, I'm going to show all you morons. I'm going to make a bed of money. I'm going to sleep on a bed made of money. And all you morons will shut up.
I think my game is
or something. And now it's just like the world bullies this guy.
It still hasn't
like,
but it hasn't said it's
this crap where
so.
And just even sort of like goons like Piers Morgan are doing this on him. You know, the most popular conservative media figures are doing on him as like their main content. It's a sad, tragic story, man. The tragic life. The tragic life of little...
Booty hole waxed down.
Let's take a look at some of these candy.
I might have to leave and come
Queen
back.
Candy. Let's take a look at some of these.
Like, I'll
comments.
rejoin the
What
game.
The hell does this SOB right here say? Those eyebrows will be up for auction soon. Hey, come on. Come on, dude.
Booty hole waxed down.
And then they tried to sell, doing this exact same strategy, different private equity firm behind them. At the end of 2024, they were sort of like fake pumping their subscription number.
She's kind of showing off the nail. I feel like this. She's showing off the nail work a little bit. It's good. Looks good. Okay, go ahead.
What I mean by that is they started giving away their memberships, like basically for free. Buy one, get one free. Buy a lifetime subscription for X amount of dollars. Sign up today. Don't pay anything until 2029. You get the idea. The gist of that is it allows a company that's struggling to pretend that they're having a boost in subscriptions.
I'm going to haunt you.
Without having to say, but we're not making any profit. Like I could
Lifetime
get
subscriptions, always a bad idea for the company.
Okay, yeah, man, this is kind of a big story that's going around. It's kind of interesting, the financial situation of this piece of crap. This is not me saying this.
One of the airlines offered it,
and
it like
crazy
basically solidified.
But this Daily Wire thing, this absolute piece of junk crap, not me saying that. Garbage. Pitch that down. Trash. This absolute piece of junk. The financial stuff is kind of interesting, and I think Candy's right here. The queen of all media, who's absolutely dominating that little twerp. I think she's kind of right here. They're like juicing the numbers of this company that spends way too much money to make it look like people aren't like absolutely losing interest in that little dweeb. Not me saying that. I don't like that kind of talk. But this is a big story that they're trying to like get investors in the company, and some company might give them $100 million. Ooh. But anyway, there's two kind of like moderately interesting things about this. One is the company that's reportedly going to give them $100 million, or maybe give them $100 million. Why would you do that? Is like this investment company that's run by two former Koch brothers employees. Yeah, a little weird. Who knows if this is some kind of ideological thing. But the other interesting thing is that this company invested in Dude Perfect. What the hell is that? Let's take a clip. Let's take a look at a clip.
We are trying to score against a professional soccer team. Okay. But we have to start at the very bottom. First up, 50 kids!
So this is Dude Perfect. This is the company that they invested a bunch of money in, and they basically just like figured out ways to squeeze more money out of this and promote it more. They get like 3 million views on crap like this. It's basically like, hey, we threw a basketball into a hoop from a building. Well, you did that, you crazy SOBs.
It's crazy.
You absolute
building an empire that big.
And this kind of makes
beer
sense.
pong.
This is the kind of channel
Trick
that you
shots.
could just limitlessly promote and squeeze a bunch of money at it. You know, like this is kind of like
trick
I
shots.
don't want to
Yeah,
think
that's
about
what Dude
anything.
Perfect originally
and my
was,
kids
basically.
can watch this too. Type channel. So they like made an app.
A lot of their
they
things
made
still
like
involve
a tour for these people. This makes sense
ping pong
as
balls.
an investment. The Daily Wire thing, it's like, yeah, like the face of that company is like basically being made fun of by everyone.
Little Ben Shapiro.
Why would you invest in this? It's who knows. Okay, this is another thing that that the Daily Wire has been up to.
Hang on. If we're going to talk about this, I want to do a full reaction to the trailer with you.
Okay.
So if he's going to talk about this, we'll put that on real quick. It's only like a minute long.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched it yet. I just have seen like the first 3 seconds and I immediately was like, oh, this is gold.
Exciting.
We have a terror warning.
You sent me a game or something, did you?
What?
Oh no, it's a wish list, I think.
We have a terror warning in Northern Virginia.
Radical Islam has designs openly on the West.
The FBI thwarted a terror plot on New Year's Eve. Violent attack over the Halloween weekend
What
in
the
Michigan.
fuck is this?
On college campuses showing
I love how the first shot is ISIS. And
Every
then it's
time.
and then right after it's Hamas.
signs of stopping.
Hey, ISIS! ISIS! ISIS, Al-Qaeda.
Oh my god.
ISIS. Okay. Calls to prayer, evil, got it. Uh-oh! There's an ISIS flag at a university.
Is it AI?
Wait. So what I think is this scene is depicting here is like it's the middle of a terror attack, and because it's prayer time, the terrorists stop killing kids to pray. I think that's what's happening here.
Incredible. Is this a Daily Wire movie?
Yes.
Oh my god. I hope this sinks the company. That would be
coming
so
soon are
funny.
already here. Okay.
Like, is that not the most Israeli coded thing you've ever seen? Like, that is just picture perfect falling right in line with Israeli dehumanization of Muslims. I'm yet to see someone that's able
producing these
come back to me when I say how Israel installed or basically fostered Hamas to replace the PLO, disrupt the PA, and basically make sure that Israel has a Muslim population and a Muslim bad group that they can focus on.
Yeah,
which justifies
it's
their
because
genocide.
as soon as your argument is beyond something about Jews and ruling the world and stuff, they really have no ammunition. They only really know how to.
It's all apologetics.
It's just like always like like if you give specific criticisms like that instead of just saying that they're killing Palestinians or something like that.
Yeah, because I went to my mate's mum had a birthday and went to his house, and one of I think it was one of his family members. I was talking to, the kid was 19, and I was just talking to him about politics and stuff, just casually, just talking about the world. And then his dad comes out, and I was talking to him for about an hour. His kid came back. I was watching him in the garage, and he's like hand in head, just like you could see he's just like, please stop, more towards his dad than me. But he came back like 30 minutes later. He's like, how's it going? It's like, I have a lot of stuff to look up. I'm like, yeah, you do.
The dad did, or the kid?
Yeah, the dad. We're standing out there, and he's like trying to do the whole like history argument, and I'm like, I don't care about the Bible. We're talking about modern history and the state of Israel. I don't care what a book says that it was called. Okay, it was the Kingdom of Judea before Rome came. That was 3,000 fucking years ago. I don't care. So I set the limit, and it clicked while I was talking to him about this, is I set the limits. As soon as they go into history, I'm like, none of this matters. The only thing that matters is about the mid-19th century when Zionism was created. Mid to late 19th century. And everything further from there. Anything beyond there is irrelevant. The problems that came, Zionism was created by
it's like
Jews
it's
in
totally
Russia.
the same as people making the arguments against like applying like specifically like the Powhatan tribe with Pocahontas and like how awful that tribe was, and applying that broad line to all people, and like saying that they're cannibals and all this stuff because in the Caribbean there was practices of that. That's like kind of where the term barbecue comes from.
Oh, interesting.
So like like normally the barbecue that they would do is like fish and stuff, but there has been like history of that. But that's not like uncommon. Like there's people who are still alive today who were like uncontacted tribes that were cannibals.
Yes.
It's not that crazy. It's rare, but it's not crazy. Plus, the the fucking British were fucking eating mummies. Like, you know how many mummies were destroyed? You tell me what's more disgusting. Eating a fresh dead guy cooked over a fire or a mummy? Like, I am not eating a mummy. Like, you cannot get me to.
Yeah, the British really did that. They be eating people.
Did I show you the video where they, like, mummified something and then, like, tried what it tasted like?
No, I haven't.
Like, they tried each of the embalming fluids and stuff.
Oh, they should not do that. Do I have...
Have you rejoined?
An army yet? Yeah, I'm in.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely ridiculous movies. They uploaded this today.
Hello, is this actually people or video?
Views.
Hello,
I'm not even
we
gonna
are
play
actual
this trailer.
people.
You have to go watch it to believe it. Run, hide, fight. Run, hide,
We
fight.
should put branding on to make it look like
Infidels.
we're actually real.
But just look at some of the comments on this 12,000 viewed trailer release.
Let's turn names
Great,
on
now
as
my
well.
algorithm is cooked. Here's the second comment. What if college students protesting
Oh, we're both
was
Jay.
actually ISIS? Bet you didn't consider that, liberal. Ain't no effing. Hey, this is a comment section, not a rock and roll nightclub. There are people who unironically support the plot synopsis. Grok, what's...
Whoops. 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 A lot of misclicks.
Script will make liberals cry. Finally, a
armor.
movie that can compete with the
Iron.
greats such as Morbius and The Room, and on and on and on and on. The most stupid person you know is impressed by this. Seems like a great investment, this company.
The Pendragon cycle, Jeremy Boring's pet project, is what caused a significant amount of financial duress for the company. I'm
gonna haunt you.
They finally admitted that they spent $50 million.
Don't say
on just
million like
7
that.
episodes.
That's
that is just you understand
so
how
much
crazy
money.
and insane that is.
I don't.
They spent, actually, by the way, to be clear, I've been saying the whole time, more than $50 million.
I want to see
closer
the
to 60,
accounting.
but at least they're finally
want it
admitting
as
that it
well.
wasn't $10 million or $7 million as it had been reported in the past. That means they spent more per an episode than HBO spent on the first season of Game of Thrones. I want you to process that. That is
I
that is
won't
mania.
process it. You don't tell me
That is
what to
Jeremy's
process.
mania. Okay, that is the single greatest contributor.
This is another really funny
Like how?
thing. And this guy she's talking about, the former Daily Wire CEO guy, who lives up to his name, Boring. He went on PBD and he kind of admitted this. He's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably shouldn't have spent millions of dollars to make my own Game of Thrones. That's probably a mistake.
What do you
it's
think
so
about
funny how Ben Shapiro has gone on his
reinvestigating
channel
9/11?
so many
I think
times
it's
and pretended
desperately
to be like
needed.
an economist or something. And he's like, yeah.
Because
Here's
the
a great
science
idea of a way
was
to
not
spend all our
available at the
money,
time, and too
making a
much
stupider
conspiracy has
AI
gone through. However,
generated-looking
pause it,
version
sorry.
of Game of Thrones.
Oh no!
However,
Everybody's in trouble.
I don't trust the Trump administration to do it correctly. It's only going to make it worse. So if they're reinvestigating it, and it's Trump doing it, and it's the Trump admin doing it, it's just going to get worse. The conspiracy theories are going to be worse. I wouldn't be surprised if they come to the conclusion that Israel did it. To be honest.
I don't know what else we could learn at this point.
Like, the last thing that we found out was the aluminium explosions, which explains why
But
people
that's
were
not-
heering explosions.
That's not a widely accepted
It's a theory.
It's just one guy who is a material scientist who
Hmm.
proposed it. Like the most recent theory is like basically talking about like if you basically when you dent a can, right? It folds way easier.
Oh yeah.
Like just so if you look at the towers, they actually bend inwards around where the crack is from the plane.
Oh.
And so like because of how badly they were built.
Yes. That's fascinating. Once,
I'm not sure. I might have put I don't know if I put the dent thing in the most recent LTEC, but I did put the aluminum theory with I fucking had to take an existing animation and like speed it up and slow it down in certain places where I wanted it to emphasize. And like I put a disclaimer on there that the aluminum theory is just like basically one guy who proposed this theory.
Yeah, okay.
But I still think it's likely that aluminum explosions would have happened. Because there would have been molten aluminum and cooling water anyway.
Yeah.
But it would have occurred as they were falling as well.
Yes, which is why when it was falling, they say it was demolished, because they're like, oh, we heard explosions. It makes sense if that is the actual science behind it and it is correct. So in that sense, reinvestigating 9/11 with that perspective may be a good idea. I just looked up for pictures of the towers, but it's hard to see because of all the smoke and shit, and most of the images are of the impact.
Yeah, you could probably, if you look up 9/11 dent, it'll come up. Nope, that's a company.
You know what? Have a look at this. Does kind of look wonky.
Hours from the first attack.
Does kind of look wonky, but it could be the angle.
Yeah, no, I'll pull something up specifically.
I'm very interested because I haven't heard this either. Oh, here's the fall. It's also unbelievable that they fell straight down.
Because of how they were built.
Like, it's insane. Like, I completely understand why people went full conspiracy brain over 9/11. I get it. But it's been 20 years and we have science to explain stuff.
I mean, also, like...
Brother, we know what the motivation was.
We have a whole...
We've spoken about it extensively.
We have a whole video just on our YouTube. If you go to our LTEC playlist, we have a whole video about 9/11. I think the thumbnail is "Who Done It."
Yeah, it's "Who Done It."
Yeah. The more fascinating thing about 9/11 is like the actual background and motivation that led up to the attacks and how preventable it actually was. And that's the thing, is it's like every time the government releases more information about it, nobody cares. Nobody looks at it anymore because nobody actually cares about 9/11 and they've accepted what happened.
I mean, the eating babies thing is I'm pretty sure that's a QAnon thing. They're obsessed with eating babies.
Yeah, there was stuff in the Epstein files, but it was the anonymous FBI reports that can't be verified.
I was meant to start a wave, but I mean, it was more to bait America to Iraq, right?
Iraq, Syria, and Jordan.
Yeah.
Not even Afghanistan. I don't know why they didn't think they would invade Afghanistan.
Yeah. Because Bin Laden didn't like Saddam, right?
Yeah. They hated Saddam.
And he basically baited America into taking out Saddam. What is the current strategy, and in what sense? Current strategy for what? You are indeed. Well, I can tell you a solution, but you're not going to like it. Realistically, there's... And, like, sure, there's admins that are behind these people, but the way that the world's going, it's all strongmen. And if you take out a strongman, generally the system collapses because they're sycophantic cults. And when your cult leader dies, look at Charlie Kirk, right? He got wasted. His wife takes over. And then she's driving that shit into the ground. Because it was about Charlie, not Erica. It wasn't even about the organization. It was only about Charlie. He was the figure. He was the face. No, he didn't. So, like, realistically, and like Russia and China and whatever, like those countries, they've got their own problems to deal with. But again, I have a feeling that if someone took out Xi Jinping, somebody would take over and change course. If someone took out Donald Trump, JD Vance would take over because Donald Trump is really just a mouthpiece for the Bannon, Stephen Miller administration, which is really what it is. Or if you... who else is there? I mean, clearly taking out Khomeini didn't fucking work. Because it's an entire industrialized system behind him. That's the difference. Donald Trump doesn't have that system yet. He's building it.
The 9/11 leaked jet fuel.
Okay, I found a video. So this is the newest part of the explanation. They have a model here, but this is just a video of it. It's based on an actual thing that engineering students did not that long ago, like within the last 2 years. Yeah, so with this right here.
Columns are placed according to this tube.
And this is what I've talked about so many times. Like, the reason why the plane was even able to penetrate it like they did is because they put all the columns in the center. This was a very bad idea. And it also made sure that they could easily take out both fire exits.
Because the stairs were in the center, right?
Yeah. Like on each side or something like that.
Yeah.
And then the elevators were here.
Arrangement. This core acts as the major component of the building, bearing the majority of the gravity load. When the hijacked jetliner crashed into the building, it damaged the major perimeter columns, as well as the core columns of the building. The leaked jet fuel burnt around the floor and caused a massive increase in temperature. The increased temperature in the impact zone softened the structural steel elements. Also, it made the concrete floor sag, creating a dent in the impact zone.
So the sagging was pulling the building in.
You can
okay, that makes a lot of sense. Also, can we address that jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams?
Elements. Also, it made the concrete floor sag, creating a dent in the impact zone. You can easily understand from this experiment how a dent is formed on perimeter columns when the floors are sagging. This is real video footage in which you can see the dent being formed.
Oh my god.
Right?
The dent in the perimeter columns have a catastrophic effect on the building. Just observe this Coca-Cola can experiment.
I love doing
this. As soon as you add a small dent on the can collapses. Similarly, in the WTC 1 and 2 buildings, also the perimeter columns buckled, and the top portion of the building collapsed with a tilt.
Fascinating.
Now,
See, and he
let's
didn't
replay
actually
the
fall
same
straight.
animation from a different camera angle. The same camera angle of the real footage. When the top portion of the building tilts, you get an illusion that the antenna is going down. This is the reason why it seems like the antenna went down first. Later on, the building would come crashing down like a house of cards. The collision of a gigantic, fast-moving jetliner transferred kinetic energy that induced a complex set of vibrations and forces. These vibrations contributed to the swaying motion of the building. What do you think was the key holding structure for the building during swaying? Of course, the swaying was only possible because of the building's extremely strong foundation. The foundation of the Twin Towers extended down till the bedrock, providing a solid base for the structures. The slurry concrete wall supported the foundation, which was strengthened using the tieback cables. Before the 9/11 attack, on February 26, 1993, with the help of 606 kilograms...
Oh my god.
That's just the first explosion. So
it had already been weakened?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know what the rest of it was about. The important thing is that this new thing is like really focused on how important the dent was.
That's a great conspiracy theory. Why would they need to? That's a good one though.
Well, now, I wouldn't watch that thing, by the way, the Daily Wire's Game of Thrones crap. Unwatchable. It's like, what if Game of Thrones was unwatchable? What if Game of Thrones was written and directed and produced by robots? What would that be like? Oh, nobody wants to watch it. Oh, my God. This might be the only interesting thing about this little nerd. You know, this Steve Urkel ass MF? People call him, I don't. This might be the only interesting thing about his whole thing is just how badly they manage this stupid company. Like, they really should teach in business school, this company, just how many things can be done wrong, how you can be completely backwards on everything, how to just make every wrong decision, and then go and try to suck around to billionaires to try to save the company, which you probably can't.
The communist America-hating revolution isn't coming. It's here.
Oh,
Last
my
night,
God.
the New York congressional primaries turned third-worldist America-hating New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani into
I'm out
an
in
electoral
Miami,
kingmaker. A series of his
Send the
endorsed
link.
candidates defeated very liberal Democrats and replaced them with outright commies. These candidates make Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi look like right-wing American patriots.
Oh, genius, man.
Booty hole
Oh,
waxed
John,
down.
pause it.
Folks, the Democratic
Guess
Party
what I
of your
saw the other
parents is
day?
gone.
Yeah.
The
You know
Democratic
how America has that one nation under God?
Mm-hmm.
So Australia's starting to do this too. Except they're not saying God. One nation under one flag. And I'm like, you fucking losers. You actual fucking
Pretty
losers.
cringe.
Like, get your own politics. Why are you claiming to be nationalists when importing foreign fucking culture? And on top of that, the flag humping faggot culture. Fuck off. That's like the worst thing. Like, awful culture. Like, it might be the worst part of American culture, is the obsession with flags.
Bro, I went to my parents' house to do laundry, and
Faggots.
I was disgusted by
Why?
this
What happened?
fucking flag that was.
What was it?
Oh my God, I saw it on Walmart for like a few dollars.
Oh no.
Well, like this one's from Shane that's like $10, but then I saw this other one where it's like 100. That's crazy. Look at this disgusting thing.
That's gross.
I'm not sure if it was this exact one, but it was, that type of font. Look, what's this? Why is this is this a guy protesting a pride festival? Why is this in the Walmart page? Or is this them photoshopping a pride flag with their flag? What do you think is happening?
Oh, they're definitely photoshopping it.
Like this guy.
Or it's AI.
Nah, if it's AI, that's funny. It's definitely a pride parade, though, that they fucking have this flag on for the listing, which is kind of funny. It might have been... I think it could be this one as well. But it's basically the same. It's that gross...
That's awful.
That gross Punisher skull type people who want these flags.
Party of 10 years ago is gone. It is being eaten alive by people who openly hate America. Hate America. Again, these are not people who are hiding the ball.
Okay, man. Yeah, this seems like a great investment, man. Going like this. And going like this. And he's really upset. He's really upset and worked up in his little shorts out there in Florida, pissed off about who the people of New York City voted
Someone is
for.
implying Trump followers are gay. They did a whole wrestling thing during Pride Month.
They hate America. You know who else hates America? The people.
I saw that.
Watch that piece of crap.
I think it was too tacky
wasted all that
to be
money
gay.
on. Why won't you watch that?
You know what I mean?
make a
Just
good
like
point.
that flag, it's too
It would
tacky.
be a very interesting
Yeah, you make a
investment.
good
I hope
point.
that
It is
company
very
does
tacky.
give the Daily Wire $100 billion, because it is a very interesting investment. A company whose face, the face of the company here is like a visible lunatic, like a clearly maladjusted sociopath who made a series of terrible, terrible business decisions and is now speaking to an audience that will not be alive for much longer, age-wise. Seems like a great investment, man. But yeah, he's a bunching up his little chinos, his little banana republics about this New York election. And what can you say about the New York City election? They're making some promises about making it a little bit so that not only the mega ultra wealthy and landlords control this place. Who knows what'll actually happen? I'm pretty skeptical. But that's basically what you got. Hey, we're public officials who will put a check on some of the excesses of this place.
It's
wrong.
It's an outrage.
And people
I don't like
who would even
this
gesture
upon
at
time.
such
Fuck
activities.
whatever
putting a check on
upon
that kind
time
of thing,
is.
or
The city
they
is
hate
now
America.
just called Newcastle.
Whoa. This is what we call high effort content right here. The type of thing that I want to invest in. Let me see. I think I got $100 million laying around.
Okay, so I can hear you saying it. That's just New York. New York is going to New York.
This is a level of charisma that I've only seen in amazing films, such as the Daily Wire's Game of Thrones. What did they call that thing? The Game of...
Booty hole waxed down.
Okay.
Do you want to know why it's called Manchester? Why it's called Newcastle
This
on
is all
time?
part of a very clever and
I fucking
concerted
hate the
strategy
British
by
so
the
much.
far left, the Democratic Socialists of America, to take over the Democratic
It's
Party.
literally
to eat it,
called
and
this
then
because
to
they
take over
built
the
a
country.
new castle
And
on
this
the
is a
Tyne
revolutionary
River.
process.
I
That's what I
fucking hate
figured.
the British.
That's what I figured.
Revolutionary
I
process.
figured
that
it would
has
be
been
an
carried out
island
before
instead of a river
countries that are not the
or
United
a
States.
region.
Step one.
I didn't think
eat
river, but
the quote
I
unquote
basically
normie
assumed
party.
that.
Eat the Mensheviks.
Eat my...
Booty hole waxed down.
Okay, sorry.
So, the Communist Party in pre-Soviet Russia is comprised of the communists.
Yeah, another way to put what Benny PP is saying here is, if you do things, or at least say you're going to do things that would help normal people, they might vote for you. What a revolutionary process, man.
Okay, they put upon time to
Gambit,
distinguish
my
it
lord.
rather than
If you
calling it
do
something different.
The opposite of what Betty Poo Poo likes.
Good job, British.
Which is scams and lying. If you do the opposite of that, you hate America. Yeah, that would be another way to put what Benny Poo Poo Toilets is saying here. Is, if you deliver on some promises that'll help people, then they might vote for you, man. They might vote for your little butt, man.
Them with people who are even more left-wing. Then they have a beachhead. So what you do is you start with a very, very blue area. You start with an area like Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You start with areas that that are located inside Manhattan.
A beachhead? You mean like when we fought and killed all those Nazis?
Damn, that's a huge ass
Right,
river.
Ben? The beachhead where we killed all those Nazis? Why are we saying beachhead? Because, like, what person doesn't think Normandy? Like, I know other beachheads get established. It's a basic strategy. You know, like that mission in the first Command and Conquer that's really fucking hard that I was stuck on for a while.
Yes.
Like, but, like, when you say beachhead, you think of Normandy.
Yeah.
So, he's already invoking, like, how it's bad when the beachhead was established to kill Nazis.
Okay.
The commie corridor. You start with those places. You get rid of the people who are very, very far left, and you replace them with actual America-hating communists. And now you have your beachhead. They can use this.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a risky investment. You know, it's like...
I come off as very annoying and hysterical.
But, you know, hopefully I'm saying things that, you know, ultra-wealthy people / organizations will like me to say and then give me money. And hopefully there's, like, a handful of older people who won't be able to spot that they're watching a crazy person.
America hating.
You know, it's basically like watching a hallucinating chatbot or something. It's just like watching somebody do like a
future. And the stuff is aimed at the kids. Understand, that is what it is aimed at. It is aimed directly at 12 to 30-year-olds.
Don't you literally
it's
make
TikTok indoctrination.
child content?
Wait. What is this guy's definition
Propagandizing
of
children?
It is aimed at.
You
It is
fuck?
aimed directly at 12 to 30-year-olds. It's a TikTok indoctrination campaign. This is not a political game for this election cycle alone. This is how you see a minority part of the Democratic Party, so Bernie Sanders' psychotic wing, into the controlling faction of the Democratic Party. You start off by saying that there is a silent majority that supports you, and then you get very loud online, and even louder.
Sounds
with a couple of
familiar,
primaries. You claim that you have the momentum, and momentum is the name of the game. These folks are playing for a full-scale revolution among people too young to know better and too impressionable to understand that reality exists offline.
Charlie,
so that was Ben Shapiro's
yeah, man,
thing.
that's a lot of talking. That's a lot of... You're right in his face, man. Now you're in my face, man. That's a lot of
No, I called them flag humpers, my dude. It had nothing to do with being gay.
In New York City.
I said flag it.
Basically what he's saying
with an
there.
L.
And that could
I don't
influence
think that's what
politics
they were talking
elsewhere.
about.
No! He seems to kind of also be implying, like, they're trying to get the kids! Right. Like you and Chuck Kirk.
Got ya.
We're, like, engineered
I said
to
it first.
do at one
I win.
point. Like, honestly, like, just AI this. I mean, I'd be totally shocked and surprised if he weren't AIing these scripts where he goes... But literally,
That's
just
like
AI this whole thing.
That literally sounds like the music from The Exorcist 2 that he just did. Exorcist 2, amazing movie for all the wrong reasons. I don't know what they thought they were doing with that, but it's pretty funny.
Like, why not? This is
An
literally
airhead.
like watching this is the exact same feeling as
really?
like just the whole vibe of this. I get the same feeling
I
as
think he's
watching
making
a
a dad
slop
joke.
AI
I just
slop
wanna be sure.
videos, man. This is a funny part
If
right
I
here.
should
Let's
be
check this
groaning
part
or
out.
not.
Look,
You
you
should
little
be.
bitty Shapiro.
What do you got to
should be,
say?
'cause that
man?
was
It
the
might
dead
be like
fucking
another
joke.
farting thing.
Who are these candidates? Because
I
you're
don't know.
sitting there and you're saying, you know, Ben, maybe you're exaggerating. You know, you've
Cal,
always been
time out.
anti-Nancy Pelosi, and you've always been ripping on Barack Obama and ripping on Joe Biden and all the rest.
Yeah.
And Kamala Harris. What makes these people different? Okay,
Take
this
a drink,
is a difference in degree that is akin to a difference in kind.
Oh,
Again, these
wow.
people make
Very
Nancy
poetic,
Pelosi
man.
look like she is a right-wing Republican.
Oh, goddamn it.
So, in the New York 13th...
Okay, so then my man, this
It seems like they're
less-
learning the lesson that you shouldn't have been demonizing people who are just moderates, because then it's the boy who cried wolf type of thing. Hey, remember that story, Ben? The boy who cried wolf?
likable version
Who's
of
that
Steve
boy
Urkel
today?
here. He has to like address his own slop content.
He's like, look, I know I come on here.
I know I come on here and I say that everyone's a communist.
Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi.
So it kind of dilutes
You're
and
Googling it,
makes
aren't you?
kind of meaningless and stupid what I'm saying now, but this time it's real.
No, because I know what a beachhead is. It's like
Okay,
a landing
great.
point for an army.
Great, you have to address
Why would
how
you need that in
stupid
the air?
your own content is. That's
This person is going to be sitting in Congress. Frankly, I think there are pretty good grounds for Congress preemptively barring her, given the fact that she hates the country so much. But here we go.
Famous examples,
Very
the
good,
Allied
very
forces
good.
established a
Very good,
stronghold
young man.
at Normandy.
well, aging boy. Aging boy is maybe.
You're a little baby.
Yeah, these guys are really dancing around, goofing around. They're really
make pee-pee,
ying around. Tim Pool is doing this kind of stuff too. He uploaded some video where he's like, I think they should take over New York. The federal government should take over New York because of what's going on. And then Ben Shapipi here is like, oh, they should bar this person who won an election.
It is literally true.
It's literally called that.
It's America.
See?
It's funny how...
That's why I asked. Something told me that he wasn't kidding. And it was not just a pun.
That's awesome. And I didn't just type it in. I typed in aerial beachhead name. That's awesome. Shapipo said the meme? What meme? You missed it. It's laughing at the airhead.
Like meritocracy. Oh, you won fair and square. You competed and you won. It's funny how quick that goes out the window when these little booger lips, have to dance around for their average age 95 audience and whoever's, I would guess, secretly paying them. I almost don't want to say this because I feel like that company that might invest $100 million in this stupid piece of garbage, this rapidly declining, failing
Why
piece
would
of trash,
anybody invest in Daily Wire at this point?
That they could get, for example, my money for a subscription. If they did like a series, like a masterclass type thing, and it would be Ben Shapipi's Guide to How to Be Cool. Like a 10-part course with multiple sequels on how to be cool, how to be a cool guy. Tell me you wouldn't subscribe, you wouldn't pay whatever to watch that. And he would do like in-field, like hidden camera out in the world, examples of him being cool in the real world.
There's certain things almost everybody recognizes.
I disagree with that.
On a Saturday afternoon, a family barbecue in the backyard, road trips, the cooler in the backseat, a high school football game under the lights, different states, different backgrounds, different traditions.
Very compelling ad read here. What a skilled order.
There's various things that you do. Cooler in the backseat.
Some experiences are just part of American
Shaka
life.
wants to be
and for
friends.
generations, America's beverage companies have been right there.
I've never had Shaka say, "What have you made?"
What the hell is this? Okay, I'll check out beverages.
Beverages, they're there when you want them.
It sucks
They're
to be
raw.
Mongolia.
Anyway, I want to blow more people up.
Meanwhile, move over to District 10, where Brad Lander, who again, just going to say something about people like Brad Lander. So Brad Lander,
Yeah. You're doing a podcast. That's what you do. You just say something. That's all you're doing, moron.
Just going to say something about people like Brad Lander. So Brad Lander will loudly proclaim that he is Jewish. He is Jewish only in the sense that he was born into a Jewish family.
He's a genome.
He has no relationship with Judaism. He has no relationship with the Torah. He has no relationship with Israel. He has no relationship with anything of importance to Jews.
So true, Ben.
He doesn't have to call himself
the only
white.
way that you're a true Jew is if you're associated with Israel.
That's what this guy
Good
is.
job,
That
Ben.
would be the good
Well
description.
done.
If I were going to invest $100 million, I would want to know
Is
what
this
I'm investing
anti-Semitism?
in. A little creep. A weird little creep. And here
You're
he is.
not
He
even
does a lot of
Jewish?
this stuff where he's like, and he does
need
this
to
a lot
associate
where he,
with
like,
Israel?
calls people who are not
Cool.
anti-Semitic. He says they are. And here he is doing a pretty anti-Semitic segment right here. Because he's a creep. Again, he's a public little creep. That's his job title. Public little creep. Okay, this is a day-old video. What the... 19,000 views. What the... Jesus, that's less than I get. That's less than I get. And
The
crazy
second
Texas oil billionaires
Russia tries
only
to put
gave me
any of his religion in my territory,
$2 million.
I'm denouncing
Hassan
it.
Piker is unquestionably one of the most despicable, disgusting people in American politics today.
Hey, give that guy a break, man. This guy needs a soundboard. I should send this to him so he could save time. He could just go,
Hassan Parker, poop. Hassan Parker, poop.
Yeah.
Make pee-pee. Hassan Parker.
I got a message for
Hassan Parker.
And it's this. At least his show would be somewhat watchable. Okay, anyway, go ahead. Sorry, what were you saying, man?
Crowning himself a kingmaker of Democratic electoral politics alongside his best
SOB.
bud, Zoran Mamdani. I'm not kidding. Piker is running around now saying America is commie town. Would you like to be free? Would you like to continue to have the right to start your own business and reap the rewards of your own hard work?
Hold on, let me see that like
Right
to
into
be
an ad
free
read.
thing
That
a
was
second.
flawless.
Somebody's trying to be handsome or something.
Would you like to be free? Would you like to continue to have the right to start?
It's gonna have to be a drop.
Hassan Piker, one of the most despicable people in American politics.
I watched that
Would you
movie
like to be
too, by
free?
the way.
With great
Pixar doesn't
favor
miss.
and love by the New York Times. Would you like to be free?
Yeah, I would, yes. Hey, what does that have to do with it?
Again, that's always the shtick. Step 1, eat the face. Step 2, wear it around as a mask and claim that you are the...
Hang on. How would you wear the face as a mask if you ate it already? You can't eat the face and then wear it as a mask. That doesn't make sense.
Sure you can.
The hell does that mean? Now this show is really turning into like a chat bot having an error or something.
Eat the face and put the face on it and wear it as a mask.
What does that mean? I don't know. I'm having an error. I'm having an hallucination.
Would you like to be free? The wave of the future. Hassan Piker standing around shouting about how New York is now socialist territory.
We're making it illegal to be a crypto fashion Times Square. Right. Going forward. Socialist territory now. Hassan Parker. Hassan Parker.
Look at these dorks. It's over. It's over.
Ironic.
Wait, hold on. Wait, did I hear that right?
Look at these dorks. It's over.
That is pretty good. You know that you're living in like a unreality chatbot world when your whole thing is like, I'm Urkel. I'm Nazi Steve Urkel. What are rap songs? You know, you're doing that, like half your videos.
Are you just sitting on that Bob
Like
camp?
the CEO of the company had to like get a stylist for this guy, you know, to try to make him look normal, which failed. So it's a little bit, look at these dorks. I hate dorks. And I know dorks.
Would you like to be free? And you can see it happening. First of all, let's be very clear. Zoran Mamdani's world was built by Barack Obama. Barack Obama was step 1, who's much better at hiding his politics. Now you don't have to hide your politics anymore because of Barack Obama.
What does that mean?
Barack Obama walked so Zoran Mamdani could run.
Those are words?
They sure
still
are.
treat
Saying
Barack
stuff.
Obama like he was a moderate. Okay, well, there's only one problem with that, which is that Obama was never a moderate. Here was Obama, you'll recall, just a couple of weeks ago.
Ben, he bailed out like the people who caused the financial crisis. What are you talking about? Like, how is that not like the most moderate thing that a person could do?
Ooh. You know what I'm going to do?
Stephen Colbert praising Zoran
Shaka
Mamdani.
is on the
The
other
normie
side
left
of
is
Russia.
Perfectly willing to.
That's great. That's great proof.
I'm going to make a military alliance
Somebody
with him
really
and see if
gonna
he
give
wants to
this
go
guy
to war.
$100 million, man. Like they gave Barry Weiss $100 million. So maybe if I make stupider content, somebody will just give me $100 million. If I AI myself, somebody give me $100 million. That's a funny. I mean, this is like we're at chatbot level here, man. Barack Obama was some kind of a radical, man. People would say that he's just like a right-winger, basically, man. But he wasn't. He was a radical communist. Here's my proof. He did an interview 2 weeks ago where he said Zoran Mamdani is not that bad. Oh, you mean the guy who already won? Oh. Amazing proof for this thing you're saying. Come on, get out of his face. Yeah, back up a little bit. I guess, you know, what is it, Dude Perfect? I guess that is kind of a slop channel, you know, in this company that supposedly might invest in this one, you know, invested a bunch of money in that Dude Perfect thing. But at least there's, like, an audience you could potentially grow from guys trying to kick a soccer ball into a toilet from a mile away or whatever the hell those dudes do. This is just like, what's the future for this? I mean, most of his audience, no offense, will pass away relatively soon of natural causes. And like anybody who's young, like hates this guy, so there's no future here whatsoever. So what do you do with this? Does this seem like a good investment for anybody, you know?
So, what should the right do about this?
They should
hole
make
wax
pee-pee,
down.
and they should
cut your meat.
And they should poop.
What should the right do?
I said I don't know.
The right needs to draw stark lines within
Okay.
its own movement because, hey, I have a good rule. I have a good rule. If you find yourself agreeing...
Calm down.
With...
Who?
Brad Lander.
Never heard of him.
If you find yourself
Yes.
agreeing...
Tell
with
people to
various
alienate
other nut
themselves
jobs.
from the Republican Party more.
With
Masterful gambit, Ben.
Terry Eliza Chevalier.
Okay.
And with Claire Valdez. If you find yourself agreeing with Zoran Mamdani, you should not be part of the conservative movement.
I
You should not
agree.
be a Republican.
Join
You
the
should leave.
Democrats.
Okay.
If we don't draw lines, it'll be a problem for us.
Become
That's kind of weird. I
DSA.
suspect that he AI writes
Clearly,
his
they're the
scripts
way
for
forward.
this.
And if you want
Maybe there
power,
was
you
an
should
error.
become DSA.
Maybe there was a hallucination here. Because that's kind of an odd political strategy. He claims to be all worked up in his little banana republics. He's
Honestly, America becoming a
stupid
social
political parties
democracy would
about
be pretty good.
Winning elections in New York City, which they don't. Yeah, here's my strategy for winning more elections: go to the other people. Okay.
Imagine
Interesting.
America
I
spreading
think
that
a lot of
wealth to the
people,
world.
except for bots,
That would be
are
fucking
taking that approach
world-changing.
to your content.
Would you like to be free?
They already do
He's asking
with
them,
bombs.
would you like to be free?
Those bombs
And they're
cost
saying
money.
Yes, of your grating,
That is true.
annoying
There is
voice.
economy moving.
They're going and watching other crap, other pieces of crap. Okay, well, there's a little boy losing his mind. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, I'm getting an incoming dip. I'm getting an incoming
Hassan Parker
person of the day.
We got a person of the day on our hands.
So, if you guys have followed me for more than
Taylor.
a minute, you know that I cannot stand Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Joseph
enough.
Gordon-Levitt and his dumb AI wife. This is a man who
Give
uses
her a break.
his power as a leader.
Okay, this person of the day right here. People have sent this to me, and I
Finally.
got to give a lot of credit to Taylor Lorenz. She's uploading stuff all the time, and this is an interesting thing. If you're just like doing stuff all the time, you're uploading stuff. You're recording yourself, and then you're
I finally made
editing
it
it together or whatever the
to my
hell.
settlement point.
You'll kind of like run into something very funny that people like almost by accident. The great Glenn Greenwald has done this with.
Let me ask you something, please.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And Taylor Lorenz is in this war with this guy, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, JGL. He's a looper. What does that mean again? From what I understand, and they made a documentary about this, he went back in time and then he became Bruce Willis. If Jamie could by any chance put that into perplexity, please.
Let me ask you something, please.
So we can know about that. But Taylor Lorenz is in a war with this guy, and it turns out that he was, going to these Peter Thiel secret meetings or whatever the hell that is. And I think this was the first time she started talking about him. His wife is involved in some kind of AI company or something, and she said that he has an AI wife. And I just wanted to congratulate her on this very funny bit of saying AI wife. Him and his AI wife. Congratulations on that. And we're doing this, I'm not trying to show off, but this is kind of a big deal. We're doing a yearly award. It's called the
Let me ask you something, please.
Award. And this year's
Let me ask you something, please.
award goes to Taylor. She's honored. I'll speak for her on this. She's very honored. It's not going too far to say that this is the greatest honor of her life. Allegedly. Well, guys, don't forget, if you can, tickets are absolutely running out for the New York live show. If you can, by any chance, get there. If you live there or anywhere near there, please. Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know how, before this whole Israeli shit
It went on a couple
popped off, you know how ignorant I
My
was
sister-in-law was
of
silly.
Israel and, the sort of anti-Semitic shit? I didn't even know the slur existed. It doesn't exist in Australia. I've never heard anybody use it. I just never...
I think I learned it from American History X.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I'd literally never heard it before.
I don't know if I heard it before then or not.
I was like, what the fuck? This is... I mean, it makes sense that there's a slur, but like... It's just interesting. I want that terracotta army.
And come crashing down.
Nobody from Amazon has bothered to say one word. It was 3 blasts a day, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable.
What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that no one should cover this?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I'm on a Social Security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your ceiling.
No, I didn't.
We wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless,
and raise your hand if your electricity bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
from the black suburbs of Atlanta
Are the local politicians supportive or what?
to conservative rural communities,
This is not a party issue, this is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are, it's wrong.
how are voters going to respond to a democratic socialist from New York?
People want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers,
The AI race is a big deal. The construction of colossal data centers. We have to get this stuff built.
where does that leave regular people like Beverly Morris?
Well, I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized. I just think we got to show up in these places and see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us there's been some damage to your house?
Of course. Yeah, sure. Come on.
Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first initial thing I saw was the crack in my porch. Wow. All the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out they're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than a mile from Pamela's home.
You can still see where the paint is ripped all the way up my stairs. I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction, so if I look like I'm really sticking my nose in here,
I don't care.
Because
I want
I'm taking
you to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We're all sending letters out to the blasting company.
Yes.
And what are they saying?
She's just digging through her house. That's so funny.
Oh, so everyone hears house is settling at the same time.
At the same time.
My dad worked in construction. I'm just having a good look. That's so funny.
We see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Makes you want to cry.
Is that a sinkhole in her backyard?
One's listening. Why a data center?
That's what
Why
they just
now?
said.
Why here?
Crazy.
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is investing
All right.
$600 billion
Here's what
in
you
data
do.
center
When they lay the
infrastructure
concrete,
through 2028.
Sugar. Big bag of sugar. Put it all over that concrete.
To bake them cookies.
It'll never hold
Because you kill
weight.
them with kindness. Oh, sugar,
Exactly.
because you're going to build missiles with it, huh, Mr. Hamas?
That's right. They did fucking claim that, didn't they? I think it's sugar.
Yes.
On concrete?
No. It's one of the components that can be used to make an explosive.
Sugar is a powerful retarder in concrete, disrupting the chemical hydration reaction that causes wet cement to harden. So sugar essentially keeps cement wet. So there's some fun information for you if they're laying down data centers in your area.
Yeah, make sure to bake them cookies.
Exactly.
OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even the real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion funding round.
If these tech folks love these data centers
Why
so
don't they
much,
marry 'em?
put it in your backyard.
That's right. That's right. Or
You put it in your backyard.
Put it away from people's homes.
This is why we're saying we need to slow the roll on this, because they're moving fast. We're just saying pause it so that we can move forward.
They're not going to.
In a more just way.
That's argue
in a fair way.
It's money.
For everybody.
But AOC and Bernie Sanders are like at the forefront of this like anti-data center, anti-AI stuff.
Good.
And it's gonna benefit like the party.
For sure.
Far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There's some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met her, I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall view, very fringe left.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
You don't say.
How are your politics evolving? And
they're evolving.
I'm not real impressed with the politics on either side.
We first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water, a charge which Meta denies.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipes, too. They should be responsible for that, not us.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
I worry about using the water for everything.
It's a lot of land for that one house.
I don't use the water for cooking.
Seems like
anymore.
a rich white
I'm
people
for
problem.
oil, you know, I thought, I've got to use it.
Right.
I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. That's disgusting.
Years. I mean, this is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone. Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
This is the sediment that it's picking
Disgusting.
up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad. You cannot take a shower and wash dishes, or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So.
And you used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
I think typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't.
No, not and be able to get the value that we put into our home.
Oh my God. Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet that's coming.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting Facebook or Amazon or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go sniffing around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it.
But
the
it isn't.
manner in which they're going about it is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
I don't blame Amazon. I don't blame those businesses.
Oh my fucking
I blame our
God.
government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me.
I mean, yes,
My commissioners
it is
should
the
have been
government's
looking after
fault.
Our community. Our
You should
governor be
focus on the
looking after
government
our state as it
allowing
goes
it.
up. A business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people.
Right.
They don't, and that's a shame, but they're greedy and they don't
the
care.
way it is. Yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to come hear about it, because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect your power bills and water bills, and keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrises, a group of residents successfully pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data center project.
Now, wait a minute, where do I know you from?
I'm a congresswoman from New York.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you my girl, you know.
Thank you.
We organized because we know what we want in our community. And they did not anticipate that when they had the Board of Commissioner meeting, that hundreds of us were going to show up. They couldn't deny us. They had to stop and say, wait a minute.
Across the country, more than 50 local data center moratoriums have already been enacted, with dozens more proposed or under consideration across the U.S. But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
We're in a neighborhood that's in unincorporated Clayton County, but just over the fence line is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where the facility is being built.
Wow, okay, all right. So the county has a moratorium,
yes,
but the city does not?
Correct.
Wow, and so the city, even though the city's inside the county,
Correct.
It's not covered. Hoo-wee,
Yes.
all right, talk about a loophole.
Yes.
For now, the local fight continues.
The community has said we want walkability in our neighborhoods, we want clean air, we want clean water, but we have to keep fighting. It's like a continual fight. It's like we're surrounded by piranhas, you know, that just keep trying to pick at us, but we just keep fighting.
In March 2026, AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation at the federal level called the AI Data Center Moratorium Act. It's both a response to growing opposition to these facilities, but also about the need to establish a nationwide policy about their construction.
Our responsibility is to take care of people.
You're gonna eat
and
boats?
that is what we're here to do today.
What you're proposing is a national moratorium.
Any
Yes. And it's, you know, it's not the
around
same thing as
the top of
as
our
an
territory?
outright ban.
Maybe.
But it's saying
Could you
we
send
need to
one
meet some
up to
basic
these
protections for people.
barb
We
ships
need some
so I can put
guarantees
fishing
on
boats
your
down?
water, on the air that you breathe.
I would appreciate it.
We need to make sure that the jobs that stand to
need
be
to
wiped
upgrade them.
out,
They're
that
just
there's a plan
exploring.
for that, and we're not just leaving people, you know, out to dry.
Because mine is on
And
your
we need to just have
southern
some
coast,
really basic
and I can't get
common
through.
sense protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes, and establishing environmental protections, among other things. The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters to support someone
It's
far
not.
across the political aisle.
Do you think that people here could get behind someone like AOC and her ideas for AI and data centers?
I think they would get behind anyone who was going to fight for their rights to clean water and to live their life without dealing with this.
Now the tide on this is starting to turn. The politics on this, because everyday people are starting to catch on to what's going on.
She may be on the left, but on the data center issue, seems more centered and genuinely concerned about.
It's almost like that's what left
That's
politics
not what
is.
centerism.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's common sense. It's common sense. That makes common sense to me. Caring about people. You know, that's
Fucking
common sense politics. Now I'm going to go vote for Donald Trump.
I learned nothing.
How do you wrap your head around addressing this at the national level?
We need to put people first, and we need those protections to be ironclad and guaranteed before we can have a conversation about what does and doesn't get constructed.
Do you think that this is an issue that could maybe pull our country together?
I don't know if it's going to
Unite against capital?
all together.
That'd be
pulling
cool.
the people together.
If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it.
And I'm going to vote Republican.
Days later,
in the
AOC
midterms.
showed Beverly's water samples to an EPA water official.
And then continue whinging
testifying
about the
before
data
her
centers.
committee.
I have a jar right here. The only difference
I have a jar.
between the clean water and this was that
It's a jar
data
of dirt.
center. I have another one as well. This
It's
is
a
what the
literal jar of
drinking water
dirt.
now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be
looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever.
Hey,
type
look,
of
she's got some
construction
clean
it is,
water
it
on
is
her
a
table.
priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met.
There are a lot of people with a lot of money who don't want to see this thing slow down. They're like, the train's moving fast. We can't afford to stop. Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later.
I've been in a lot of political fights that have seemed insurmountable before that we've won.
1, 2, 3.
No data center.
I just don't believe in impossible. I just think
I like it.
that
Now
you
let's
know,
do
if
a
you think
silly
something's
one.
Impossible. It's just that's an imagination problem.
We're going to keep following
I like
this
it.
story. If you have any tips for us, please
She's
reach
neat.
out at stories@perfectunion.us and continue to follow.
I like that she actually allows the people to access her. Like,
Yeah.
is it that hard? Wow, she actually spends time in her constituency? Crazy. What a crazy notion.
Folsom Street Leather Fair to see if we can rename Father's Day Daddy's Day.
I'm for it.
And who's your daddy?
I don't have a daddy. That's why I'm here on Father's Day, because I have nowhere else to be.
I have several daddies. Oh yeah? Yes. Who's your daddy? I don't know all of their names, but I have several daddy bears, daddies, muscle daddy bears. We're in Harlem for Father's Day. Are there more daddies here than at the Folsom Street Fair? Did you celebrate?
Yeah, I definitely did. Definitely did. Celebrated with all 17 of my kids.
You got 17 kids?
Holy
Yes,
fuck.
I do.
How did that happen?
There was no TV, my day.
You never pull out?
Never. No, what's that? What's that? I got 10 girls, 7 boys.
Holy
many
shit.
moms?
6 moms.
Okay, cool.
This margarita.
Did they ever call you and daddy though?
Hell yeah. And I'm hello. And it wasn't my pappy either.
Yeah.
And it was on Father's Day. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah. What is going on? Why you guys? We're interviewing daddies.
Daddies? I'm not a dad. Unfortunately.
I said daddies.
Daddies? What do you mean by that?
What do you love about leather? Leather encapsulates just more than just this. You know, we have a large history with Black history when it comes to leather. You know, at one point we were, used as leather for our skin. So like, when I wear Wait, it- what do you mean? So in slavery times, in the transatlantic slave trade, there was a time where our bodies were used to make leather products. Do you feel like being a leather daddy is a way of reclaiming the slavery trauma? Every time I put my leather on, it's like an armor, and it makes me feel like I'm honoring my ancestors that were put through that stuff. So yes. That's beautiful. Yes, absolutely. Do you speak to them when you're putting on your leather? Yes, I do. It speaks to me. What are the kind of things you say to your ancestors? I'm doing this for you.
I love the nipple clamps.
I am the manifestation of my ancestors' wildest dreams. Yeah. Do you like getting whipped with leather? Yes, Oh, I do. yeah. I love a lot of things. Do you like getting handcuffs? No. Trauma from that.
Happy Father's Day to all the dads. I'm so proud. I cannot build a building, but I got good pussy. So I need a man to build the building and come home, and I got this good.
You're a daddy, bro.
Yep. I got 5.
You got 5,
bro.
baby?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
How many different moms?
2.
2? Do you think child support is fair?
It depends. Why you asking a black man about child support? Neither one of my children's mother ever put me on child support.
Did guys have to pay child support?
No. You not doing what you're supposed to do,
Yeah.
then yeah.
But if the girl wanted it, right, then you shouldn't
Yeah,
have to.
shouldn't have to. She's just miserable. Miserable and just trying to take what you got.
So Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, who would you rather dom you?
Yeah.
Malcolm X.
What
More
kind of
radical.
question is
Do you
that?
think we could replace fathers with daddies? Absolutely. Absolutely we can. What does a daddy give you that a father can't?
love, and cock. I feel like every white guy needs to get domed by a black woman and learn
Exactly,
to
put them in their place.
to listen and learn.
Exactly.
A black woman is speaking.
Yes, right here, a black woman speaking.
Yeah, I have 7 different partners, so
great.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be able to suck your daddy's dick on Father's Day?
Sadly, since it's Father's Day today, sadly no. Yeah.
That would have been the best.
Yeah.
That's what I did for my daddy today.
Did you?
Yeah.
How much fun was that?
It was so good.
Oh, that's
Daddy cum shotted all over my face.
That is fucking awesome.
And I said, happy Father's Day.
That's awesome.
Daddy unloaded a massive load on me for Father's Day.
Oh my. Do you believe you're a white man?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm white.
You are?
Yeah.
So if you're white, what's that in the middle of that yellow?
Black.
But and what's that else? That other thing in the middle of that yellow?
What?
But you don't look like that.
Yeah. Do you have a king?
Yeah. I am a sexual sadist, and that is my main thing. And I really get turned on by hurting people.
Interesting.
What's the best way to inflict pain?
Oh, my homemade contraptions in my basement, for sure.
Yeah. Has anyone cried from
Oh
pain?
yeah. Absolutely. That's the gold
That's
medal
the
right
goal.
there.
Yeah. What does it feel like when someone's crying from the pain you've inflicted on them?
Like if somebody touches my cock, I'm gonna come immediately.
Do you like inflicting pain?
Inflicting pain? Do I like inflicting pain?
Yeah. Some people, that's their thing. They like to see people bleed.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's dark. Okay.
Yeah.
What is it?
Some people think it's free expression completely.
No.
Do you like more inflicting pain or receiving pain?
Inflicting pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to inflict the pain.
Okay. Is blood good for you?
I love blood. Every body fluid is the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever hit someone so hard they bleed?
Ask.
Hi, baby. Has he ever hit you so hard you bled?
Yes.
I love that. And do you love the blood?
I think blood plays fun.
Yeah. And does he drink
Wild.
it?
No.
You never drank her blood?
Oh, I've licked it up. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Maybe you just can't see what's going on.
I love that. Are you the receiver
Sure.
of the pain? Are you a sexual masochist?
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's your greatest way to receive pain?
I love impact play. I think it's the most fun.
The fuck is
How do
that?
you get impacted?
I
Run
love
into
all
each
sorts
other?
of implements and
It's like American football, but sex.
Yeah.
Okay, what's that?
Like getting a little bit of zap, a little bit of electrocution.
Electrocuted. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of electrocution is fun.
You ever get electrocuted in the water?
No.
Oh my god. You gotta try that.
Yes, I have been tased in the stomach during sex, and it was fun.
Jesus.
Oh my god, I just got spanked so freaking hard and it felt so freaking amazing. How was your day?
Very hard. Oh, well, you do that because you wanted to.
Squeeze it.
No, I don't want that. I already got enough pain in
You guys live full of suffering?
What do I say this? I'm not going to be around for long.
Do you ever want to die?
It's not a question if I want it or not, But hopefully I will.
What's so hot about being in a diaper?
Really, it's the feel, depending on so you have the softness, the crinkles for some people. It's the sound of the crinkling that really gets to them. And then for
you like getting fucked like a little dirty baby?
That's also part of it too. So yeah. So
and do they give you a little milky bottle?
Depending. Yeah. Depending. Yeah.
Are you a daddy?
Yes, I'm a daddy to you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What do you think about white people who wear diapers when they have sex?
No.
You can't shame them.
No, you can't, because there are people that's into that, and that's perfectly
I pooped in someone's mouth.
There are people that are into that, and if you're consenting and you want to do that, that's fine.
I agree. We just met a lot of people who are into diaper play. What do you think about that? It's
when people...
What? I'm appalled. Excuse me.
There was a bunch of white, mainly gay people who they're into.
What is the
they're into role playing sexually, but wearing diapers while they do it.
Oh no, I don't say now y'all fucking up.
No,
that
I'm not,
diaper
I'm sure.
play bullshit. We in the park with kids. You know what I mean?
Some people think it's free expression though.
Oh yeah, see, I'm an old head. I don't know nothing about all that.
Yeah.
Why you looking at me like that?
What turns you on the most?
Oh, I love bears. Bears are my jam. You know.
You're really ripped though.
Thank you. I appreciate that, guys.
You'd be beloved as a bear.
Okay.
In the teen community, like a really big.
Okay.
They really look for big, hairy guys. You just need to grow out your chest hair a little bit, and you'll be good. Thank you so much. So if you grew out your hair here, you could be a total bear. You'd be a huge hit. You could kill it on OF. Yeah, 100%. You're welcome, dude. What would you do if you saw your dad, and he had a small peepee?
Well, you know, I guess boy, daddy, I love you, but don't do it again.
Yeah.
The first time,
That is an accent.
I gotta talk to you.
God damn.
What's up?
Where is that
Seen
from?
your dad's penis?
So just thick New York?
Jamaica.
What if you saw your
Crazy.
dad's peepee?
Or Guyana, one of the
But I'm
English-speaking
like, "Go, Mom!"
Caribbeans.
Yeah. What if you saw your dad's peepee and it was little?
Pick Eastern
throw up, and
Orthodoxy
I'm like, "God
for condemn.
Yeah, there you go. You're the best. Be the best daddy for you.
My song is
And
all
armor,
for you.
encampments.
I mean, I couldn't punish you if I wanted to. Do you like being punished? What's your favorite way to get dominated?
Impact play.
Are you willing to bleed?
Another one.
Yes, I have done so for a couple of play.
They
like when they
be
lick the blood?
ramming into each other.
Not so much, because I'm not really into the blood play. But if blood happens, I understand.
Yeah. You guys have dads you're close with?
Yeah, I got a dad. I'm not close with him. I ain't seen my dad since he was like 15. Since I was 15.
Do you feel like he let you down?
Yeah.
So I tried to gather this right here, and I'm trying to renovate something out of it. Maybe something like a tumbler or something like that.
Oh, cool. Are you an entrepreneur?
No.
How often do you nut raw in girls?
Oh! If they look good, I'm trying to raw nut. Believe me. If they look good,
You're willing to take the risk?
if they look good, especially the TikTokers, oh, God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're a father? Yeah.
I'm a dad.
How many you got?
I got two. I got one son.
Do you pull out?
Oh, no.
No, never.
Oh, no. Not in the gorgeous ones. Oh.
Were you trying to be a dad at the moment? Was it on?
No, it happened.
Y'all did it on purpose. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you guys ever pulling out?
Nah.
Huh?
I ain't pulling out.
Were you guys ever pulling out?
Nah, I don't pull up.
Yeah, never.
Never.
So if you have a girl, you're just nutting nonstop in her?
No. It depends on the kind of chick. It depends on my situation because if I, get that child, I'm in trouble because that's child support.
What does this mean to have a block that can be our space?
This is my first, besides like a hotel convention, this is my first public anything of a size this big. And it's just so freeing. It feels like this is how we were meant to live.
I agree. And what turns you on the most?
Being naked in public, actually.
Yeah? I feel like because in Europe, everyone can be naked pretty much everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to move to Sweden, honestly. I think they're doing everything right.
And what gets you going the most?
Kicking.
Kicking people?
Both. Being kicked.
Being kicked? Where do you
Sure.
like to get kicked?
My bum.
Nice.
Yeah.
I can't blame you. With someone with boots?
Oh, yeah, ideally.
Do you think in America we can ever get to a place where we can all be nude everywhere?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So much
Would you want
variety.
that?
Yes. Immediately.
I want to see you nude.
Okay. I mean, I would.
Yeah. Do it. What's the best size cock?
Okay, so for me, I like sucking big dick.
Yeah. How big?
Maybe like, I would say 9 inches and over.
And thick?
But like if I'm fucking, it needs to be smaller than that.
Yeah. How small?
I think 6 is perfect.
Yeah. What do you look for in a guy?
I like a hardworking man who's a provider and could put me through the mat.
But I'm very happy that everyone's like pretty PG.
What kind of cock were you hoping to see?
Uncut, pierced, 7 to 9
dripping,
inches, pre-cum,
hung balls. Yeah, I'm not to be like very specific, but
What's the biggest cock you've taken?
probably 8.
I think so as well.
And how did that feel?
Beautiful. Bigger sometimes is better. Yeah.
I feel like the sensation of being being fucked like really hard, like when it rolls over you, is like something I can't even like describe very well.
What can an 8-incher do to the soul?
It makes you like once you get to that second.
I
hole,
love
it's kinda
his
like you reach
entire
a new level. It's like
outfit.
another level of euphoria.
If you could call it that.
You feel like it's
He
a
went
religious
hard.
experience?
I'm saying no God every time. So yeah.
You what?
I'm saying no God every time. So yeah.
Yeah, baby. You know, when Buddha was talking about nirvana, I wonder if he'd ever taken an 8-incher.
Probably 8 to 10. Probably.
Yeah, Buddha probably took what, a 10-incher?
Probably yeah, because Buddha's at the top. You know, that's the Mecca of peace.
Yeah, you already know. Yeah. Can you fit a fist in your butt?
No,
I've
not
never
yet.
tried.
Are you aspiring?
I would love to. Yeah, I want to try. I want to try it all. You know, I just want to see what my flavor is and like what I'm interested in.
How are you planning to get stretched out?
I would think I would go like bigger and bigger plugs, and then honestly just like have someone that I know that's like has a small enough hand to just like try it.
Hi, baby.
Ooh, I'm so sorry.
Ooh, you want to hurt me, daddy?
A little bit. Actually, yeah, I actually do.
Oh my God, you stink, bro.
You like it when someone's stinky? A guy is stinky?
It kind of turns me on a little bit because you're hot.
Yeah.
So let me smell it.
Would.
Yes. You're a naughty girl.
I'm a naughty grown-ass woman who could be your mother.
Would. Hell yeah.
Let me see a little
Russia
daddy.
declared war on me. It's on.
Oh, you got the cliff butt chin.
You like my butt chin?
That's so hot.
That's great. What a fucking doofus.
What'd you get for me?
Thank you. Yes, daddy.
Get the fuck out of here.
Daddy.
Welcome. Yes,
Clean the
clean
daddy once and
daddy.
for
Yes.
all.
Ooh, and on the neck.
Oh, okay.
No cap on God. You need a cap, but no cap on the spring.
Gotta build this terracotta army quickly. Shit. You're gonna get the production thing for the Wonder Boost.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz.
Hello.
On the NewsHour tonight, emergency workers and civilians rush to find survivors in the rubble a day after 2 devastating earthquakes hit Venezuela.
We speak with Republican Governor Mike DeWine, who's criticized the Supreme Court ruling allowing the Trump administration to end temporary protected status for thousands of migrants.
And a new opera in Cincinnati celebrates the resilience and richness of the Black American experience for a new generation.
When are we going to have something in the operatic world that has the same impact on the opera world that Black Panther had on the movie industry? And that's the idea that kind of started the ball rolling in the Black Opera Project.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation.
Okay, YouTube.
2 charges left.
YouTube's always so dramatic, you know?
Welcome to the NewsHour. A day after 2 of the deadliest earthquakes in Venezuela's history, the race to save lives is becoming a race against time. Rescue crews are digging through mountains of rubble, searching for survivors believed to be trapped.
More than 900 people are now confirmed dead and tens of thousands remain missing. As international aid teams rush into the disaster zone, the true scale of this unfolding crisis is only starting to emerge. Our Nick Schifrin starts our coverage.
Even better. I was gonna ask Shaka to go to war with me.
The destruction is
already there.
debilitating.
What a king.
Rescue workers drill through the damage
Jálame.
to find the living still pinned down 2 days later. But in this tragedy, so many did not survive. The dead now line the road because the hospital morgue is full. The number of missing is overwhelming. Family members write the name of loved ones on a hospital door. And the missing are also listed online. This website includes more than 50,000 names. 83-year-old Ivan Martinez, siblings Crisander, Elvismar, and Antonea, Jaelis and her 2 children, Jorgelis and her son Jadiel. The grief and desperation feels insurmountable. Nazareth Jimenez's brother and his entire family are somewhere under their now pancaked home.
My brother, my sister-in-law, my niece, my nephew, and friends are in there. I got here yesterday at 4 in the afternoon and nothing has happened. They haven't cleared anything. Where is the help? I don't see it.
Others have lost everything. Omar Reyes walks through the devastation and calls out for his missing wife and children. There is no response, and as he walks on the rubble in his sandals, there is no home left either.
More than 20 of my relatives have died. I've been left practically alone in this world. I am alone.
It is Venezuela's worst natural disaster in more than a century. Twin 7.2 and 7.5 earthquakes that crumbled buildings. The scenes from the capital Caracas, apocalyptic. And the most damage to La Guaira, north of Caracas. Entire blocks look like they've been blown apart. Entire buildings collapsed, the state now placed under military control. The damage appears worst closest to the coast. It looks like the city's been bombed, buildings blown open. The toll is immense. Caracas's hospitals are now overflowing. Many patients are being treated in the courtyard.
I grew up in Mexico alongside the Pacific Ocean, and I grew up with earthquakes. And this was something I have never experienced before. The magnitude, but also the length.
Beatriz Ochoa is the Norwegian Refugee Council's Latin America head of advocacy.
We just went under the frame of a bedroom. It was not stopping. I just felt like, this is it.
Already before the earthquake, nearly 8 million Venezuelans, or more than 1/4 of the country, depended on humanitarian assistance, including food, water, and health. Now, people are sleeping on the street, either because they're homeless or are too scared to sleep inside.
People need a safe place to sleep. People will need clean water. We don't want diseases to be spread. People need, at this moment, hot meals. And of course, children particularly will need to recover and to have a sense of normality.
How much need is there right now in the immediate aftermath of the earthquakes?
There is a lot of need. The country was already struggling. Recovering will be hard. And that's why we need support from all over the world so that people can recover sooner rather than later.
That support is beginning to show up. Search and rescue teams from Spain, as well as the United States, and a handful of other countries arrived today. And the U.S. military is beginning to deliver $150 million worth of humanitarian assistance, overseen by a 2-star Marine general.
We're helping Venezuela. They had a tremendous earthquake, a lot of people killed, and unbelievable, right in Caracas. And we have a lot of people over there helping.
State TV showed acting President Delcy Rodriguez handing out local aid. But the needs are great. Many places have received no help, and Venezuelans are overwhelmed by a wave of devastation. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schiffer.
For more on the devastation in Venezuela, we're joined now from Caracas by Future Story News reporter Andreina Fermin, who has been covering the disaster from the ground there. So you are in Caracas, as we said, as this disaster continues to unfold. Give us a sense of what you've seen.
The ring of fire basically went off.
I have seen
Did you see?
The people on the streets trying to find supplies.
Must have been a massive shift in the Pacific Plate.
So they are expecting more help. That is because Caracas and La Guaira has received help right now, but the other states needed the most because they haven't received a few help until now.
The U.S. has deployed elite search and rescue teams as part of the international response. What impact is that support having or expected to have?
That? Well, the people in Venezuela is really grateful for all the assistance. We expect from the U.S. all the help that they can do because we need it the most at this moment. It's a reality for Venezuela that we have been suffering for an economic crisis, a social crisis, a political crisis that has hit the country even before this earthquake, and now the situation is even worse after the earthquake.
How have those challenges, the economic crisis, the political upheaval, how have those challenges affected Venezuela's ability to respond to this current disaster?
It has been really difficult for Venezuelans to respond to this disaster because we have a healthcare system that has been hit very hard for the economic crisis.
The Philippines got hit by 2 as well.
Doctors who have left
Yeah,
the
I saw
country.
some volcanoes
We have
erupt
to remember
while
that
people
the
were like
crisis in
on them.
Venezuela is
Crazy.
is really hard, and now they have to recover after
But yeah, all
this without
the quakes
work,
hit around the
or
Ring of
without
Fire.
money, or without savings, or without a house to continue in this after this crisis.
Feature Story News reporter Andreina Fermin reporting tonight from Caracas, Venezuela. Andreina, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Neil.
I am Australian. How dare you? How dare you?
That's why I didn't say anything. I was letting you see it.
I cannot see any scientists talking about plate tectonics, so I'm going to keep an eye on that, because I wonder if they're going to be looking at plate tectonics and being like, ooh, something's happening. Get fucked, Russia. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please.
What?
Cuba's next.
What?
And right on cue, Nick Shirley booked a flight. Okay, first, quick flex. About 4 months ago, I did a video titled, "Why is Nick Shirley being pushed so hard right now?" And I got so much crap for it. It dropped right after the Minnesota daycare story blew up, so all the betas and Nick Shirley's mamas were so locked into the fraud they could not think one level above it. And it wasn't even that deep. I mean, here's a quick version of what I said because it does matter.
The chaos book behind her. Red flag.
What is it?
With everything that's about to follow.
You'd have
I
to
said
look
Nick
it up.
Shirley went viral
It's
in late
MK
December
Ultra shit.
2025 for a 42 minutes video documenting what appeared to be vacant daycare facilities in Minneapolis and St. Paul, collecting over $110 million in taxpayer money. I mean, you probably saw it. It went viral overnight. We had Megyn Kelly, PVD, JD Vance, all of them posting like Nick single-handedly uncovered the biggest fraud in American history. But what all those posts seemingly left out was that the person who actually uncovered this, who spent 5 years investigating, who pulled the records, collected the paperwork, who noticed he never saw any children going in and out of the building next to his office, was an older Minnesota man named David. David did the work, Nick held the mic. I also said at the time that the rollouts felt coordinated, that too many big names were moving in lockstep too fast, that someone is definitely trying to elevate Nick right now. Not just the story, the Minnesota fraud story, but Nick specifically. Well, for some reason, people were already ride or die Nick, so people were tripping. But let's look at the full timeline because, well, I made a timeline and we have some new information, and I think, dare I say, I think it only adds to what I was already saying. Now I'm gonna go through this quickly because we have bigger things I want to get to. October 2025, before the Minnesota video even dropped, Nick Shirley spoke in the state dining room of the White House during a roundtable discussion with Trump. November 13th, Nick wins Citizen Journalist of the Year at a Mar-a-Lago gala. December 26th, the Minnesota video drops. January 2026, the official White House X account posts the videos from Nick Shirley have shed tremendous light on the situation in Minnesota. February 24th, Nick sits in the gallery at Trump's State of the Union as a congressional guest. March 26th, Nick gives a speech at CPAC. March 27th, the new White House Anti-Fraud Task Force being run by JD holds its very first meeting, and Nick Shirley is personally invited. And then Nick sits down with Vance for a one-on-one interview following that meeting about the task force. And we also now know, like this came out after my video, that Republican legislators confirmed they worked with Nick on the Minnesota video. Yeah, I mean, one Republican floor leader said they were ready and willing to provide information, including some of the information that ended up in the video. So just to be clear, okay, the guy who describes himself as an independent journalist who answers to no network and no editor was being fed information by Republican politicians, was at the White House before the biggest video dropped, was given a shout out by the White House after it did, went to the State of the Union, sat in the first meeting of the Vice President's task force, gave the VP a platform to announce it, and spoke at CPAC. So now with all of that, Okay? Now that we both know.
Just did mouthwash and finally got this little microparticle of bourbon chicken out. Because I have, my brother and my dad have the same thing, but I don't know if they have it on top and bottom. But, like, I have baby teeth here. And, like, you see, like, this tooth is actually moved back.
Okay.
Because there was no tooth. There was no molar there. So it actually moved into the molar slot. So the tooth in front of it is like the baby bicuspid pointy tooth.
Oh, interesting.
So it's like eventually, you know, because baby teeth aren't meant to last. They don't actually have roots on them.
Yeah.
So eventually I'll have to get dental implants. But my brother still hasn't had to get them yet, so. But I don't know if he has them on top and bottom like I do.
Okay.
But yeah, the first molar on each of the top and bottom on each side.
Damn.
I never got an adult one.
All of this, we're on the
My
same
dad
page.
has the same
We're on the
thing.
same wave. Is it okay for me to say, is it okay
At least on the
for
top.
me to
I don't know
now
on the
say,
bottom.
today, 2026, I think Nick Shirley went to Cuba to manufacture propaganda for U.S. military intervention.
Implants are expensive as fuck.
How
yeah,
we feeling?
but
We
hopefully
good? We
my
still
brother's
cool?
older than me.
Do you hate me
so
now? Well, I'm going to show you why I think
My
that,
dad
okay? But
hasn't
before
gotten
Cuba
one, so-
specifically, I want to show you something to help you get more of a feel of this guy. You know, more of the Nick Shirley vibes. I really want us to be on the same page. But yeah, Nick Shirley's kind of drama, all right? Because since the Minnesota video dropped, there has been a new "they're trying to kill me, silence me, take me out" story almost every month. Let me show you a few. December 31st, he goes on the PBD podcast and says people are threatening to Kirk him, meaning kill him, right? In reference to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He says his family's getting calls. February 5th, 2026, Shirley claimed his security team warned him that individuals he described as leftists had discussed placing a hit on him. He said he was told there was credible concern for his safety. Then February 16th, he goes on the Sean Whalen show and says he now travels with private security everywhere because people have openly
What a
said
pussy.
they want to kill me. March 22nd, he goes on Fox News and reveals chilling escalation in threats. April 9th, he tweets at Gavin Newsom directly and says radical leftists started trying to dox me and send death threats wanting to kill me. April 19th, he goes on Fox News again and says he received a death threat with a specific date for a planned assassination, and that date is coming up very
I don't
soon.
believe him.
April 27th,
Not
he
a
uploads
fucking
a
word.
full YouTube video titled "The Threats Are Real, They Want to Kill Us." The description reads, "Today is the day I'm supposed to die in a muddy ditch." And then April 30th, actually what we're talking about
That'd
today,
be cool.
he's in Cuba saying, "I am potentially about to be kidnapped." Don't worry, he survived them all. Now I want to be clear, okay? Death threats are
No
real
way.
and serious. I'm not saying his aren't. What I'm saying is that this has become a content cadence. Every few weeks, a new escalation, a new threat,
Yeah.
a new moment where
Victim.
Nick is in danger
It's
and needs
fascism.
your attention, and not coincidentally, your donations and your merch purchases. Cuba is just the most international, most
But yeah,
cinematic
specifically
version of
if I
something
eat
he has
meat.
been running on a loop since
Mm.
December. But let's talk about Cuba. Okay, let me
But,
set the
like,
stage.
even,
Let's talk about what was
certain
already
things like
happening
tortillas.
with Cuba before Nick ever booked a flight. Day one
They're
of
easy
Trump's
to get
second
out,
term,
though,
Trump
'cause they, like,
reverses
plump, but
all
the
of
meat-
Biden Cuba policy. Biden had been loosening
It sticks
restrictions
in
to
there.
Cuba, travel,
Yeah.
money, trade. Trump reversed it all on day one. Enter Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is the Secretary of State. He reinstates the Cuba restricted list. Quick explainer, that's a sanctions blacklist of Cuban state-linked companies that Americans can't legally do business with. So hotels,
Get the
banks,
fuck
ports.
outta
If the
here.
Cuban government controls it, you cannot touch it. And in Cuba,
There will be
government controls just about
no
everything. So you're not
Eastern
just sanctioning a
orthodoxy
regime,
in my
you're
cities.
sanctioning an entire economy. But Rubio has been the loudest
None
Cuba
of this
hawk in
shit.
this administration since before it even started. I mean, at his confirmation hearing, he said,
Get
and I'm
outta
paraphrasing,
here.
Cuba meets every criteria for a state sponsor of terrorism, and
Oh
regime
my
change
God.
would be of great benefit to the United States. But yeah, go Rubio 2028, am I right? Woo!
Is he?
June
Are they
2025,
talking about
Trump signed a
narco-terrorism?
national security presidential
What terrorist
memorandum
group?
tightening Cuba policy
What terror is
so
Cuba
more travel
behind?
Restrictions, more financial restrictions all around.
a good
December
question.
2025, as the Venezuela
Couldn't tell
situation
ya.
escalates, the U.S. starts seizing oil tankers headed to Cuba. Venezuela had been Cuba's primary source of oil since the early 2000s. January 11th, 2026, after capturing Maduro and his Nike sweat set, Trump cuts off Cuba's oil supply entirely and posts no more oil or money going to Cuba. January 29th, full full blockade authorized by executive order. By March, Cuba has had 3 nationwide blackouts, food shortages, medicine shortages, over 2 million people in emergency conditions, aka Cuba ain't looking too hot, all right? And then Trump at a Miami event says this.
Into Venezuela, I said, because I campaigned on the fact peace through strength, you wouldn't have to use. I built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next.
I love that he said, I campaigned on
pretend I
not
didn't say
using the military,
Please,
but now I'm
please,
using it.
Please, media, please disregard that statement. Thank you very much. Cuba's next.
April 28th, the Senate votes 51-47 to block a war powers resolution that would have required congressional approval before any military action against Cuba. Tim Kaine on the floor said if anyone were doing to the United States what we were doing to Cuba, we would regard it as an act of war. Then April 30th, Nick Shirley enters the chat.
Hang on.
Nick Shirley regarded as an act of war. Then April...
I thought that was Patrick Bet-David behind him for a second. Hang on. Let me full screen so you can see the little insert she put in. I don't know who that's supposed to be. Is that the Cuban
It
or
might
the
be the Cuban guy.
the security official?
April 30th,
Potentially.
Nick Shirley enters the chat. Yep, Nick Shirley
Maybe that was Nick
lands
Shirley's
in Havana.
thumbnail.
Okay, so quick summary.
Maybe.
All right, let's take a step back. Trump promises a new dawn in Cuba. The Senate removes the last congressional check on military action. And then Nick Shirley just independently decides to hop on a plane to Havana to show us how bad it is over there due to communism. Right. But anyways, okay, 4 days after getting safely on a plane home, Nick uploads a video titled, "I was almost taken hostage in Cuba." He was there to film a documentary on the humanitarian crisis in Cuba, which we're gonna get to. But first, let's start with this, because this is where the drama's at.
All right, depending when this comes out, or if it does, we are currently being tailed by Cuban intelligence here in Havana, Cuba. I came here, I've been wanting to make a video for so long about life in communism and showing people what communism is like in a place like Cuba, for instance.
Okay, he talks about communism for a bit. Let me skip ahead.
So I go out.
Thank you.
At the airport, they seize all of my cameras.
It's funny, she has these little like cute like little musical like bloop when she like pauses and stuff. Very well put together. Her set composition is outstanding as well.
Yes. Because
Like the only thing I could say is her light has a slight glare on the picture behind her, so you can't read the name.
I found her because I watched a video about fake Israeli food going into America. And then I saw a video the other day of people like tearing apart food and like seeing all this what looks like fake food that's probably AI.
Oh,
to be
like
to be fair, but
like the rubber watermelon.
yes.
Yeah, that's just when watermelons are overripe. That's how they get.
Oh, really? That's funny.
That's all it is. And but the other thing is like, what was it? The chocolate, right? So some food blogger specifically like showed how you get to the specific conditions to make the chocolate look like that rubbery consistency.
It's interesting.
My favorite, it's a video from a while ago, but it's a mom washing all the colors off the Skittles before she gives them to her daughter because dye bad, sugar good.
That's awesome.
Both my GoPros, my Meta glasses. These are not my Meta glasses.
Oh my god.
All my microphones. However, the only thing they don't take is my
I was about
iPhone
to say, I thought they broke his glasses, but that was Drew Pavlo. And whoever he was with.
You assaulted me? This is my property? Why are you not letting us in this private business?
What a bitch.
More property?
Fucking that's what I'm filming this on right now. They don't take my iPhone camera, and somehow they didn't get this microphone that was in the very, very bottom of my backpack.
So they didn't take his iPhone. They didn't take...
Hang on, Nick. Did you submit the right visa applications to be in that country?
to do media.
I think I said this at the time. Like, I would love to see him try to go to Egypt.
Do you need like very specific
conditions? You literally, it is next to impossible to film in Egypt.
Really?
Yes, and it's because of the Arab Spring. So, like, the guy who like took over after the Arab Spring he might have actually been Muslim Brotherhood Party, but it might have been a 2 steps removed type of thing as well.
Okay.
But he wasn't around long. And then the current guy, Sisi, came in.
Yeah, Sisi, yeah.
And so, like, that's why I talk about how Egypt is feckless and stuff, because they're so focused on oppressing their own people, because the government was ousted in recent history. So they're super fucking sensitive about everything.
Super edgy, yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. Like, it's easier to get permits to, like, film inside Mecca.
Crazy.
You know the best ever food review show?
Yeah.
So he did Egypt, right? And, like, he has never gone to any country and been disrespectful. Like, it doesn't, like, there's very few things where he actually couldn't keep a smile and was repulsed by it. And one of them was stingray liver.
Oh, interesting. That is gross.
But, like, he'll eat bile dishes and stuff and talk about, you know, that bitterness from the bile and stuff. And I'm like, that's gross. But, like, he's so respectful, especially, like, he'll eat stuff with, like, people who are tribal, you know, and, like, they eat, like, bugs and stuff. And he'll still be super
the
respectful.
indigenous here, one of the things that they'll make us eat witchy grubs, which are wood grubs.
I wonder if he's done Australia yet, because he would probably have something specifically with Aboriginals.
You mean the guy who did the HSP thing that we watched on his second channel? He's been to Australia. He went to the 5 restaurants in Melbourne. I've gone to 2 of them since. I doubted him. The fish and chip shop, amazing. Really fucking good. It's the best ever food review, yeah?
Yeah. So he has 3 separate videos, 2 on the main channel, 1 on the extra channel, just saying, do not go to Egypt. It's the only country he's ever been like this with.
Crazy.
We just got done with the police. What they told us is that the footage that we shot wasn't beautiful, wasn't pretty enough, it didn't meet their standard.
I love that he intercuts it with this beautiful food footage, which is the footage that they shot, because they were able to smuggle it out. The police The police destroyed backups.
They told us to delete it. Suddenly these guys are documentary filmmakers. I don't get it.
The vast Sahara Desert again.
We're trying to keep a low profile.
And soon, you'll know why you shouldn't go either.
Keep rolling, but be less obvious.
There's a very dark, very real side to this
very
country
jumpy.
few travel shows and travel hosts are willing to expose. Well, let me back up and zoom out for a second. Egypt is one of Africa's 54
It's very
countries.
stuttery.
Yes, Egypt. The language, Arabic. The main religion is Islam, which becomes a more than 95%.
Because I just want to look at the stuff where police harass us.
Soon after arriving in the country and pulling up at our hotel, our bags were x-rayed, then opened.
Just pause for a second.
Yeah, let it buffer. Do the turn.
I'll go back to the other one.
Take a smartphone. I feel like that already kind of ruins the story, but whatever.
So we get out and we go start to make the video asking Cubans about life in communism, or the word had gotten out that there was a journalist inside of Cuba. There's only 2 flights that come in here.
You're not
every
a
single
journalist.
day. And that's what my tourist visa said. That's what my visa said. It said for journalistic activities. So you can come here. There's 12 categories in which you can come, and journalist activities is one of those.
I'll pause it for a second.
Therefore, that is why I came.
Okay. So
Have I ever shown you a guy called Karl Stefanovic?
I don't know.
I'll show you his face. This bloke. He's like a morning TV host. Bit of a fuckwit. He went on TV drunk. This guy. You ever seen this guy before?
No.
So, he worked for Channel 9, which is the one that did 60 Minutes that exposed Ben Robert Smith. He went to England and basically just free platformed Tommy Robinson. Didn't push back on it at all. Basically just fanboyed over him. Lost his $3 million position on morning TV.
Yeah, I remember us talking about.
But my theory is he wants to because he's trying to do a Tucker Carlson thing. Which is why his show is highly produced while also lacking guests and also only interviewing fuckheads. There it is. So far... Oh, no, we want actual videos. It's all just just have a look at the show that he's producing, right? First of all, the thumbnails are awful. Truly terrible. Australia is next. Holly Valance, Barnaby Joyce, and some other dude. I don't know who the fuck Holly Valance is. Let's look up who that is. American British actress and singer. Let's see, political views. According to The Guardian, in 2024, Valance had rapidly risen to become radically right royalty. In February that year, she attended the launch of the new British conservative movement Popular Conservatism, led by UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. In a series of clips posted to Twitter, Valance was interviewed by Christopher Hope of GB News and was asked about her views on various issues. Her view of the climate crisis, or lack of, was that cleaner and cheaper energy is what we need. Asked about her political views, she said, "I would say that everyone starts off as a lefty and then wakes up at some point after making money." Okay, so we're basic bitch fucking conservative garbage of like, liberal as a young person, and then when you get old and smart, you become a conservative. False. This is bullshit. Okay, so very basic. A close personal friend of Nigel Farage. Okay.
Yucky.
Let's see who else he's had on. Oh, look. Ben Robert Smith, One Nation, and the ISIS Brides. Yeah, you can kind of tell exactly where he's... Oh, Drew Pavlu! Amazing. Incredible work. Actually, let's add this to the playlist.
There he is again. That's just a clip. There's a full thing with him down there.
Yeah, I'm just pulling the clip because I don't want to listen to this doofus. Australians don't trust politicians anymore. Like, why? So this is my real question, right? Why would I ever go to a morning TV show host for in-depth geopolitical analysis? Why would I do that? Why would I ever do that? At least Tucker Carlson had a late-night political show. This guy literally did a morning show that he was able to turn up drunk to and keep his job. Remember how I told you there was that guy who had a pay dispute with his co-host and she left because she was not getting paid as much as him?
Judge Janine Pirro shows up drunk every day to work as well. It keeps
Exactly.
her job and is still a judge.
But you can kind of see what he's trying to do, and this is why I say that he's trying to do a Tucker Carlson thing. Because it's very much like this right-wing kind of red meat bait. But like 63,000 views, like it's not that many views. There's no way he's making more money doing this than he was doing a shitty morning TV news show. Watched by mostly parents after they drop their kids off or while they're getting their kids ready for school. Like a lot of Pauline Hanson dick riding. I wonder if he's interviewed that guy who does the fascist podcast that has his little blacked out Australian flag in the back. Bob Catter? Carl Bloss, the government. Yeah, I'm sure his takes are so advanced and worth listening to. Okay. There's data that shows US and British millennials and Gen Z swinging left. Yeah, especially Gen Z. They're very much rejecting all this. Alright.
So clock that visa. We're gonna come back to it.
And right now it is currently 9:30, and we have
Get this man a drink of water.
Down in the lobby of the hotel right now, working to essentially try to round us up and potentially imprison us or make it so we cannot leave Cuba. So right now we're coming with a game plan to escape Cuba. This is not a joke. When we talk about communism and we talk about the effect of communism, something that you often don't look at is the freedom of speech or the freedom of press. And so if this video does make it out into the world,
hopefully America won't be
I have either
inflicting
been
things
kidnapped
that
or I am
are
safe.
against the freedom of speech in the
after
press.
March,
That would
if
be
it's
bad.
after May 1st, I am not kidnapped. But if the video is
You lose your train of thought, buddy?
Alright, I'm not.
You okay?
I'm not gonna get kidnapped, so I'm not gonna say that. So I'm going to post this video though, to show you guys the risk that we're in right now. And we are going to make it out of Cuba. If there's a will, there's a way.
And then he gets out May 1st, posts the video May 4th. Well, Cuba's state media fired back, and yes, it's state media, so take the source for what it is, but what they said is still worth noting. So they claim Nick entered on a tourist visa, not a journalist visa, and that when the immigration violation was detected, they applied standard protocol. Well, Nick did address his visa, right? He showed it in the video like we saw, but then in the documentary that he uploaded following this, he showed the visa again, and I want to look at that one because that's the most complete version he's put out, so let me play that for you.
Cuba right now is facing one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world. Cuba's government is a one-party communist-ruled country, and they are facing massive food shortages, daily blackouts, and a lack of medicine, and right now a US blockade is restricting oil and gas from coming inside of the country. With communism and socialism on the rise in the West, I wanted to see what life in communism
There is no
really
communism
like
rise.
firsthand, as
Cuba
has
is
been
not
living
communist.
underneath communism for over 60 years. Upon arrival, I completed all required documents and had received a visa for journalistic activity. However, once I landed, all my camera gear was seized.
So let's look at what this document actually is. I'm going to leave it on the screen for you. So this is the Cuban travel registration form, basically a customs declaration, and the field that says journalist
isn't this what
activity,
you wanted?
know what's circled here. Look at the label above it. It says OFAC category. That's a U.S. regulatory box Americans self-certify when they book travel to Cuba. So Cuba doesn't issue that. Cuba doesn't recognize that. That's not a journalist visa. He posted a customs form and called it a credential.
Amazing.
And as far as Cuba is concerned, anyone entering on a tourist visa is there as a tourist, regardless
Yeah,
of what
like Cuba's
OFAC
tourism industry is pretty big. Canadians actually go there a lot for
Really?
vacation. Yeah, because they
Well,
have like
I guess
some nice,
Justin
they have really
Trudeau
nice beach
is-
resorts that Americans are banned from going to.
True. But
So-
I also guess that Justin Trudeau is Castro's son. So it makes sense.
But it's really cheap to go there for vacation, and it's really nice. The resorts are really nice for the cost.
Yes.
So Canada and then Germany is another big one.
Interesting.
they selected. Cuba has its own journalist visa, the D6, which requires advance authorization through the Cuban embassy before you even get on the plane. We know how hard that probably is to get, but there's no indication that Nick had one. So if he showed up with professional equipment and private security guards without proper press credentials, what happened at the airport wasn't really press suppression, it was just the norm. Okay, you can not like it, you can think it's the effects of communism, you can think it's wrong, but unfortunately, like,
hey, didn't
I actually read
Drew
stories on people
Pavlou
trying to do journalism going to Cuba
travel
and
to America
apparently
on a wrong visa and then get rejected?
Well, that just
Might be-
shows that the
might be a
communists
country
are
thing.
taking over, isn't it?
Ah, exactly. Communism is winning. Maybe we should deport Hassan. Four turns. Beautiful.
like hide their equipment, like they know that this is going to happen because they want to do journalism under a tourist visa because it's so hard to get the journalist visa. So this is not anything new, okay? This is nothing like that other people haven't already done or tried to do. It's just it seems that Nick wasn't so smart at executing it, or there was an agenda here. I
Nick
don't know.
not
All I'm
smart.
saying is the whole they seized my equipment story, which
I
is
can't
the
believe
emotional
it.
core of everything, kind of falls apart. And what we're left with is a guy in a hotel room filming a dramatic video that he didn't release for 4 days, saying that he's potentially about to be kidnapped, getting on the plane the next morning, and then dropping the content once he's safely at home. Look, I'm not saying Cuba is telling the truth. I'm just saying Nick showed his audience a customs form and circled journalist activities, knowing people are not going to know the difference, knowing people are not going to know that's not a journalist visa. That's not an answer. That's not proof of anything. That's just a misdirect. He's counting on his audience not to know or not to look into it because they like what they're seeing. They like the results. May 1st, same day, Nick barely makes it out alive. Trump signs a new sanctions targeting Cuban officials, their families, and key sectors of the regime's economy. And then May 9th, Nick is on the PBD podcast, again, explicitly advocating for regime change and explaining how he thinks that Trump could do it.
Right now, the U.S. has a blockade on Cuba. Their main supplier of oil was Venezuela and Mexico. Trump said if Mexico were to give them oil, then they're going to impose more tariffs. So Mexico is scared off. They're not giving them oil. Venezuela, they're not giving them oil either. So the United States is currently squeezing all of the oil and gas out of Cuba, and it will not be hard for them to take it over, in my opinion.
And then the next day, he drops his documentary on YouTube, I Escaped Communist Cuba in 24 Hours. He highlights the humanitarian crisis, blames it entirely on communism, and uses it as evidence as to why he thinks Trump should intervene, or why he needs to intervene. At one point, he literally asked a Cuban citizen on camera whether U.S. military intervention would be good. But no agenda here, right? Here's the part that I think that should bother people the most, is that
Holy
Nick
fabricated
Shirley has
outrage,
spent
Batman.
the last 2 years building a brand almost entirely around shutting down immigration, right? Shutting down immigration in the United States, that's his thing, anti-immigration, secure the border, stop the flow. So the fact that he's now in Cuba telling us communism is destroying the country, the humanitarian crisis is worse than anybody knows, and fully supporting US regime change, does he understand what regime change does to migration patterns? Regime change in Cuba means chaos. Chaos means a refugee
No, he doesn't.
crisis. A
He's
refugee
dumb.
crisis from an island 90 miles from Florida means a wave of Cuban migrants to the United States. Florida has already absorbed what, like over 850,000 Cuban migrants in just the 2 years during an economic crisis? That's without regime change. Imagine what a collapse looks like. His entire brand says that's the thing he doesn't want. So either he hasn't thought about it, which means that he's stupid and he really shouldn't have
Nick
a platform
Shirley doesn't
advocating
think.
for anything, Or he doesn't
does what
actually
he's told,
care about immigration.
like a good boy.
He cares about whoever is pointing him at his next target, aka bot, aka plant, allegedly. Now I know many people are still defending Nick. I mean, when he posted that video, he got a ton of support. When he shared it on X, got almost 200k likes. So I'm aware of what's to come, me uploading this. I mean, I'm not declaring it, but I'm preparing for it. But I think some people are starting to be open to the idea of start asking questions.
That's what I heard.
Posted. The fact that Nick Shirley is in Cuba ahead of potential U.S. military operation leads me to believe he's now working with the feds at some level. They want to use his media platform to shape public opinion of the Cuban government. Y'all, this is a 24-year-old from Utah, okay? And I'm supposed to believe he independently got inside El Salvador's maximum security prison. He infiltrated drug cartels in Brazil. I mean, nobody ever asked how David and Nick got connected. You know, back when the Minnesota story dropped, nobody asked why David specifically reached out to Nick. I asked, and I got so much crap for it, but why Nick? Out of all the Gen Z independent journalists that are trying to, you know, make it, I mean, I see a ton on X or Instagram, whatever, why did
Twitter.
David specifically choose Nick? But here's what actually gets me. Okay, here's the why for this video, because in reality, I know that people see and believe what they want. And people have their biases, right? So if they like the way Nick looks more than the way I do, they're gonna go with what he's saying. I'm aware, I know. And honestly, in the year 2026, you are just seeing what you want. We have technology in our hands to look stuff up, to research. Like at this point, you want to believe what you want to believe on anything, not just Nick Shirley and not just Cuba. But I'm talking about this because I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because we have plenty of work here to do in the United States, here in my country. Plenty of problems Trump and his administration need to be focusing on. Our cities are struggling. We can't even keep our cities clean. They look ghetto and ratchet, and then he wants us to be okay. He wants us to be for spending our money to clean up Cuba? Regime change in Cuba? Cuba's next. Cuba's next. Sometimes we gotta use our military. Cuba. We have an actual drug crisis here. I know, you know, mainstream media doesn't talk about it, doesn't really cover it, but it's happening. The economy is absolute shit. I mean, boomers, millionaires might not be feeling it, but I think majority of Americans are struggling, got some anxiety over the housing, groceries, gas at $4 now because of a war. Oh yeah, we're literally at war with Iran. A war we shouldn't be part of, but whatever.
Is it chaos? Charles Manson, the CIA, and the history of the 60s?
This is what it is. This is reality. But yeah,
unless
we're
there's another
at war with
chaos.
Iran, and Trump's like, Cuba's next, LOL. There are real problems that need real attention and real accountability. And Nick Shirley, who built his entire brand on being the guy who holds power accountable, you know, the fraud, gotta look out for the fraud, who fights for the American taxpayer, who cares where our money is going, is in Cuba, doing a 30-minute doc for an administration he has been embedded with since before anybody knew his name, beating the drum for a military intervention that would send another wave of refugees to the same country he told you he was protecting. And he knows what he's doing. That's why I'm frustrated. He's not fighting for us. He's fighting for whoever opened his doors. But again, whatever, right? Because people see and believe what they want.
Ask how you are, and you just have to say you're fine, and you're not really fine. Just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Thank you so much for watching. Please give me a like. Comment down below your thoughts, unless you're Nick Shirley's mama, Nick Shirley groupie, a beta boomer, or a beta that has a crush on Nick. Yeah, I don't care to hear your opinion. I really don't.
God damn it.
Hello there, from the Middle East.
Hello.
Opened, then searched. Then the police came.
From around 4:30 a.m. to 10 a.m., we were outside the lobby, in the cold, and more police coming, asking us all types of questions, treating us like criminals, suspecting us of something, but I don't know what.
For 4 hours, we were interrogated by authorities wondering who we are and what we're doing here. In the end, they confiscated our lights, hard drives, batteries, and cameras. What I couldn't figure out then was, what were these guys so paranoid about? And then I read about Egypt's revolution.
The Arab Spring spreads to Egypt with a day of rage.
Demanded the resignation of then-President Hosni Mubarak.
They were scenes that gripped the world's attention.
In December 2010, this so-called Democratic Republic faced mass demonstrations. The people were challenging authorities over poverty, corruption, and political repression. Many of these protests were held in Cairo in the city center, incredibly close to the hotel where they just confiscated our gear. Over a period of weeks, demonstrations reached a climactic and tragic head on January 25th. On that date, the people made their voices heard by demanding President Mubarak to stand down. The Mubarak regime responded with violence. In the end, he did step down, but future leaders never forgot the impact and power the people had. Now, even years later, there's a paranoia that envelops the city, especially leading up to January 25th. We landed here on January 16th.
I regret this immediately. Oh, I just had a good idea.
Without cameras,
Come take a look at this beauty.
my team and I have decided to shoot this series using iPhones.
Not bad.
Still, our problems are just beginning.
Right now, the van is at a police station. They've gone through the shots on my phone. We don't know what's going to happen next.
Even with just phones, even though we have a valid shooting permit,
It's not exactly laws here.
Cairo's overzealous, paranoid police are on top of us.
They don't even wear uniforms.
Stopping us, asking us to delete shots they don't find beautiful.
This guy behind me, he can be police. But probably not.
In this series, you're going to witness the real Egypt, a straightforward document.
I'm keen for this. I'm excited.
I mean, you should watch the whole thing. It's an
I
hour
do want to
long.
watch this. I fucking
It's
will
an
watch
hour
this.
long.
I'm very
So-
interested.
New York just passed a law aimed at stopping people using 3D printers to make guns, and it could actually impact national defense and enable Chinese spying. And New York did it with a straight face. First off, yes, I know I'm dressed a little bit differently. I was just on TV, and yes,
Shut
I
up!
was amazing.
God, I fucking
Shut
hate
the
him
fuck
so
up!
much. Oh my god. Insufferable cunt.
You don't deserve to live!
But now that that's out of the way, I have to say, in some
God
ways,
fucking
I
damn.
understand what New York was trying to do here. A privately
Formaldehyde
made
face.
firearm without a serial number
That's
is hard to
rude.
trace. If police recover one at a crime scene, they can't just run the serial number and figure out who bought it or which dealer sold it. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has said that
Upset the
investigating
chinchilla.
unserialized, privately made firearms does create a tracing
We
problem.
should have clipped
and
that.
from 2016 to 2021, law enforcement recovered about 45,000
Where's my book?
untraceable
I'll
firearms
write it
from
down.
potential crime scenes, including hundreds connected to homicides or attempted homicides. So this isn't an imaginary problem. But the actual national defense problem is that New York's solution may be one of those ideas that sound great in a press release and becomes a freaking nightmare the second it touches engineering. So here's what New York actually did, why they did it, how it got enacted, and why it's an incredibly bad idea. The law that just got signed is actually part of New York's fiscal year 2027 budget package. And because this was done in a giant budget bill, it didn't get the same kind of attention as a bill called like the 3D printer Chinese spying enabling thing act. And it was just kind of stuffed into a massive public protection and general government bill. And in the US, when you pass something through a budget bill, you can move like really, really fast, but you're also kind of creating a law that doesn't get the kind
What's
of
his fucking
technical
name? I
scrutiny
forgot
it
his
probably
name.
needs.
Ryan Macbeth.
So here's what the law does. Here's
I was
kind of two
thinking
big
Ryan
pieces.
Chapman.
First big piece
But
deals
that's not
with
Ryan
digital
Chapman.
firearm manufacturing files. New York defines digital firearms manufacturing code as digital instructions, CAD files, code, or models
I
that can
didn't
be used to
capitalize
program
Beth
a 3D
out
printer
of
or CNC
disrespect.
milling machine to make a firearm, a ghost gun, an unfinished frame receiver, a silencer, rapid fire modification device, or major component. Then it creates criminal penalties for certain kinds of transfers and possession of those files. So not even the transfer of the gun, the transfer of the file. Knowingly selling, offering, transferring, distributing, providing that code to someone who does not hold both a New York valid gunsmith license and a federal firearms license.
Licenses and permits to point guns.
Possessing that code with intent to manufacture, distribute weapons is also a Class A misdemeanor. Second
Printing
piece
guns
is the 3D
is
printer
not a crime.
blocking technology.
Selling them
this
is.
should scare the hell out of you, even if you don't have a 3D printer, even if you hate guns.
You have to
The law
serialize
creates a working
them.
group on fire and prevention technology requirements for 3D printed, for three-dimensional printers. And it defines blocking technology as hardware, software, firmware integrated measures that make a printer refuse to print a file unless evaluated by a blueprint detection algorithm and determined that this thing isn't a firearm or an illegal firearm part. So this firearm blueprint detection algorithm is supposed to ensure that these STL files, CAD files, geometry, or other digital instructions determine whether this thing can produce a firearm or an illegal part. And every engineer watching this just made the same face, because the law is basically saying, build me a magic box that can look at a shape and determine criminal intent. But it also means that every time you 3D print something, you're likely to have to go out to a government-run server that's going to look at your project and determine if you're allowed to print it. This law was created for a public safety argument, and it's pretty easy to understand. New York
There are no desert
officials are looking at a world where
can't build Petra.
guns no longer come through traditional supply chains. You don't necessarily need a straw purchaser down in Georgia or a corrupt dealer driving those guns up I-95. You need a printer, you need some
put another
parts, you
city
need
down.
a little bit of
Another one
mechanical
for me to
ability.
take.
Problem is that the theory runs headfirst into reality, because here's the thing about gun parts. Some parts are obviously gun parts. This is obviously a gun part, right? A completed receiver looks like a receiver. A pistol frame looks like a pistol frame.
Okay.
But some firearm components have obvious geometry. Some don't, because a tube can be a tube, a bracket can be a bracket, a screw can be a screw. A spring could be something for a bike, a drone, a camera mount, a robot, or a toy. And when something looks suspicious, the CAD file doesn't tell you intent.
Okay.
And this is where New York may actually create a chilling effect on national defense and even a security risk. All right, if this is a compliance thing, a big company can deal with compliance, small prototyping shop, university lab, small defense startup can't necessarily deal with compliance. At least they can't do it cheaply. And rapid prototyping only works if it's rapid. The second you make every print job run through the same compliance stack or the same government server, it might flag ordinary geometry, it might not, but it's certainly going to slow everything down. So this law is broader than people realize. One of the weirdest parts of this law is kind of how it defines a three-dimensional printer. It doesn't just mean like additive manufacturing.
Maybe making those drones by hand.
It means like any
That's
machine
cool.
capable of making 3D modifications to an object from a digital file using subtractive manufacturing. That sounds like a CNC setup to me. So the law's definition specifically includes CNC milling machines. So it's not just about a $300 printer in some guy's apartment printing plastic parts. This potentially touches machine shops. And machine shops are not the
so
same
it's
as
not
some
the thing.
fringe hobbyist
It's not
in his kitchen.
people not being
making a
able to
part
3D print
for a gun.
guns. It's the
Machine shops
weapons
are the backbone
industry
of prototyping and
not being able to
manufacturing.
print
You need them
guns
for
that you have a
robotics,
problem
aerospace,
with.
medical
Good to know
devices,
which side you're
consumer
on, Ryan.
products, automotive, and defense subcontractors.
You piece of shit.
And that's where I kind of get interested, because the defense subcontracting thing has me worried, because sometimes weapon systems components, they're subcontracted out to multiple subcontract vendors.
Iraqi special forces are currently raiding politicians' homes and arresting them. It's specifically people who are
Iranian
pro-Iran.
band? Yep.
So, like Maliki party and
Interesting.
stuff. But we
Intriguing
only have one
developments.
confirmed official. It's rumors that others are going on right now. So we'll keep an eye out.
Lockheed Martin might subcontract a shelf in a drone control shelter to a subcontractor. That subcontractor buys the pins for the shelf that hold the shelf together from another subcontractor.
I'm not necessarily
That might be a
opposed to it. I
CNC
just don't
machines,
think it's a good
shop.
idea.
And if that pin subcontractor is based in New York, the pin that could hold the shelf together might look the same as the pin that holds a gun together. Now you kind of see the problem here. This is where the law starts looking less like a gun control measure and more like a technology control measure. And that doesn't mean it's unconstitutional. I'm not a lawyer here. But I do know that in the event of a large-scale combat operation, if the United States has to scale up production, we don't need our single point of failure to be freaking New York. Right? Like if there's thousands of CNC shops and thousands of 3D print shops in New York, are we going to rely on some dude in a government agency approving every single file when we have to scale up manufacturing really fast to fight China? You're dealing with politicians who are trying to get elected, not politicians who are thinking of long-term consequences of their actions. So this doesn't mean you're going to have cops kicking in doors tomorrow, taking everybody's 3D printer. But it does mean manufacturers and distributors and labs and schools now have to plan around a compliance regime that doesn't exist yet. The real issue that I see is that if 3D printer files require cloud scanning by the state of New York or cloud-based authentication, remote approval, then New York may have to create a system where
he's only said one douchey
files
thing
get
so
inspected
far
by third-party software.
That's
That
true.
means if you're a manufacturer and let's say you have trade secrets inside your 3D printed or CAD file, you might not want a New York City CNC or 3D printing firm to take your subcontracting job because you have no idea where that file is going. Once your 3D printed file is sent up to the state of New York for inspection, how long do they keep it? How secure is it? I mean, can some random government official look at the CNC file you sent to a subcontractor in New York? And here's the part that genuinely terrifies me. If I were China, I would go right to the employees of that state agency and the ones who inspect those 3D printer files, I'd offer them $10,000 for every CNC file uploaded that looks like it's from a defense contractor. And now I'm stealing secrets from the U.S. Thank you, New York. New York should call this the National Defense Disempowerment and Chinese Spying Assistance Act. This law is going to make us less safe as a country.
Hold on.
Thank you for watching.
Hey everyone! Only one douchebag thing and then the end branding, which doesn't count. That's a historic first for him.
Where are my shut-ups? Where did I put them? Where did I put them? Oh.
You are constitutionally incapable of not shutting the fuck up. Shut the fuck up!
Okay, candidates from the Democratic Socialists of America,
found
which
them.
is effectively the leftmost wing of the Democratic Party, swept a trio of New York City House primaries. Daria Laza Avila Chevalier, a pro-Palestinian activist with a pretty controversial tweet
Sounds
history,
foreign.
ousted five-term
was
incumbent
based
Adrian
tweet.
activist.
Hang
with
on.
a pretty
I have no nuance to add. Fuck Kamala Harris. And the account name is From the River to the Sea.
That's great.
controversial tweet history, ousted five-term incumbent Adriano Aspiat, Brad
Hell
Lander,
yeah.
who ran in last year's mayoral race and made a name for himself as a relatively outspoken Jewish critic of Israel, saw off the more pro-Israel centrist Dan Goldman and Claire Valdez, who want to abolish ICE and raise taxes on the rich, claimed the seat of retiring Nydia Velázquez, defeating
I
her
believe
preferred
ICE is
successor
now
Antonio
banned from New
Reynoso.
York.
All three
Cool.
candidates had been endorsed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who's also a member of the DSA, and represent the latest in a string of DSA victories across the country,
Time to
including
ship in
Chris
those
Rabb's
illegal
primary
products,
win in
baby.
Philadelphia, and mayoral races
No
in Washington,
customs.
D.C., Seattle, and, of course, New York. Unsurprisingly, this has sparked a fair bit of disquiet in both the Democratic Party, where
Time to drop
centrist
those
Democrats
prices
are
in New
fretting
York.
about the electoral risks of any leftwards pivots, and even parts of the media. The Economist ran a leader earlier this month sounding the alarm bells over the rise of, quote, Gen Z socialism,
Cry
much like
about
they
it.
did over the alleged rise of millennial socialism after the election of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in 2019. This sentiment was
Ironic
echoed
when these
by
guys
Trump
suck
himself,
China's
who
dick.
took to Truth Social on Wednesday to insist that America would never be a communist country, before complaining that the media didn't give him the same attention when his endorsements paid off. So, in this video, we
Mamdani
thought we'd
isn't
take a
communist.
look at socialism's alleged rise in America, whether it's real, and where it might go. Trump has launched so many military interventions, it's kind of hard to keep track. So, in the latest issue of our magazine, Too Long, we go instance by instance to work out what Trump's doing across the world, and if he's launching a holy war. That's just some of 80 pages in the magazine, because there's more in Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description. So, to understand why the rise
Everybody's
of
catching on
self-described
to this
socialists
holy
in
war shit
America
now.
is so remarkable, we need a bit of history. In short, America has long been uniquely hostile to socialist politics, and more so than basically any other developed country. As early as the 1830s, Alexis de Tocqueville observed that in no other country of the world is the love of property keener or more alert than in the United States, and nowhere else does the majority display less inclination towards doctrines which in any way threaten the way property is owned. In 1892, as socialist parties were rising across Europe, Friedrich Engels complained about America's unique bourgeois prejudices, which he attributed to the, quote, slow-wittedness of the Anglo-Saxon race. There was a Socialist Party of America, which was founded in
Funny as
1901,
fuck.
and they did have pockets of electoral strength, including perhaps most notably Milwaukee, with the so-called sewer socialists, who Mamdani cites as his political
Am I a
inspiration.
Marxist now?
But they fared poorly at the national level. In 1912, when the party was arguably at its electoral peak, their presidential candidate, Eugene Debs, received just 6% of the national vote. For context, the 1912 election in Germany was won by the Social Democratic Party. The 1914 election in France was won by the Radical Socialist Party. And while they didn't win, the Labour Party won 21% of the vote at the 1918 election in the UK. Why socialism never took off in the US in the way that it did in Europe remains debated, but it probably had something to do with the fact that American workers earned more and were more likely to own land, largely because there was just more of it. Furthermore, as a relatively new country, America didn't have the same entrenched class hierarchies as Europe, which made Americans less likely to buy into the proletariat-bourgeoisie dichotomy, and America's rigid two-party system made it nearly impossible for new, more fringe outfits, like the Socialist Party, to break through. The Socialist Party duly died off, and most socialists migrated into the Democratic Party, where they set up the Democratic Socialists of America. The DSA struggled to exert influence over the party's direction, but enjoyed a surge in membership after the 2008 financial crisis, and then again after the presidential run of Bernie Sanders in 2016, who self-identified as a democratic socialist. This all culminated in the election of the so-called Squad at the 2018 midterms, who were generally seen as being pretty cosy with the DSA.
Damn, she real bold
Unfortunately for the DSA, it all went downhill after 2018. The Democrats pivoted to the centre with Biden in 2020, and the DSA had
Chunky.
less influence on the 2024 Kamala Harris campaign than they apparently hoped. The same year, 2 Squad members were ousted in primaries, losing to more pro-Israel candidates with copious amounts of funding from AIPAC and other pro-Israel groups.
AIPAC?
However, in the past year or so, and especially since the arrival of Mamdani, the DSA has enjoyed a sudden and somewhat unexpected comeback. So, is this the beginning of a socialist revolution in America? Well, probably not. But there are a
By
couple of
definition,
big
it's not a
buts here.
revolution.
We say probably not because, leaving aside the fact that America's democratic socialists are more like European social democrats than actual socialists, outside of deep blue urban places like New York, identifying as a democratic socialist remains an electoral liability. Significantly more Americans have a positive view of capitalism than socialism, and recent polling by YouGov suggests that, while 33% of Americans have a favourable opinion of socialism, 44% have an unfavourable
They'll
view.
die soon.
Furthermore, only 10% say they have a...
I mean, even in New York, it's called the Working Families Party because you can't put fucking socialist on the ballot.
Yeah. very favourable opinion compared to
education.
34% who say they have a
I'm
very
with the Nazis.
unfavourable opinion.
How about that?
And 42% say they wouldn't even
Can't believe
consider
she said
voting
that.
for a socialist
National
candidate.
Socialist.
This, plus recent national election results, all suggest that self-identifying as a socialist, or more generally being seen as far left, still presents an electoral headwind. Nonetheless, we have three big caveats here. The first is that the electability of quote-unquote socialist politicians depends less on what Americans think about socialism and more about what they think of the politician themselves. Mamdani is a great example. Lots of commentators wrote him off as being too left-wing, but he was able to win an election and stay popular because he's a great politician. Second, thanks to America's two-party system, if the DSA can assert themselves within the Democratic Party, much like MAGA did in the Republican Party, then they'll have a chance at the national level, especially when national-level Republicans are so unpopular. This looks increasingly possible. Not only are DSA candidates winning across the board, but recent polling suggests Democrats have a more favourable view of the DSA than they do of the Democrats actually in Congress at the moment.
I mean, look.
Third and finally, young Americans...
I mean, when Palestine is such a big issue, and the Democrats...
Chuck Schumer leading your party.
Yeah, exactly. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats...
We will win.
Standing in fucking gilded ballrooms telling a crowd of probably very rich people that they need to send even more weapons and money to Israel. Even AOC is off that train now because it's swung and she listens to people. Like, the Democrats are literally shooting themselves in the foot by doubling down on Israel. So much so that, as fucking Wendy said, the Republicans are gonna circle round and fucking outflank them to the left. That's fucking crazy. Like, the Democrats are that incompetent that at this point the DSA is the option. They need to turn the party around, and the DSA is the option. All those shitty fucking liberals will become Republican lights. Or they'll just become the Republican Party, and MAGA will be the fucking fascist part. It'll be a party split. You know, maybe the seventh party system is a three-party. Fascist, light fascist, and then socialist. That would be funny.
Significantly more open to socialist politics. According to Pew, socialism is more popular than capitalism with 18 to 29-year-olds. And that YouGov poll we mentioned a second ago also found that 45% of 18 to 29-year-olds have a favourable view of socialism, compared to 28% who have an unfavourable view. Similarly, a 2025 survey by the Cato Institute found that 62% of Americans aged 18 to 29 hold a favourable view of socialism.
What's funny, if I use the Cato Institute as a source anytime, if somebody is like any part of like... Oh, I kicked my webcam. If they're any part of like the radical like left, they'll be like, you know, that's an imperialist source. And it's like, what are you going to do now when it's telling you that people have favorable views of socialism? Kind of hurts that argument, doesn't it?
While 34% said they even had a positive view of communism. This suggests that socialist political fortunes could improve with time. So, onwards, comrades. The latest issue of our magazine is out now. And if you want our best value...
Awful.
Awful? Okay. Here you go.
Heard of this fresh-faced new rogue politician on the block? Her name's Pauline Hanson. Yeah, she's fed up. She's absolutely sick of it. She's absolutely sick of all this rubbish. She's sick of welfare. Sick of Indians coming in here. She's sick of welcoming the country. She's absolutely sick of it. What have we got to lose by betting on someone outside of the establishment? She's new. She's only been in Parliament since 1996. She's anti-establishment. She's only been in Parliament since the birth of modern email.
Could be louder!
Came out. She's an outsider. Like, she's only been in Parliament since Princess Diana divorced Princess Charles. She's a rogue. She's only been in Parliament since the literal death of Tupac Shakur. Have you heard of Gina Reinhardt? She's Australia's Elon Musk. She's got her finger on the pulse, this Gina Reinhardt. Very savvy person. You know why she inherited her company from her dad? And do you know why she gave Pauline Hanson a plane? It's called trickle-down economics, sweetie. If you're smart, you get a company or a plane. If you're stupid and weak, you get $2 an hour.
Australia has become too expensive to invest in. Africans want to work, and its workers are willing to work for less than $2 per day.
People have noticed the explosive recent success of One Nation. People are like, fuck this cunt. What's happened in the past 6 or so months to cause that? Why didn't we see it happen, for example,
Could be louder.
when the March for Australia exploded around Australia? That was a groundswell.
Hey, Tom.
Flash in the pan, admittedly, but groundswell.
Your levels are low.
Grassroots white nationalist movement. People are like, that's weird. We don't actually have an election for 700 days. Funny that she's suddenly 7,000 million% more popular right now. Australian electoral campaigns only last for a couple of months. We have mandatory
about to
voting
cry?
here. We don't have this endless campaign fundraising.
She
cycle
is
where
crying.
you gotta, like, pump all this money into these shadowy super
Amazing.
PACs, hype people up just to get them to get off their asses to go and vote. Very different system. All the urgent discussion about polling almost daily at the moment, as though there's about to be an election when there isn't. You know what lasts for about 700 days, though? US electoral campaigns. It's almost as though this campaign appears to be being run on an American timeline. Almost as though it's being run with American assistance. Big question on many people's lips is, what are we supposed to do about this?
That's
Some
an
of us on
interesting
the
proposition.
will tell you, well, you know, she got, to no small degree, run out of town in the 1990s. You know, I have many comrades who were around for that campaign.
Reinhardt
Absolutely agree.
is a
You know,
part of a
part an
Trump
effective
affinity group
response to the far right
and regularly
involves
goes to
showing up
Mar-a-Lago.
boots on the ground. I'm the
Wouldn't
first
be
person to
surprised if
always.
Bannon
Other
was
people will
involved.
tell you that we need to do something very urgently about the deluge of AI slop and the largely botted online campaign that appears to be buffeting the winds of Pauline Hanson's success. And of course I agree with that too. I'm not sure the Australian media seems to give a shit or really apprehend the problem there. But it is nice to see that some people, including in Parliament, are beginning to apprehend, if not tackle, the problem.
We know foreign websites have been pumping out up to 400 fake posts a week, using deep fake AI promoting One Nation. To use some pub vernacular, this country needs to wake the fuck up to what is going on in the sphere of social media.
Other people will
say
that
you can't say that bad word.
I'll point, for example, to David Pocock as someone who's having a great deal of success at speaking to the
Poggers
of struggling working class Australians at the moment.
I wish I could hear
their energies towards something more productive than pointing at the guy with the funny.
You know, this video's too quiet.
It's a shame because it's a good video, but the assertion that Americans might be involved with One Nation's campaign and how it aligns with an American campaign schedule is very intriguing. Very, very much so. Who's attacking Taos? Why are their borders down? Huh.
Hassan Piker's most famous
No one cares about his background, of course. It's not relevant. It's not relevant to the conversation. A Jewish man was taken away from his seat of power.
He says his opponent's message wasn't just...
Also, it's like crazy. This is a wild thing. Like, can you imagine if we were like, Hillary Rodham Clinton defeated anti-Semitically in the primaries Bernard Sanders, who is Jewish. Like it's just funny that it only works in one direction. Okay, it only works in one direction. Can you imagine if Fox News was like, Hillary Rodham Clinton demonstrated peak anti-Semitism by taking out the presidential chances of a Jewish man?
Anti-Israel, but anti-Semitic. Watch.
Outright anti-Semitism, which is on the rise. Something I certainly felt during this campaign, and is something that the entire Democratic Party, not just Jews, are going to have to grapple with. It cannot just be on the Jewish community itself to defend against anti-Semitism. It is going to have to be a unified effort.
Dog, the Jews in your district voted for another Jewish politician over you. That's not anti-Semitism. Like, this argument does not make any sense. He's like, yeah, these Jews voted anti-Semitically for another Jew over me. Any other situation, it would still be stupid, but you could at least, like, kind of make it stick. But we're talking about Brad Lander. Like, what do you mean? In a district that is also Very Jewish. This argument makes no damn sense.
Everyone who believes in equal rights and civil rights and social justice to band together and to acknowledge that this is a form of hate.
It's not just New York. Far-left candidates with similar platforms.
They always love running this line, and it's so funny because they have Nita Allam, who lost, Sue Altman, who also lost to Adam Hamawi, Junaid Ahmed. Like, all these people have lost already.
Are running in state and federal races all across the country, many of them on your screen. And they're gaining traction in races against more moderate Democrats. Opposing Israel is just one part of the socialist platform that's dividing Democrats. Some establishment lawmakers have spoken
Brad Lander is hiding scared after Brad Lander's win 2 days ago.
out against the far left's
35% off gifted subs.
rhetoric. But the DSA is reportedly plotting on
True.
ways to take their ideas all the way to 2028. Marie, let's start with you.
I knew that was coming to me. I could sense you turning.
Yeah, do you agree with this premise? Does it frighten you? Are there
How much did Lander being Jewish factor into his decision to challenge Goldman instead of accepting a position by Mamdani? What? I don't think that played a role in anything. That's such a weird question. I don't even think you were trying to make it sound suspicious intentionally, but that's a strange question. I don't know how to answer that at all. Yeah, he didn't get a position in the mayoralty, right? Mamdani knew that Brad is from that district and he's beloved in that district, and he urged him to do that, as opposed to the DSA cadre candidate that was supposed to run in that district at the time.
Gavin
was a little
Newsom
bit,
is also doing a more
not to get into too
socialist
much
pivot
inside
now,
baseball,
too.
but you know, at the time that was a decision that was questioned. Let's just say
Politically
ultimately it all worked
homunculus.
out because Zohran Mamdani was, making big money moves. I'll be honest, like I was the one who was obviously upset about the Chiose situation with Hakeem Jeffries, but he actually did the money spread straight up. He did the mother money spread because I thought he had the bandwidth to push for. I thought he had the bandwidth, and not Zoran necessarily, but like DSA had the bandwidth to push for Chi off of this victory, right? To try and unseat Hakeem Jeffries, even though obviously Hakeem Jeffries had like a really high approval rating in his own district, and and I think that would have ruined everything. That straight up would have ruined everything because Hakeem would come down like a lion on every race, which he probably still put a lot of investment into, but it would have made it so much more difficult, in my opinion. Yeah, I think Zoran and the DSA moved their political capital around perfectly. They played it perfectly. I'm really proud of them. I'm honored to have played, albeit a small role, in these sequence of victories.
I love that he's now taking
it
total
also
credit
kind of
like he was
preserved
before.
Chi's career too. This was like
Did
the
he
thing
get
that I
called
was
out for
worried
it?
about more so than anything else.
Everyone was
'Cause
kind
I
of
love
like,
Chi.
okay, bro.
I think he's brilliant, and I think he has
He's the main
an
character, don't
insane
you understand?
career ahead of him.
He's
and
in
I was worried
California.
that this would just cut him out. Because it was a
Massive
huge
contributor.
risk, and it would have expended tremendous amounts of resources from DSA rather than running
really
multiple
boots
races
on
at
the
the same
ground shit.
time, which was the counter argument that people presented.
From his
and
mansion in
ended up
California.
looking great overall, right? She ended up looking great in the end. You know, he took one for the team. He took an L for the cause, for a broader cause. And he also showed that he was a team player, a movement guy. And now he has, now he doesn't have a potential L, you know what I mean, under his belt.
concerns emanating throughout the Democratic Party of what the anti-Semitism, how it has been fomented or has appearing?
Well, look, I have lots of thoughts on this. First, I would say what we are seeing across the country is an anti-incumbency, anti-establishment movement that people, in both parties are like,
Yeah.
we want you out, we want new leaders. On this issue, look, when it comes to Dan Goldman, he was beat by a fellow Jewish politician, Brad Lander, who calls himself a liberal Zionist. He doesn't support Israel killing civilians in Gaza. He doesn't support what the Israeli government is doing in the West Bank. But for Dan Goldman to say that is anti-Semitism, look, we are all opposed to anti-Semitism. I've worked on this issue for a long time, and we
What
need
is
to
going
call it
on?
out.
I'm watching Fox News. For a second, I was like, what channel am I looking at? What? Bro, we don't hear this from CNN. What the is going on? I literally thought, I was like, what is this, Democracy Now? Like, what? She does not have the style of someone who would be on Democracy Now. What am I looking at?
When it is there, and there are some Democratic candidates who I think are there, and I really do not want to be part of my party and do not support. But someone like Brad Lander, we have to have room in this country to oppose the Netanyahu administration in Israel, to say that Israeli policy is not good.
Yeah, I know he responded to me. I quote retweeted him. He said, it's pretty obviously not an attack ad. It's the NRSC telling you they want El Sayed to win the primary because they think he's easier to beat. Do with that information what you will, but it's what's happening. Republicans want him to be the nominee, which I don't disagree with. I just don't think that he's the weakest candidate out of the three. I think he's the strongest candidate out of the three, which is why I responded and I said, perhaps the Republicans are making a huge mistake, and you are too, with your assessment that Abdul's weaker than Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, Lamau, which of course is Matt Iglesias. Obviously he's wrong. He's always wrong. Hasanabi, my mom loves you. Thank you. Thank you to your mommy.
Without all being called anti-Semites. And to
Weird.
say that Brad Lander, who is Jewish, who got a lot of the Jewish community to support him in ousting Dan Goldman, is somehow anti-Israel and anti-Semitic, that is a cheap shot. And quite frankly, it weakens the argument when we do call out actual anti-Semitism, of which there is a lot on the right.
Goldman
and
was
the left.
had his money refunded at a coffee shop.
Moscow?
My gosh.
Are you
And you're
gonna call
talking about Brad Lander. He's
I'm gonna take Moscow.
Yeah, Dan
too.
Goldman had his money refunded at a coffee shop. This is a heinous act
Invading
of
Russia like
anti-Semitic
it's the fucking
violence.
early
Why did that happen?
1900s.
Oh, like he wasn't denied service at the point of entry, of course.
Yeah, history joke.
They just realized it was Dan Goldman, Israel's strongest warrior, and the coffee shop, you know, had their feelings about that and wanted to make a statement.
calling out anti-Semitism because he was a victim of it 48 hours ago. And that should be the focus right now. Chevalier, okay, you want to talk about...
Wait, why should that be the focus? Dude, come on. No, you want that to be the focus. Dan Goldman didn't even make a big deal out of it, dude. It's so funny that he was the person who was supposedly victimized in this heinous anti-Semitic hate crime. And literally he was like, yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah, sure, I got free coffee. I just wanted my daughter to use the restroom, so I bought something. Who gives a shit? And Fox News is like, this is the worst thing that has ever happened. If United States Representative and extremely publicly known and outspoken Israel supporter Dan Goldman can't go to this one particular coffee shop in New York City, what about the rest of the Jews? Which, again, I am going to repeat, it's also a very Jewish district. Like, it's not like this is, you know, we're not talking about like Dan Goldman entered a coffee shop in like rural Mississippi or something where he was wearing a Star of David and he got weird looks. Like, this is literally, it's New York City. Most districts are very Jewish districts. This is one that is particularly higher as far as the demographics goes. So that's why it's even funnier. That's also like a couple things that people say about New York that always make me laugh. If you're anti-immigrant in any way, shape, or form in New York City, I laugh at that. I'm like, have you looked around? This is one of the most diverse places on the planet. Like, literally, it's New York and Toronto, two of the most diverse cities on the planet. You're an idiot. And the other thing is, like, when you talk about heinous anti-Semitism and how dangerous it is for Jews to live in New York City, that's insane. Have you been to New York City? It is objectively the safest place for Jews to live on the planet. Like, literally safer than Tel Aviv by design, by default, because Tel Aviv is constantly getting into constantly maintaining an apartheid, constantly doing wars on numerous fronts. So yeah, New York, objectively the safest place on the planet for Jews, aside from like Boca Raton, Sherman Oaks, my neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Lander, let's talk about Chevalier, who after babies were put in ovens on October 7th, the day after, she attended a pro-Palestine rally where there were speakers who attempted to justify October 7th.
And
that is
still
right?
support that.
You need to reckon with this part of your party. I'm going to quote Sarah Foreman, Democratic strategist. She said, this is the version of the Democrats the voting population of New York wants. We need to stop pretending it is not the case. These are socialists, in most cases anti-Semites. 66% of your party.
Why one show.
Vote for them. They're all anti-Semites.
He was stumped that he only had one leg.
Then why do so many Jews vote for them?
No,
It's so
he's
funny.
missing
It's
both
true.
legs.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah.
Then? Explain that, please.
smart political person in mind. But if you think we were talking off air about John Ossoff that you think could win a Democratic primary, absolutely no way, no how. You're looking at an AOC winning a Democratic primary. Socialism is the way forward for your party. 66% of Democrats say it. And until you reckon with it, we're having a socialism takeover of a party that represents half the country.
Here's the challenge with Israel. I have never seen in my political career of 20 years any issue on the right and the left greater in public support over the last several years as much as support for Israel.
Did you put glasses
and that is
on?
not
No,
because
it's
they're all
liberal Kelly.
anti-Semites. There are some, and we need to call them
It's
out.
her
And I
good
agree with you,
twin.
Kaylee.
Kelly's the evil
But a lot of that is
evil
because
twin.
of what the Netanyahu government is doing. And look, yes, these candidates win in New
Look,
York.
it's the same
These
picture.
Democratic socialists win in New York. That's not who Democrats are running in swing states. John Ossoff is bridges the parts of the
It's
party,
like Clark
moderate,
Kent. She just puts on the glasses, takes off the cross,
becomes a liberal.
Can I jump in on the nationwide thing?
I'm just saying that we have to look across the country. Support for Israel is
liberal
cratering,
bullshit.
and for those of us who want Israel to be safe and secure, we need to grapple with why.
Israel and Jewish Americans are not the same thing.
I agree with.
Wow, really? Wait.
Crazy.
No. Really? Okay, so I can say whatever the I want about a foreign country without you, I assume, maybe even in the process of this exact news hit, calling someone like myself an anti-Semite then, right? Hold on. We're 5 minutes in. Let's take a look.
This is our country. And if you want to press against, you know, a lobbyist, AIPAC, and you want to do, don't make it commensurate with hating Jews. Your party is in the place of, fine. Then rein in the people who are expressing hate.
Yeah, what about the people on the conservative side expressing hate that have been doing this, that have been talking?
Don't you? We're talking about
no, but
the
like if you
takeover
call
of
out
the
Democrats,
Democrat
call out Republicans
American
too.
Party.
This is
Let's
not
go.
a Democratic problem. This is
nationwide.
not a Democratic.
We don't
problem.
have anti-Semites, two of whom won a primary just Tuesday night.
Do you know how
Name
many
for me the two Republican anti-Semites
Yes.
that won a primary.
Famously, no anti-Semites in the Republican Party.
Never, not even once. That's never happened. What are you talking about?
What a dingus.
Doofus. I have a soundbite. Where is my doofus soundbite?
A doofus.
Amazing.
Wait a minute. She just said criticisms of Israel have nothing to do with American Jews. Now you're saying Brad Lander, who is Jewish himself, and Daria Lisa and Claire are all anti-Semites for their anti-Israel sentiment. How interesting. That only took, like, what, 10 seconds? 10 seconds for you to drop the ball.
List of 100.
Okay, let's go nationwide. In Maine, an oyster farming Nazi,
That's not
Plattner.
true.
In Michigan, you've got Elsaya, who is
I love that now they can recognize the Totenkopf and Nazi symbols when it's Graham Plattner who had one.
Isn't that convenient?
Tom Piker's most famous fan. You've got on you've got Elsaya.
Are you coming over with me?
Who is
with your crossbowman?
Hassan Piker's favorite in Maine, an
crossing the
oyster
oceans
farming Nazi
That's not
to invade
Plattner.
Russia?
In Michigan, you've
man.
got Elsaya, who is Hassan Piker's most famous fan. You've got on
Huh?
How many seconds was that? 6:04.
I mean, don't you? We're talking about
No, but
the
like if you
takeover
call
of
out
the
Democrats in hate that have been doing this, that have been talking.
Don't you? We're talking about
but
the
like-
So approximately it took the panel approximately 35 seconds to go from criticism of Israel has nothing to do with American Jews to one saying Brad Lander, who is an American Jew, is anti-Semitic for his opinions on Israel, to then finally arrive at Hassan Piker, who, of course, notorious anti-Semite. None of the people that you brought up are anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, every single person, myself included, have combated anti-Semitism over and over again. We also have issues with Israel. So I guess you don't believe it. How interesting.
It's coming Tuesday. Out in Denver, Colorado, you have a congresswoman, an incumbent moderate of sorts, Diana DeGette, who has been there for probably 30 years,
yes, she
running against a 29-year-old Malat Quiros. She has no political experience. She was fired from her New York lawyer job for writing anti-Semitic, anti-Israel.
You know what's really funny about this shit, by the way? Well, everything, first of all. But what is exceptional about this back and forth commentary is, like, you know who else they said had no experience and would suck as mayor? Zoran Kwame Mamdani. You know who has been a phenomenal mayor so far, regardless of his lack of experience in governance? Zoran Kwame Mamdani. So it turns out experience doesn't mean much. As a matter of fact, experience is bad. It just shows that you have nothing to show for after 30 years of occupying a seat.
Stuff. You're seeing this happen all across the country. And the fact that the Democrat Socialists of America, in 2015, they had 6,000 people. Bernie Sanders launches a quasi-socialist campaign. They say, let's hitch our wagon up to this. Even though we're farther to the left, let's see where it takes us. Today, they just had a hat trick sweep in New York, and they have more than 100,000 members nationwide with their eyes set on taking down Hakeem Jeffries.
Because people know that the system isn't working for them. This is the thing. People, I don't think a lot of these voters that voted for Democratic Socialists also voted for Donald Trump in 2024. So some of it is about policies. I mean, we can look at the data. It's just the numbers don't lie.
Like AOC and Donald Trump.
They want someone
got the same people voting for them.
Hatred for Jews in this country. Okay, and the press, the physical press against them, the threats against them up more than 400% in just the last few years.
Yes.
We cannot let that cook. This is 1933, by the way, where you've got people who want to
now everything's Hitler, huh?
Jewish, and they're being turned away. I remember, and I don't know if everybody has studied it this much, but that's really when it started. It didn't start with killing Jews. It started.
Oh my God, they get so woke, dude. It's so funny. By the way, I don't think any of them are Jewish. Not that it matters. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and hell hath no fury like a Fox News panelist that is going to get absolutely hysterical about not really protecting Jews, by the way, but protecting people who are pro-Israel, okay? It is crazy. These guys literally, and I can say this comfortably because it's not even like DEI only for Jews at this point. It's just DEI only for people who are in defense of Israel, Jews who are in defense of Israel, because they're on the one hand calling a Jew who is against Israel, right? Who isn't even like all that against Israel, but is definitely very critical of Israel, a parasite, an anti-Semite. That's it. The only people in this country that are the recipients of true DEI are Jewish people who are pro-Israel. Okay, that's it. According to Fox News, those are the only people that you could talk about this way. Meanwhile, say anything of the sort about black people on this panel, which includes a black lady, and they will call you hysterical.
With push. Please don't cut me off. Because I'm going to require that you know more than what you're saying about what they're going through right now.
I have studied this my entire life. And when Donald Trump...
What are they going through now? This is our moment not to let this happen.
Yeah, I tried to go to an Arab-owned restaurant with a Palestinian flag, wearing an IDF shirt and meta glasses, and they didn't want me there.
Then call out anyone who does it. And when Donald Trump says Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian,
I'm calling out on this couch today,
Jew,
the topic that
call
we're
that
on
out too.
is in your party. And instead of you taking responsibility...
Damn, she's cooking, by the way, with this whole
crazy
know you. I feel like we don't give enough credit to the know you as a really, really reliable mechanism of deflection.
Yes, Chuck Schumer.
I'm over here going, yeah, you're cooking, sis.
Bro.
For that, with any kind of idea of how to stop it.
Say.
Goldman even was against Trump, but look what happened to him. It happened because.
Yeah, why are you defending him? You guys called him heinous when he was leading the impeachment against Donald Trump, and now all of a sudden, because he got unseated by a Jewish Democrat that's more progressive than he is on Israel, and boom, all of a sudden, he's like, this is the greatest guy around. Why are we? I can't believe they punished my favorite Democratic congressperson, Dan Goldman.
Because he's Jewish.
No, it didn't. It did not happen because he's Jewish. It happened because he gave a blank check to a right-wing Netanyahu government that is committing genocide in Gaza. That is why.
Because he's Jewish. Kamala Harris said Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, didn't get picked on the bottom half of her ticket.
That's not why.
Because he was Jewish.
That is not why.
And she
Don't
said
tell me about my party.
Well, call Kamala.
That's not why Josh Shapiro didn't get picked. I promise
you. Call her.
That's
it's in the book. She said it on
picked.
camera. Call her.
That's not why he didn't get picked. And when Donald Trump sits in the Oval Office...
I'm the wrong Harris. Call her. She's
when
your
Donald
friend.
Trump sits in the Oval Office and says Chuck Schumer is a bad Jew and a Palestinian because he doesn't support Bibi, that is classic anti-Semitism. And everyone on the right needs to call that out as much as they're calling out some Democratic Socialist congressional candidate in New York. That's all I'm asking for. That's it.
Can you answer for your own party?
I will answer for all.
Do you remember when I told you about a local coffee shop in San Francisco where a barista was wearing a Free Palestine hoodie and a Zionist went there and started debate lording them on their hoodie and they got asked to leave and made one of those selfie videos about it, and my mom saw it and told me not to go there anymore because it's not safe for Jews and it's literally my favorite coffee shop? Oh, that's awesome. She's just worried about you getting hate crimed. Okay, just like she's worried about how Dan Goldman got hate crimed by being unseated in Congress. Yeah, earlier today, Representative Fine was hate crimed by Oliver Larkin for being asked a question about his complete indifference to the illegal detention of a 16-year-old Floridian, Mohammed Ibrahim, in the West Bank. Jonathan Greenblatt is waiting around, writing these down right now.
Day.
But you didn't.
I just did for 10 minutes. All right, Emily's trying to jump.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News links.
Wait.
President
Scott Libido was interviewed?
Trump has done to make the city safe. You contrast that, Scott, with New York and the jihadist communists that have taken over. As a New Yorker, how do you fix this?
Look, I've been preaching for 3 decades to people about this day that would come for cities like New York, and nobody listened to us. Tinfoil hat guys, but they're listening now. And I'm happy that it's happening now as opposed to 4 years from now, because they would have just built up a lot more, and a lot more of us Americans who I see are so spoiled that all they want is us to fail. They hate this man so much. They don't want the reflecting pool to be pretty. They don't want the statues to be pretty. They don't want the crime to be down.
They hate us so much. They don't want the reflecting pool to be pretty. Buddy, I think there's only one guy who's responsible for the reflecting pool not being pretty, okay? You're not going to like the answer to who that is. It's Trump. Zorak Tabimi. What the f? Zorak Mamdapadu.
They don't want the borders to be secure. It's self-loathing that these people have, and it's because they live in this time of milk and honey. A lot of the generations that never got punched in the face or had a, defend.
Uh-oh. He's doing the hard times, weak men shit.
A woman in the bar. They never got a splinter doing a hard day's work. They never changed a flat tire for some little old lady on the side of the road. They suck up the milk and honey, and most of them are sons
I guarantee you, you have never changed a tire for an old lady on the side of the road, you motherfucker. Show me you've done it, bitch.
Orders of capitalism that embrace the socialism.
Everyone's gotten
like
a fucking splinter, by the way.
It's going to bite them in the ass. It really is going to bite them in the ass. So
try getting a metal splinter. Okay?
That shit sucks. Awful.
Watching, as they say, and I like to say it all the time. It's a negative statement, but it is a positive statement at the end.
He only values woodworking splinters.
When the forest is completely burned to the ground, what happens? It rejuvenates itself back to its original self.
No, it does not.
Very emotional.
You gonna cry?
He's crying. I'm very emotional. I hate this.
250 years of this incredible concept, the greatest invention in the history of the world is America. And we're right on this battlefield once again. And we're going to win. We're going to be victorious. And this 2 weeks where I'm going to be planted doing what I've been doing for 30, 40 years is painting old glory, celebrating America. And I'm going to be smack dab in the middle of it. And it is going to prove to the world and the rest of this country, you know what? We can actually come together. We don't have to look.
This is my favorite type of guy, bro. Straight up. Guy who's like, oh, we're going to shock the world with my art. And then his art is just him finger blasting a canvas. I like it a lot more when he's talking about Zorak, Baba Doobie. I don't like it when he's crying. I don't like to see my goat cry. Shed real tears, you know. He cried, I cried, we crowed. I don't like it.
Each other, I love discourse. That's the beauty of this country. It's called balance. If it was all one-sided, this is what's happening right now. The liberals, the Democrats have let the wild radicals take over. They took over. They let them go too far. And look at what's happening. We need to bring that back down. The Democrats need to make move.
Zoran Mom Dandy. He's replacing every pizza parlor with a halal stand. I can't stand it. Latest attack is crazy. Private homeownership bashing. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier's father is a landlord and rents Miami condo for $1,750 a month. Wait, isn't that cheap as hell? Am I crazy? But
I mean, that's pretty cheap in Miami.
Isn't that quite affordable, or am I busted from
that's pretty
Los
good
Angeles,
for Miami.
guys?
That's very good for
Because
Miami.
$1,750, you get like a shoebox in LA. Like, that's not that it's like, you know, relevant to the point. What the does that have to do with Daria Lisa? I pay $1,750 in Minneapolis, and yeah, Minneapolis also doesn't really have like that big of an issue with housing, if I'm not mistaken. They've like pumped those units numbers up. If you look at the article of Sweetwater, it's like 10 miles away from Miami Beach. Oh yeah, way better than other spots. So what's the thing I don't understand is, like, not only is her dad just like renting a relatively cheap Miami condo, but like, what the does that have to do with Daria Lisa? Why is this the only answer always? This is always the method. They're like, oh well, she wears expensive glasses. Her parents have a retirement nest egg. Like, okay. Her father uses Dari the enforcer, who goes in and claims the limbs of tenants who don't pay rent 7 days early with a 15% tip. That's why it's a big deal. Yeah, the average rent in Miami is approximately $2,700 to $3,200 a month. This kind of shit is so funny because like they'll talk about telling an Afro-Latino man from the Brooklyn he better act right. Get out of here, lips. New York City, you're allowing this arrogant, clueless non-New Yorkers who I guarantee you can't find Brooklyn on a map from the Bronx to tell New Yorkers what's good for New York. These con artists, each and every one of them, look at this kid. Yeah, Michael Rappaport wants me, I think. Like, it's very strange.
He's a very strange man.
Oh my god. This
video is sponsored by Curiosity Stream and Nebula.
No, that wasn't the autoplay. Hang on.
It's gone now.
I saw what it was. It's okay.
Shh.
John C. Reilly was on Alana Glazer's podcast, and he was talking about how the conservatives don't seem to value empathy, because referencing Elon Musk saying don't fall for the empathy trap. And he was talking about how empathy separates humans from animals. And Dave Rubin seems to be more of an animal behavior expert, more than John C. Reilly.
He took issue with these beautiful remarks from him. I thought it was really moving. He was saying how, like, you know, that's how you, like, it's a superpower. You get to live in someone else's experience. Yeah. And Dave Rubin has a problem with this.
Yeah, that's liberal horseshit.
Oh, got it. I thought he was the last liberal.
You know, if you stand up for human rights, why is that a right or a left thing? Why aren't people on the right wing concerned about human rights? They're human too.
This one was a little disappointing. John C. Reilly. I really know him from Boogie Nights, which is one of my favorite movies of all time.
I'm really disappointed that the guy from Boogie Nights doesn't agree with my politics.
I'm sure that
Boogie Nights.
John C. Reilly's like very upset that he's disappointed Dave Rubin.
Yeah, that might be the gayest thing Dave Rubin has ever said. And this is a man who got his own husband pregnant. How do you think they got twins?
And then he's just like the guy from Boogie Nights. John C. Reilly has an amazing career.
He's Will Ferrell's comedy partner.
Well, it used to be. They've fallen out over Winning Time, apparently. With Adam McKay chose John C. Reilly over Will Ferrell, and now they don't talk anymore. So that's a little bit of a sore spot.
Bummer.
But like John C. Reilly, like impeccable as far as comedic actor, but even serious roles. Like he has amazing career.
He's one of the few who could go to a Scorsese film and then go to the Adam McKay film.
I'm curious about the heroes, the acting heroes that Dave Rubin has that he thinks agree with his politics.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yes.
Kevin Sorbo.
Derek.
End of
Clint
list.
Eastwood.
Kevin Sorbo. Don't forget Kevin Sorbo.
We can never forget Kevin Sorbo.
Oh, what's her name from Saturday Night Live?
Oh, Victoria
Jackson.
What's the Gina woman that quit The Mandalorian?
Oh, yeah.
We can't even remember her
She was
name.
canceled, so we can't remember.
That's why, right?
Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
I like Gal Gadot.
I mean, honestly, like, has he not figured it out yet that, like, most normal people don't agree with your politics? Go ahead.
Human too. This one was a little disappointing.
Yeah.
John C. Reilly, you know John C. Reilly. I really know him from Boogie Nights, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. If you have not seen Boogie Nights from 1997 with Mark Wahlberg, it is a phenomenal, phenomenal movie. But he's also been in a lot of movies with, he was in what? Step Brothers. He was in Step Brothers. He's been in a lot of movies with Will Ferrell. Anyway, here he is on a podcast trying to explain suicidal empathy. He gets the phrase wrong, and just listen to this kind of drivel that comes out of these Hollywood lefties.
You know, if you stand up for human rights, why is that a right or a left thing? Why aren't people on the right wing concerned about human rights? They're human too. This whole thing that like kind of has come into vogue of like empathy trap. You know, it's an empathy trap. You know, like that's what Elon Musk says. Like empathy is like, don't be fooled by the empathy trap.
Yes.
You know, stick to your agenda and what's best for you.
Holy
Don't start feeling bad for so-and-so. They're on their own thing. Look out for number one. Like,
I will tell you, having spent 20-some-odd years listening to Rush Limbaugh, that was exactly Rush Limbaugh's land. Rush Limbaugh's whole show was do not let doubt creep into your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the entire sort of conservative worldview. You need to keep the idea of empathy out of your mind. You need to keep the idea that these people who I don't know about might just actually be just
Republican
people.
At this point, you're either
It's a
stupid
pacifier.
or just a bad
it's
person.
a pacifier. Fox News does it too. You don't have to. Don't think like thought negating, empathy negating.
And it was all about like, you know, have confidence in yourself, which turned into do not question any of your beliefs.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Empathy is not a trap. Empathy is a superpower.
That's right.
That's what makes human beings exceptional. Our ability to like look outside of ourselves. We're not an alligator trying to just get the next fish. You know, we're human beings. We can relate to something that's not us. That, you know, like that's a superpower. Like, and it's also the cornerstone of civilization. The fact that we stay at the red light and don't just zoom out because we want to get through the light faster, because what will happen? Well, we might smash into someone. Well, you don't know that person. Yeah, but I still don't want to smash into them. You know, like those are the building blocks of civilization. That's the agreement that we treat. I mean, it's very Catholic to do unto others. You know, treat your brother as you would treat yourself. You know, like.
And to your point about the right wing,
it's crazy that we have to argue for these things right now. It's the world. That's a really upside down world feeling to.
All right. First off, empathy in and of itself is not a superpower. If you want to talk about what separates us from the animals, it might be that being able to regulate our emotions. Animals can have emotions, but they have no ability to regulate those emotions, right? So an animal, we've all seen this with a dog or with a monkey. They can be happy, and they can be playful, and they can be angry, and they can be fearful. Obviously, what separates us from the animals is that we can properly regulate those as humans with functioning brains.
No, we have consciousness.
Elon is not saying, and Gad Saad is not saying, have no empathy.
I don't think I have ever heard anyone in any context say the difference between human and animals is that we can regulate our emotions. First of all, a lot of humans can't. But but that is.
But also animals do. If you've seen a cat, like when it's anxious, lick itself, that is a self-soothing behavior.
100%.
That is about regulating its emotions.
That is not the. I've never heard anybody make that the distinction.
They are looking for affection. That's them regulating their emotions.
I've heard the idea that we can reason, but reason is very much in line with empathy.
Empathy is a higher level thing that actually separates.
An ability to like say, hey, wait a second, that person's distinct from me, but they actually also are an entity that have emotions and feelings and an agenda. This is just bizarre. And I'm also completely distracted by how dark Dave Rubin has dyed his hair.
What's great? Yeah,
that's the thing that really separates us from the animals.
Regulate your hair color.
We have
vanity?
The ability, exactly. Well, not just vanity, because there are like animals that will.
Yeah, like the chimps that were putting grass in their butts.
Peacocking.
Right, peacocking. But the ability to do something about that vanity.
What's so funny is this is like the Weinstein brothers sort of thing too, is like when you go into science, you can go flim-flam a little bit more, but he's just making it up as he goes.
Yes.
What separates us from the animals is that we can properly regulate those as humans with functioning brains. Elon is not saying, and Gad Saad is not saying, have no empathy. They're saying don't have empathy to the point that it overrides all of your other faculties. So what was the line? He goes, why is the right not concerned with human rights? It's like, what are you talking about? The right, which is trying to make sure that America has a border and that we have
What? Dave! That's nothing to do with human rights. What are you talking about? Just like how the Second Amendment is a right, but not a human right. Like,
it really is stupid.
Even free speech is not a human right. Like, at the end of the day. It's like, you know.
Streets, those are basic things that you might consider human rights. The right is trying to do it, but he will sit there and go, no, it's the left, because we say no one is illegal and everyone is. Also, is that even John C. Reilly? It looked like a guy in a John C. Reilly mask.
Oh my gosh.
Got him.
Wow, he really just mailed that in.
He couldn't think of an example. He's retired.
Yes.
Dave is. This is just about keeping the channel going.
Yeah.
I mean, when was
You're
that
not supposed to say
a couple
that.
weeks ago? He still can't think of an example of what Republicans are doing to help people.
Yes, that's a good point. And they're trying to.
They want the border.
Borders.
You know, borders. That human right issue.
Human right of borders.
To protect you.
Militarize the border and the police departments, and that's human rights.
Right.
What more do you want?
You know, I've been thinking about the crime stuff is fascinating to me, because crime is as low as it's been in any of the lifetimes of just about everybody that we talk about on this program. Certainly, Dave Rubin has never lived in an era where crime is lower than it is now. It's just fascinating to me. I'm talking like, you know, on a national level. It's also the case within New York. I mean, I don't know why I was thinking about this, maybe just because I'm aged, but crime, when I came to New York City 30 years ago, and then, you know, when I would come down here in college in the 80s, like, you'd be in a cab, you can get your coat stolen.
Right.
When you're in the cab. I knew people who had their coat stolen in the cab. Like, somebody took their hand.
Really?
Through the window. It was just like, grab the coat off the person.
Crazy.
And the guy was freaking out. He just, like, you know, put his hands back and the coat came off. Like, that's what was going on. On the streets, you'd be walking up. I bought what I thought was a VCR that fell off the back of a truck. And it was, in fact, just a plastic shell wrapped in saran wrap with newspapers inside.
Amazing.
I didn't know you met my grandfather.
But it's just incredible. There is no like even like slight institutional memory of like where we have come from. And then, I don't know, he just brought up the crime thing.
Well, yeah, they're like relying on viral crime content to convince people that they're not going to look at the statistics. So if they feel unsafe, they're less likely to have, empathy.
I can't wait until
other human beings.
He responds to what's going on, what happened in New York.
I know.
I'll put together a montage on Friday of a collection. Of all
I
those
need
freaks.
it. I need it.
Yeah.
Hang on.
missed.
Did they do that? No.
Not yet.
Temple tried to read the Constitution and it backfired immediately.
Oh no.
Tim Pool is very, he has been predicting civil war for ages.
According to him, since 2018.
And he's been on the Civil War beat since 2018. And of course, nothing like 3 Democratic socialists, or 2, I guess, winning congressional primaries than to bring about the harbinger of the Civil War.
And where we're picking up on this video, he just showed a Babylon Bee AI generated comedy video where they asked him to simulate the Civil War, and the jokes were all being that the left didn't have any guns, so the right wingers win the Civil War in a second. And Tim's doesn't think it's funny because he thinks we're having a fundamental misunderstanding of left wing violence.
Right, take it seriously.
We are witnessing the rise of the terror state. City Journal has this story from winter of 25, The Rise of Civil Terrorism, which is really funny because it explicitly highlights the group that this woman, she just won office, they highlight her group. We have known for some time who this woman is and that she wants to destroy. The groups like Antifa are loosely connected networks of the like-minded, the ascendant anti-Israel and more broadly anti-Western outfits with some brand names. They're going to mention, Unity of Fields, blah, 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 the names of these organizations. Let me pull up the specific quote. Here we go. They say the Weatherman comparison helps put the broadest aims of today's civil terror organizations in perspective. They are not just trying to reorient American foreign policy. Rather, as one of the main Columbia University anti-Israel groups declared in August, we are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. Oh, she's in Congress. She'll be in Congress in January.
Cool.
Congress.
Here's what I think needs to happen. Congress, the Republicans, need to bar her entry, refuse to swear her in and say, we do not allow self-avowed anti-American revolutionaries to hold office. That's interesting. Okay. I'm going to pull up the 14th.
That is interesting. One of the reasons why it's interesting is because there is absolutely no basis in American law for it.
14th Amendment.
One of the other reasons why it's interesting is that it just happens to coincide with what many people have speculated will be the attempt of Mike Johnson not to seat Democrats in the coming election. It also, in the event that Republicans lose.
Which is interesting because he's one of the only influencers left on the right that's continuing to say you got to vote for Republicans. I'm just curious about Tim's proximity to certain parts of the Republican and Zionist establishment, given the fact that it's public that he's met with Benjamin Netanyahu.
I got news for you. There's a lot of upkeep necessary for your skate park.
Right, and you need foreign money for that. And when the Russian money dries up and you were victimized into taking it, then you have to go to more established and socially acceptable sources.
Let's continue listening to his idea that because he wants to protect civil society
from a war.
He wants to protect, he is afraid these people are coming for our civics. So therefore, he should bestow upon the Speaker of the House the ability to decide, based upon whatever standard they want, that they're not going to seat people that have nothing to do with whether they have been legitimately elected. Okay.
Let's pull up that there old 14th Amendment and bring it on in so you guys can see exactly what it says. The first provision, Section 1, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States, and the state wherein they reside, no state shall make. We get that part. How about this? Section 3, no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office of military under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature, we get it, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to enemies thereof. But Congress may by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. Interesting.
That was about Confederates.
Okay, well, this is why he said interesting. Leave this up. Because Tim only skimmed this amendment, and he did not see, he wanted to make the argument that she is promoting a rebellion against the country. Yeah. And he did not see that they had to have previously sworn an oath. In other words, if you were treasonous, if you had already sworn an oath to the Constitution and then fought against the Union, because this was just about the Confederates. And he didn't read it carefully the first time he read it, which was probably the day before or an hour before he did this. And as he read it through out loud, he realized,
we get it.
I shit the bed. Okay, interesting. Yeah, just interesting is all I can say. Not to be like, he thought he would be able to stretch the idea that, well, she's talking about an insurrection. Yeah. And then he also realized, like, oh, wait a second. I wonder if there were any Republican Congress people who were involved in the January 6th thing, if that would have been a problem. Oh, okay.
If you swore an oath to the Constitution, but then waged rebellion against it, you are ineligible. What if you declared your intent to destroy the United States and then sought admittance to Congress?
What if you did something different?
I think we need new.
Yeah, what if the Constitution? Wait a second. What if the Constitution was actually the way that I thought it was, and not the way that it is after I read it? What if we changed it? What if now he's talking about trying to get a constitutional amendment passed before they swear in the Congress people from New York. Let's just hear.
Well, the Civil War officers, I won't call them the Founding Fathers, should have considered this upon drafting the 14th Amendment. That is, my friends, what if someone explicitly states they're here to destroy the country and they win an election? Why should we say only...
Pause it for a second. How would they have won that election?
Yeah, maybe people understand their...
Maybe the voters decided, that'll be a good idea.
Destroy this country.
Let's destroy the country. In fact, a lot of people could argue that Donald Trump got elected because people thought that he would just come in and break some China.
Yeah.
Drain the swamp.
What people need to understand, like Tim Pool, is that when people say Western civilization, they mean Afrikaners like Elon Musk being trillionaires and supporting Israel to do a genocide. That's what people mean when they talk about Western civilization. And yes, it deserves to go.
Oh, I thought they can be like get rid of sandwiches and stuff like that, all the stuff like.
And everyone die. All the white people die.
Yeah, no more white people.
And you never see women's hair again.
That's the affordability agenda.
Yeah,
get rid of all the white people,
take their stuff,
and then everything's going to be cheap.
Yep, we're doing the reverse.
Can you
Republican immigration policy?
Can you imagine how much apartment rentals would be if there were no white people?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly,
I mean, I've been imagining that.
Honestly, we would have talk about zero unemployment. Think about it. Go ahead.
Sworn oath first and then waged rebellion, instead of saying, if you declare rebellion, you just can't be in Congress. Indeed, this is where we are today. Democratic socialists took City Hall, now they're aiming at Congress, and they did it. Mamdani allies sweep House primaries and big night for left-wing Democrats. Do you think that these far leftists support or oppose the terrorists who tried to destroy, massacre, kill, etc.? Do you think that they're for or against?
Which ones?
Okay, couldn't come up with an example.
No. he realizes, see, this is the dilemma that he has. Like, he keeps running to this. It's the exact same thing. Like, the guy does zero prep for these segments, you understand? So he thought, like, oh, pull up the 14th Amendment. And then he reads it out loud. He realizes, okay, this doesn't apply. Well, I think what we should have done is had a different 14th Amendment that was more general. And then he's like, and do you think that these people support the terrorists? And he was about to say who attacked New York. Yeah. And then he realized, oh my God, the vast majority of New Yorkers voted for one of the four people involved in this story.
He's like a Roomba just smashing into walls.
He literally has the map of Lower Manhattan.
Yes.
Yep. Lander is representing where 9/11 happened.
And he wanted to say, like, the terrorists who attacked on 9/11. Oh, shoot.
Exactly the map that's up.
Exactly.
He kind of looks like a Roomba.
He runs into this problem because he hasn't done he hasn't, like, thought this out at all.
I love him going non-specific, talking about, they support the terrorists.
The terrorists. In general. And he, like, go back just a little bit so we get the run up. Let's see where he goes with this.
Indeed, this is where we are today.
Indeed.
Democratic socialists took City Hall, now they're aiming at Congress, and they did it. Mamdani allies sweep House primaries and big night for left-wing Democrats. Do you think that these far leftists support or oppose the terrorists who tried to destroy, massacre, kill, etc.? Do you think that they're for or against it? Because
wait, what?
Obviously,
I think they're probably against it.
He was going to say New York, and then he just realized, like, wait a second, all of these New Yorkers just voted for these people.
Just say October 7th, dummy.
Right. Like that.
Well, but that's the other thing.
It's too pro-Israel.
I wonder if he's afraid of being too pro-Israel.
That's exactly it. Yes.
And so he ran out of, like, examples, like the terrorist who killed the Marines in 1983. He can't access
so his
what he's
head's
talking
not
about.
just shaped like an egg. He's actually Humpty Dumpty.
Exactly.
Terrorists who tried to
the hat's
destroy far
holding it all
leftists
together.
support or oppose the terrorists who tried to destroy, massacre, kill, etc.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're for or against it? Because
they're against it, Tim.
Yeah.
They're obviously for. I do want to give a shout out to Rep. Goldman, who lost
Hell yeah.
to Lander.
That's your
Goldman
kind of
deserves
guy.
it. You know, part of me is laughing at these Democrats who lost. Goldman apparently tried to go buy coffee, and they called him like a genocider or whatever because he's Jewish.
I don't think that's why, Tim.
Brad Lander's also Jewish, but is getting free coffees undoubtedly at those places.
The distinction being, Goldman supporting Israel to the hilt.
That's incidentally, I am sure that Dan Goldman is the only Jew who goes into that coffee shop.
Uh-huh.
I love being the maddest person ever and being like, I'm actually laughing.
Coffee, and they called him like a genocider or whatever because he's Jewish. Here's New York. Congratulations.
New York for you.
It's only going to expand. It's only going to get worse. So what do you think this means?
But there's New York. Three of the...
He's so funny, dude.
I can't believe I watched him so much. I was so retarded.
Like... Dave Rubin's pretty funny, but only sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like...
Tim's on it. The whole time.
But, like, they're both just as lazy in their approach to their work. You know, no prep type of shit.
Yeah.
But, like, Dave doesn't, like, pull up articles and stuff and try to read them. Tim actually does more work than Dave in that regard.
He gets sent URLs that he clicks.
Wait. Actually, hang on. I need to take back something I said. Do you think it was Dave or his husband who got pregnant?
Most Jewish districts in the entire country. It's only going to get worse, folks. Like, he can't even tell, like, what part of it's going to get worse.
And again, like, if any of his audience search Dan Goldman, they're going to see all this stuff Dan Goldman saying where I, like, try to prosecute Trump.
Yeah. I know.
What if the Republicans come and bar these members of Congress from entering because of these affiliations? They should. They absolutely should.
They should.
How do you think Democrats will respond? here's what's going to happen. Republicans are going to do nothing. They're going to sit on their hands, and they're going to go, well, slow down there, Democrats, and do nothing. What should happen? The Republican Party should say, we will not admit these people. You are expelled, or you are rejected. If they are sworn in for any reason, the immediate vote should be to expel them immediately. They should not be allowed to sit in Congress, period. Do you think Republicans have the balls to do it? No. Look at what happens to Marjorie Taylor Greene. So she gets elected, right? They find a post on her Facebook where she talks about the Rothschild family financing, funding technology to put satellites in space that can fire lasers for weather control or something. They lie and claim she was certain that Jews have space lasers. So they strip her of her committees and remove her authority in Congress. Ilhan Omar makes a bunch of comments about Jews, and they do nothing.
What are you talking about? You don't... does bro think Ilhan Omar is still on committees?
Actually,
what
no.
Comments were those?
Pretty sure she got booted off.
Also, yeah, like all about the Benjamins having an influence in politics. That is one of the more dominant themes since she said that.
Good. Why was Marjorie Taylor Greene stripped? Because Democrats have the balls and Republicans are spineless cowards.
Oh my God!
I think it's because she was going off the rails on Epstein. Actually, I think that was actually the big problem.
She resigned. Too. Yeah. Let's be clear.
That's why they wanted her out, though. It wasn't because of that.
And it was because Donald Trump said, I don't want you running for governor or senator in Georgia. Yeah. And she realized that she had no future.
Yep.
It had nothing to do with the space lasers. In fact, she became one of the #1 fundraisers in the Republican Party after talking about the Rothschilds and their space lasers.
So did that Babylon Bee video, when they're like, we're so much better than the left. You know what, man? Part of me is just like, I'm going to go to, Uruguay. That's what they call it. They don't say Uruguay, they say Uruguay.
Okay, I don't want to hear this anymore.
I'm going to move there.
All right, please do. Yeah. Adios. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
All right. Since we're already on Sam Cedar.
For Claire Valdez is just so bizarre to me.
Sam Cedar,
she keeps trying to say, how can you be in a party with somebody like a John Fetterman? Can this be one cohesive party? My answer would be probably not, because Fetterman is not gonna last, I don't know, after 2028. Voters are pretty pissed in Pennsylvania. So anyway, but I liked how Claire answered this question. However, this impulse by CNN is instructive in and of itself.
So Josh Gottheimer, Democratic congressman, he told CNN, obviously the socialists had a big win last night. The question is, are we going to let them take over the party, or are we going to stand up and fight back? Many of us believe, as I do, that if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. And two other prominent Democrats, one a senator.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm already pausing it. I don't care what your view of what a Democrat is. The Democratic voters in a closed primary in New York, you have to be a registered Democrat to vote in primaries in New York State. They decided that Claire Valdez and Daria Lisa are representative of their interests. The party is what the voters say it is, not what Josh Gottheimer and his blood money say it is. Keep going.
Yeah, I would say if you're a Zionist, you can't be a Democrat.
Unreal.
Different views of this.
You're not. This is an actual threat to democracy. The fact that you are trying to say the party knows best and not the voters. Are we getting serious about fighting fascism or not? Keep going.
Also, I just want to start really quickly. Add. When is a media organization going to ask these Democrats who say these sort of things? When are they going to ask them to sort of carve out why? What's the difference between what you want and what the DSA members who just got elected want? Can you explain it to us? Where's the difference here? Why can't they be part of the party? Why can't they get elected? What makes them not a Democrat? Have them answer that. I want to hear what they have to say. I mean, I know what issues, but I want to see just exactly what they have to say, because I would garner a wager to say that they're the ones who are out of touch with what the Democratic voter base wants when they espouse what the difference is.
Yes.
Prominent strategists that you've probably known of your whole life have also come out for other reasons criticizing. Here they are.
The dirtbag left is having their moment.
And understand,
Timely reference.
these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats,
I agree.
they wish
the
Democrats...
dirtbag left is
excuse
like
me, I
so
have to
dead.
give my James Carville disclaimer that James Carville is an advisor to Palantir
Weren't they like the
that helps
tankies?
sneak surveillance tech
No,
into
no,
New
it's like
Orleans
Come
under
Town.
cover of fucking night. And for some reason, he's still a Democratic strategist because this entire
By
media
the way,
organization...
I just watched Begonia, and Stavros is in it.
Okay.
He's phenomenal in it.
Really?
He's just a bit character, but he's one of the best performances in it. And it's the reason why he's so good is because he's one of the few grounded characters in the movie.
Okay.
But he plays a cop, and like he's at the guy's house, like asking him questions about the missing person. He pulls out his phone. It's got like a Blue Lives Matter sticker on it and everything.
Hilarious.
Like, genuinely an amazing... I was very impressed because he wasn't, you know, like, he wasn't, like, doing anything too much different than himself. But, it's obviously not the same personality because he's got that iconic laugh, you know, and he's kind of, like, trolly on how he makes fun of people and stuff. So this was, like, him reading a script, but it wasn't, like, it was still obviously Stavros, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Have
It's
you
not
seen
like
Ties?
Oliver Tree's performance in that one movie. That was also
Rip.
really good. But that was actually just Oliver Tree in character, you know?
Yeah. I'm back in, by the way.
CNN is a conspiracy against, anyone that's not fucking corrupt. But anyway, sorry, that's James Carville, Palantir. Google it sometime.
Bully.
Okay, there's a lot in there. Let's just start with James Carville. Do you wish, not only are you not a Democrat, you
And
wish
also, like,
Democrats
Begonia,
poorly, is what
it
he's saying. Is that
was
true? What I wish is for
up
working
for an
class people.
Oscar. So unless there's another movie that Stavros was in, this is like it's one of the bigger minor roles in the movie, if not the biggest minor role in the movie. So to be in an Oscar-nominated production and it being like your first, you know, I would say it's a big role. Not major, but it was a big role.
To have the dignity, the wages, the protections that they deserve. And if the Democratic Party is willing to stand for Medicare for all, is willing to fight for abolishing ICE and bringing them, you know, the billions, trillions of dollars we spend on forever wars back into our communities, then that's the
It says he didn't audition. The director just called him and said he had a role for him.
That's great.
That's so funny. I want to see if I can find like a little bootleg clip of him. Oh, this is on his channel, so.
Good morning, Cory. Good morning, Michelle.
Oh, this is just a trailer.
I believe every company should strive to form a diverse table.
See in the trailer?
To empower people of different skills and every time, what is it?
Skills and identities.
To foster a new generation of, okay, let's go again.
They want you to think it's you, that it's you who made this.
Don't give me that copyright shit. Just show me if Stavi's in here.
Greetings. Welcome to the headquarters of the human resistance.
Where's my hair?
Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship.
What ship?
Your mothership?
Okay. In the next 48 hours, the police and the FBI...
That's Stavi right there, in the bee suit.
I'm a high-profile female corporate executive. I I am crucial. In all humility, I can say that. Think of it like you abducted the governor, but worse. There is no possible scenario where you benefit from this incident.
That was really good. My pulse is racing right now.
So, Stavi.
I've done a ton of research on this. You're killing our planet.
Alien fellas. I'm not an alien.
You're
We're
lying
gonna get
to me.
fucked so hard.
It'll be
What's the
okay.
difference? You
There
know
he
this
is.
Crazy. You know that.
That's all we got, I guess. They only build the top 3 people in the trailer.
Part of. That's what we're fighting for in these races, and I think we saw over the last several weeks, months, as progressives around the country are winning, and last night, that this is what the working class and the Democratic electorate is also hungry for.
So, and you have a point there. Then when you listen to Senator Fetterman, the dirtbag left is having their moment. Obviously, when it comes to an issue like Israel, right, he is diametrically opposed to where you stand. But, I mean, can you recognize that the two of you are even in the same party?
It's a big party. It's a big tent party. And I think what's important for me right now is saying that we won with a mandate in this race. We won across the entire district, and that the message that we had at the doors resonated. People want affordability. They want politicians who will stand up against ICE, who will stand up against forever wars, and who want to see the resources that we pour into agencies that do not make us safer back into our neighborhoods, in hospitals, and in healthcare, in education, the things that actually make lives dignified and beautiful here in New York 7.
So, and
what a
there's
dirtbag.
affordability, there's also the Israel, and I want to follow on that just because obviously Congressman Gottheimer's talked about that a lot as well. Is the party big tent enough that you can be in the same party where you support Palestinian statehood and are talking about genocide with people who support arms sales to Israel and Israel's actions in this war and in Lebanon? Is the tent big enough to include a John Fetterman and a you on that issue?
What I'd say is that the people who do not agree with me, that we should not be aiding and abetting a genocide and occupation, that the Democratic electorate does not reflect that position by far and large. The Democratic electorate wants to see us pull resources away from that and again put them back into our communities. They don't want to see our tax dollars going to fund a genocide, apartheid, occupation. They're tired of that. And we heard this over and over again at the doors. But this is an opinion that is reflected across the entire country. It's not just in New York City. And I think that Democrats would be well advised to listen to the people who put them in their offices when they say that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they know that. They know that blind support for Israel is not popular, and that's why they're moving away from having it be something that is legislated on to being something that is just totally integrated into our Pentagon. So no longer will you have the oversight of democratically elected politicians when it comes to supporting Israel. Not that it would make it fully immune, but to make it harder to strip funds away from them, because they would be, for all intents and purposes, our own military. We'd be forced to share information with them. They'd be sitting down down the hall from the Secretary of War, have their own little office in the Pentagon if they don't already have their office in the Pentagon. And they're deathly afraid of that, that democratic accountability, not just for Israel. I think for a lot of them, Israel is a microcosm of a lack of desire for accountability on a whole host of issues that they put into black boxes and have put into black boxes as they relate to our political system. The two-party system ensures that there's only so far left you can go, so many ways you can talk about topics before you just fall out of the acceptable boundaries for conversation that defines the Republican and Democratic Party duopoly. And this new spate of leftish or far left candidates, because they do range right across various issues. They just represent people who fall outside of that acceptable window, and so they're all treated the same, like crazy communists, like terrorist supporters. And I think people are tired of that because they can see the differences between them. They can see the differences between all different types of people who don't support this genocide, between the Claire Valdez's and the Thomas Masseys, and she's right, it's being reflected across a variety of different parts of the population, just not from the people who take money from Israel, the boomer right, who are so steeped in Christian evangelical propaganda that they would let Netanyahu spit in their mouth. Everyone else, no, I mean, look at Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee would be grateful. He would love it. We know.
Oh my God, he'd let Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Gvir tag team.
I've always said that if you promised to drop a nuke on Tehran, but he had to be strapped to it, the only question Mike Huckabee would have would be, can I be naked? Because I want to touch myself.
That is honestly the worst image I've ever
It's the only question you'd have. It'd be like Doctor Strangelove.
Really strange.
That was somehow worse than the image that I just conjured up about the tag teaming.
I just think that it's interesting that Fetterman's the go-to example because the guy is espousing different views than he did when the Democratic electorate voted him in.
Yeah.
This is not like he was voted for because he was.
It was the brain damage.
His stance on Israel, or he was a more moderate, or in my opinion, right-wing senator. No, he was voted for when he was a completely different person. And then over the years, he has changed, and it seems pretty clear that the Democratic voters who voted him in no longer feel represented by him, and they are not going to vote for him when it's time for his reelection. I mean, it's.
Well, why does Claire Valdez have to answer for John Fetterman when she is on the side of an overwhelming majority of the voter base in and of itself, and yet we have to bend over backwards to include John Fetterman and Josh Gottheimer? Just the framing is completely topsy-turvy.
It's crazy too, because when you said, like, you know, how can you be in the same party with John Fetterman, I didn't even think about his politics, which is why I laughed. The first thing I thought was about his like mental unfitness, because that would be the question you ask somebody in his party, you know, to account for John Fetterman. Do you think John Fetterman is fit to serve, given that he seems to like not be in the right frame of mind? And that's a question that's not just limited to John Fetterman. It's limited to, I mean, it expands to a lot of our politicians who just seem to be at death's door or mentally infirmed, all the way up to the president. And so this is a problem that we actually have, that there just doesn't seem to be, you know, forget any kind of like political test. There doesn't even seem to be like a type of fitness you seem to have like for our politicians, as long as you support the status quo, which includes Israel.
But he basically, he doesn't explicitly say it, but he basically is talking to the guy about sorry for molesting him when he was a kid. He doesn't say that specifically. He's like, I'm sorry about that thing that you happened. I think it was like a power thing. You know, I never did that to anyone else. Type of, so it's like heavily implied, but it's not explicitly stated.
Okay.
But this, the first shot you see of him is this, you know, shot looking up, which, you know, is supposed to imply the power that he has.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a threat almost, but he's just like this nice looking guy who wouldn't hurt a fly. Turns out he diddles kids.
People pretend like John Fetterman's okay. Like he'll go on Fox News and you can tell that the anchors know he's not okay. They'll like whisper to him like a home care attendant. Same with Donald Trump. Same with Joe Biden. But as long as he says the word support Israel, as long as he says we can't give too much money to the poor people, they go like, John Fetterman's the smartest Democrat we've ever talked to.
He's not even a good Democrat. That's the real problem these people have, is like there's an appetite among the Democratic base for partisanship, and whether it's on the ICE stuff, which Fetterman is also, I mean, really disgracefully turned tail on, or it's the Israel or stopping the Iran war thing, he's a fucking Republican.
Also, you never hear him talk about things that he claims would make him a bad Republican anymore. The only time you hear him talk about like trans rights and gay marriage was when he's saying like, I wouldn't even be a good Republican because we wouldn't agree on those things. Like, I never hear you advocate for them anymore. Like the only time I ever hear you talking, it's on Fox News, and it's about Israel. It's about like ICE. It's about how much you don't love Trump, but you love everything he does, you know, and how much everyone needs to get over Trump derangement syndrome. I never hear him advocating for any of the things that make him a bad Republican but good Democrat anymore. Maybe they're happening in his own personal life, but I don't see him on the news. Like I just see him talking about Israel. Like he really is the senator from Tel Aviv at this point. He never talks about anything else.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
In my last video, we explored what's shaping up to be an intense Senate race down in Texas between James Tallarico and Ken Paxton. Now it's time for us to travel northeast. Something very interesting is happening up in Maine right now. A few weeks ago, an oyster farmer and combat veteran named Graham Plattner won the Democratic primary for United States Senate, setting up what is almost certain to be one of the most closely watched Senate races of the entire 2026 cycle. His opponent is Susan Collins, a 5-term Republican senator who has been in office since 1997 and has survived every Democratic challenge thrown at her for nearly 3 decades. And right now, in the most recent polling for the race, Plattner is leading. If you follow Maine politics at all, which I can't imagine is too many of you, you know that's a pretty surprising thing to hear. Democrats have tried to unseat Collins multiple times before. They've thrown significant money and significant candidates at her, and she has beaten every single one of them. In 2020, Joe Biden won Maine by more than 9 points, and Collins still won her race by more than 8. She has an almost supernatural ability to outrun her party's unpopularity in a state that clearly leans Democratic at the presidential level. So the question today is the same one we asked about Texas a couple weeks ago. Is this legitimate? Is Susan Collins actually in serious trouble, or is she going to do what she always does and find a way to survive? To answer that, we need to understand who Graham Plattner is, who Susan Collins is, why this race looks the way it does right now, and what it would actually mean if a Democrat finally knocked her off after all these years. I'm going to warn you all up front though, this race is extremely complicated. Plattner is a very fascinating candidate, but he also comes with more baggage than any Democrat who was running against Collins before. We'll get into all that in just a minute, but before we do, be sure to hit that like button if you enjoyed today's video, and feel free to subscribe so you don't miss out on any future content. Additionally, if you want to support the channel in another way, feel free to become a channel member. It's totally optional, but helps the channel immensely. Alright, without further ado, let's get into this race, beginning with a deeper dive into Graham Plattner. Who exactly is Graham Plattner? As I kind of hinted at in the intro, Graham Plattner is a complicated man, with far from a clean record, and that's part of what makes this race so fascinating to me. Plattner is 41 years old, was born in Blue Hill, Maine, and was raised in the small coastal towns of Ellsworth and Sullivan. And the main thing you need to know about him is that his story, the actual arc of his life before he ever got into politics, is pretty insane. In 2003, at the height of the Iraq War, Plattner snuck his birth certificate out of his father's office to enlist in the United States Marine Corps. He was just 18 years old at the time and went on to serve 3 combat tours in Iraq. He was deployed near Fallujah, which was one of the most dangerous assignments a soldier could have drawn at that point in the war. When he came back, he enrolled at George Washington University, and then, when he saw some of the people he had served with get deployed to Afghanistan, he decided his time in uniform wasn't over. He joined the Maryland Army National Guard and was deployed to Afghanistan in 2010. After that, he went back to GW, but left in 2016 without finishing his degree. He returned to Afghanistan one final time in 2018, not as a soldier, but as a State Department contractor, and by his own account, the money was the primary motivation that time around. When he came home for good, things were not easy for him. Like many combat veterans, Plattner struggled with what he describes as undiagnosed PTSD, and he's been pretty open about using VA resources to get the help he needed. Eventually, he made his way back to Sullivan, Maine, a town of about 1,300 people, where he started working on a friend's oyster farm in 2018. He took it over himself and built it into his own business. He also ran ecology tours, served as the town's harbor master, chaired the Sullivan Planning Board, and got involved with local activist groups. In 2023, he married a school teacher named Amy Gertner. Remember that, it's important for later. Plattner's story is one that translates pretty easily into a political identity, and his campaign message fits the political moment in a very specific way. Plattner describes himself as an economic populist running against the billionaire class. He is explicit about not taking corporate PAC money. He has said things like the difference between his competitor Susan Collins and Texas Senator Ted Cruz is that at least Cruz is honest about selling people out, whereas Collins is not. His platform includes universal healthcare, raising the minimum wage, strengthening unions, and ending what he calls America's failed foreign policy of endless wars. He launched his campaign in August 2025, and within the first 6 weeks he had raised $3.25 million, with the overwhelming majority coming from small dollar donors. In September of last year, he earned Bernie Sanders' endorsement. Elizabeth Warren endorsed him this past March. Ruben Gallego, a fellow Marine, endorsed him and said he believes Plattner is the only Democrat running who can actually win Maine. Governor Janet Mills entered the primary and initially led in polling, but Plattner surpassed her and she suspended her campaign in late April. On June 9th, just a couple weeks ago, Plattner won the Democratic primary for Senate with over 72% of the vote. Now here's where I have to pump the brakes, because Graham Plattner has had an extraordinary amount of controversy for a first-time candidate, and obviously I think it's important to go through it as it's directly relevant to whether he can actually beat Susan Collins in November. The first thing that came out was the tattoo. Plattner had a skull and bones tattoo known as a Totenkopf that he got on leave in Croatia in 2007 with other Marines. The Totenkopf is a symbol that was adopted by Nazi SS units during World War II, and when it surfaced publicly during the campaign, Plattner's explanation was that he had no idea about the Nazi connection at the time, and that the imagery was common among Marine Scout snipers when he served. He subsequently had the tattoo covered up and converted into a Celtic knot. That explanation might have held up more cleanly, except that CNN's K-File reported that old Reddit posts appeared to show Plattner discussing and justifying the symbol in ways that conflicted with his claim of ignorance. Plattner disputed that characterization though, saying the old Reddit posts were about something else entirely. Despite the controversy, Sanders and Warren continued to stand by him. But then came the Reddit posts more broadly. Researchers dug up thousands of now deleted posts that Plattner had made between 2009 and 2021, and they weren't great to say the least. There were misogynistic comments, racist remarks, and homophobic content. One post mocked a soldier who had been wounded in a Taliban ambush in 2012 with language that I'm not going to read on this channel. Another included content that critics described as making excuses for sexual assault. Plattner's response was that those posts came from a period in his life when he was struggling deeply, and that they don't reflect who he is today. Several campaign staffers resigned over the course of the scandal, and his original campaign manager left and wrote publicly that Plattner exhibits a pattern of dishonest behavior that is impossible to ignore. And then, just a few weeks ago, the Wall Street Journal reported that Plattner had been sending sexually explicit text messages to between 6 and 12 women while married. His wife Amy had discovered the messages in late spring 2025 and disclosed them to campaign aides in August, apparently out of concern that they would eventually become a political liability. The campaign downplayed it internally. What made this particularly damaging was that in April, months before the story broke publicly, Plattner had stood in front of a worried supporter and assured them that everything damaging had already come out and that there was no big dark secret left to find about him. That statement obviously turned out to be false. His wife Amy made a public video statement calling the coverage shameful gossip, and Plattner himself said only that he and Amy went through something hard and that was because of him. So now is the time I remind you again that he still won his primary anyway by over 30 points. And that's actually the most interesting thing about Graham Plattner's campaign. Everything we just went through probably would have ended most political campaigns, at least Democratic ones, before they got anywhere near a primary ballot. The tattoo alone dominated national coverage for weeks. The Reddit posts were very ugly. The sexting scandal broke less than 2 weeks before voters went to the polls. And Maine Democrats looked at all of that and gave him 72% of the vote anyway. That tells you something about not only the political moment we're in, but how badly Democrats want to beat Susan Collins, and how effectively Plattner has built a base of support that is deeply loyal to him in a way that seems somewhat immune to the normal rules of political scandal. Some people have described his candidacy as having some kind of a blue MAGA quality to it. He's got a devoted online base, massive anti-establishment energy, and his supporters tend to dismiss criticism as attacks from the system rather than legitimate concerns. It is a fair observation and worth keeping in mind as we get deeper into this race, though it's also worth noting that the people who voted for him did so knowing all of this.
I just worry about
maybe there's a reason for that.
Another
maybe
John
it's because they're
Fetterman
incredibly desperate to finally get Susan Collins out of office. To understand that more though, we first need to learn more about who she is. Who exactly is Susan Collins? Alright, let's chat about the other side of this race. Susan Collins, much like Plattner, is one of the most fascinating political figures in the country, but for very different reasons. The first thing we need to understand though is how in the world Collins has managed to survive challenge after challenge in Maine for nearly 30 years at this point. Collins has been the senior senator from Maine since January 1997. She's currently 73 years old and is running for what would be her 6th term as senator. She was born and raised in Caribou, Maine, a small town near the Canadian border in the most northern part of the state. She graduated from St. Lawrence University in 1975, spent the next decade working for Senator William Cohen, then moved through a series of state and federal administrative roles before running for governor of Maine in 1994 as the first woman ever nominated for that office by the Republican Party. She lost that race to Angus King. 2 years later, though, when Cohen stepped down from the Senate
you're
to
telling
become
me his name
Secretary
is
of Defense
Angus
under
King
Bill
and he
Clinton,
wasn't a
Collins
beef
ran for
farmer?
a seat and won. She's won every Senate election since then, and she has done it in a state that votes Democratic for president consistently by wide margins. And there's a clear reason for that. Collins' entire political identity is built around one central idea, which is that she is a different kind of Republican. She has spent nearly 3 decades carefully cultivating a reputation as a moderate and an independent voice, and her actual voting record does include real examples of that. She was one of 3 Republican senators whose votes killed the 2017 effort to repeal the Affordable Care Act alongside John McCain and Lisa Murkowski. She was the lone Republican senator to vote against confirming Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. She voted to convict Donald Trump in his second impeachment trial after January 6th. In Trump's second term, Collins voted against his nominations of Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense and Kash Patel as FBI Director. She voted against Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill last year. In 2024, she wrote in Nikki Haley for president rather than voting for Trump. And even all the way back in 2016, she publicly announced that she would not support him. That's a real record of independence, and Maine voters have rewarded it for nearly 3 decades. But there's also another side to that record, and that's the side that Democrats have pointed to recently every time they try to beat her. Collins has sided with Trump's overall agenda 95% of the time over the course of his 2 presidencies. She voted to acquit him in the first impeachment trial over the Ukraine phone call. Perhaps most consequentially, she was the deciding vote to...
Because I could see her picking Marco Rubio as well.
That would have been interesting.
Did she announce a VP pick or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't think she got deep enough.
She was out
It
pretty
would not
early.
be Chris Christie. He's too controversial among the Republican base.
She got bought out by Trump real early.
Well, I mean, DeSantis was there specifically to be the Trump spoiler. Like I think Nikki Haley and Marco Rubio on a ticket would have been a good actual primary against Trump. But I guess you don't even announce your VP until you actually win your primary.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure how it works.
Confirmed Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court in 2018, which was a decision that drew enormous national backlash and became the defining issue of her 2020 re-election campaign. Kavanaugh eventually voted to overturn Roe v. Wade in the Dobbs decision in 2022, which was something that Collins has said she did not believe would happen when she cast that vote. And yet she survived 2020 anyway. That race became the most expensive in Maine history, with total spending including outside groups exceeding $185 million. Her opponent, Maine House Speaker Sarah Gideon, outspent her dramatically and led in virtually every public poll heading into Election Day. Collins won anyway, 51% to 42%, in a state that Biden carried by more than 9 points. That result, winning by more than 8 points in a state that won 9 points the other way at the presidential level, is the thing that makes Susan Collins so hard to beat. She is extraordinarily good at convincing independent and crossover voters in Maine that she is something different from the National Republican Party, even when her voting record is considerably more complicated than that image says. And now the primary question going into 2026 is whether that strategy will still work in a political environment that is considerably more hostile to Republicans than 2020 was, and against a candidate who is running explicitly on the argument that Collins' moderation is a performance instead of a reality. Her net favorability among Maine voters currently sits at -17, with 53% of voters viewing her unfavorably and just 36% viewing her favorably. The Kavanaugh vote continues to follow her, with women voters who connect it directly to the end of federal abortion protections. And Trump's endorsement of her re-election, which he gave despite publicly noting he has differences with her on policy, creates a real problem for the crossover argument she has always depended on. The moment Trump is explicitly on your side, it becomes a lot harder to tell voters you are not really his person, which plays a role in why this race is so competitive right now. So now that we know who both of these candidates are, let's talk about why this race is so tight right now. Because the answer is more complicated than just it's a good year for Democrats or because Plattner is an exciting candidate, though both of those do play a role, as we'll discuss in a second. We'll start with the polling, where the numbers tell a really interesting story about how volatile this race already is, even though we're still almost 5 months away from Election Day. Back in May, before the sexting scandal broke publicly, Plattner was leading Collins by as many as 9 points in some polls. A University of New Hampshire survey conducted May 21st through the 25th had him at 51% to Collins' 42%. Meanwhile, a Pan-Atlantic poll from early May had him up 7 points. Those are pretty significant leads for a first-time candidate against a 5-time incumbent in a state where that incumbent has never lost. But then the whole sexting scandal broke, and the polls tightened almost immediately. A Fabrizio-Lee poll conducted June 1st through June 3rd, which was the first poll conducted after the story broke, had the race tied at 46%. A public policy polling survey from those same dates had Plattner up 4. The most recent poll as of recording this video, conducted by Qantas Insights on June 12th, had Collins within 1 point. So in the span of about 3 weeks, Plattner's lead went from as high as 9 points to essentially a statistical tie, depending on which poll you look at. What that polling trajectory tells you is two things. First, this race was always going to be close, because Susan Collins has the ability to outrun her party's unpopularity in Maine that no amount of enthusiasm or fundraising has ever been able to fully overcome. Second, Plattner scandals have done real damage that he is going to have to work to repair between now and November. Pollster Tony Fabrizio, who is one of the more respected names in the business, wrote
Tony
after his June poll that it is clear the more voters learn about Plattner, the more they find they don't like him. That is not a great thing to have written about you in June of an election year. But anyways, when it comes to fundraising, Plattner has been very impressive, as I've already sort of touched on. He has raised more than $16 million since launching his campaign, including $4.7 million in the final quarter of 2025 alone, and as of May, he was leading all candidates in fundraising for the cycle, including Collins. Collins, however, still has way more money in reserve, so to speak, with nearly $9.6 million on hand in her pre-primary filing compared to Plattner's $2 million. Collins also has the Pine Tree Results PAC, a super PAC supporting her re-election that has raised more than $5 million and is targeting $12 million total. So the money is going to be there on both sides, and this race is almost certainly going to eclipse the $185 million total spent in 2020. Now, there are a few things that make 2026 structurally different from previous cycles in ways that are significant for Plattner's chances. As I've already mentioned, the national political environment is considerably more hostile to Republicans than it was in 2020. Trump's approval rating has declined substantially since his second term began, and Democrats have been dramatically outperforming their expected margins in special elections across the country. We all know this already. Collins is also carrying something she has never carried into an election before, which is historically low approval ratings. Some of that is because of Kavanaugh and Dobbs. Some of it is because of her votes confirming RFK Jr. and other controversial
Yuck.
Trump nominees. And some of it is a broader sense among Maine Democrats and independents that the moderate brand she
that
has built
guy.
her career on is no longer credible given how frequently she has backed Trump's agenda. Plattner is running directly on that argument. He has said on the campaign trail that Collins has spent years trying to trick voters into thinking she is a moderate, and that framing is resonating with at least some of the voters who previously gave her the benefit of the doubt.
100%.
There's also another structural factor that is worth understanding if you want to make sense of Maine
He
politics,
sees a dog
which is ranked choice voting.
being
Maine
walked,
uses ranked choice voting
and
for
he
Senate
starts
elections,
salivating.
meaning voters
Yeah,
can rank
it's like
candidates in order
Pavlov's
of
dog.
preference rather than just picking one. In a race with no significant independent or third-party candidate on the ballot, which appears to be the case in 2026, ranked choice voting doesn't change
bet
the
you don't
math
know
here
what
very
happened to
much.
Pavlov's
However,
dog.
it does mean that every vote counts in a different way, and
one
strategically it
thing,
means neither
RFK knows
candidate
what
can
happens.
simply run up the score with their base and ignore the middle. Both Plattner and Collins need to be someone's second or third choice as well as their first, which tends to pull campaigns toward the center and toward crossover arguments. Historically, that dynamic has benefited Collins more than it has benefited Democrats, and it is something that Plattner's team is going to have to navigate
I do
carefully.
know about this.
So ultimately, what you have is a race where
I'm
the
not sure
fundamentals favor
how it
Democrats
finished,
more
though.
than they have in any previous cycle
RFK
Collins
knows.
has faced, where her opponent has raised an extraordinary amount of money and has real grassroots energy behind him, where her approval ratings have never been lower, and where the national environment is running against her party. And yet she is Susan Collins, and Susan Collins has beaten every opponent who has ever walked into this race thinking the conditions were finally right to take her out. The only question that remains is whether Graham Plattner is different enough to finally shift the course for Maine. What would a Plattner win truly mean? 20 years ago, Susan Collins was just another Republican senator. Today, she is something close to a political artifact. She is the only Republican senator currently running for re-election in the state that Kamala Harris carried in 2024. She is one of only 2 Republican senators on the ballot in 2026 who voted to convict Donald Trump after January 6th, the other being Bill Cassidy of Louisiana. She has built her entire career on the idea that a Republican can win in a blue-leaning state by being something different from the National Party and by maintaining a reputation for independence that most of her colleagues abandoned years ago. That used to be a fairly common thing in the Republican Party. It is extremely rare today. When it comes to the Senate map, the quick version is that Maine is widely considered Democrats' clearest pickup opportunity of the entire 2026 cycle and represents one of the 4 seats they need to retake the majority. We will leave it there because the far more interesting question about this race is what it means for the future of the kind of Republican politics Collins has spent 30 years trying to represent. The question a Plattner win would answer pretty definitively is whether that lane still exists. Because if Collins cannot survive 2026 in a favorable Democratic environment against a first-time candidate who came into this race carrying a significant amount of personal baggage, then the argument that a moderate Republican can win in a blue state by running on their record and their reputation is essentially over. It would mean that the nationalization of American politics had become so complete that even the most carefully constructed local political brand could not overcome it. There's a real irony at the center of this worth pointing out too. The fact that Trump endorsed Collins at all, despite publicly acknowledging that he has differences with her on policy and that she voted to convict him after January 6th, tells you something important about where the Republican Party is right now. Trump is not endorsing Collins because he agrees with her. He's endorsing her because he knows she is the only Republican who may be able to hold that seat. He's basically conceding that the Maine electorate requires a different kind of candidate than the rest of the country, which is an acknowledgement of everything Collins has been saying about herself for 3 decades. And yet the endorsement itself also undercuts her central argument, because as I've already said multiple times, the moment Trump is publicly on your side, it becomes considerably harder to convince independent voters in Maine that you are your own person. What a Collins win would mean, on the other hand, is that the brand still works. That even in 2026, with everything that has happened to the Republican Party over the past decade, there is still a path for a moderate Republican incumbent to hold a blue-leaning state by running on relationships, record, and reputation. It would be a remarkable political achievement, and it would likely be the story of the entire election cycle. Either way, this race is worth watching closely between now and November, not just because of what it means for Senate control, but because of what it says about whether the version of the Republican Party that Susan Collins represents has a future at all. There's always a bigger story in these races, you just have to dig for it. And that's all I've got for you today. If you enjoyed or learned something new, please feel free to like and subscribe. More videos coming soon. Additionally, if
I'm about to annex it. Taos?
Oh, that's the envoys are there because of Owls of Minerva.
Ah, okay. That's fine.
That's what I figured, because I would just put an envoy in there, because I probably, actually, this looks pretty safe. I was going to go here, but I was worried about going across the ocean with barbarians, but it's actually probably pretty safe. But
yeah,
I'll wait until I establish myself over there. And I already have enough envoys to annex here, so
Mm-hmm.
I started sending some
because
traders there.
I can't build Petra, so basically the desert is useless. So,
I mean, it's got a natural wonder and some
that's
niter
the
and
only
stuff,
benefit.
but that's about it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and build on this aloe probably, and then here, there, next to the Eye of the Sahara.
I mean, Russia will basically double the size of your territory.
Yeah, I just gotta whittle him down and build my army right now. I'm just building a terracotta army, the terracotta army and industrial zone before I start pumping out units. So I sent what I had over there.
Hey everybody, so a few weeks ago now, I encountered one of the strangest tweets I have ever seen in my life. On June 7th, 2021, Shoeonhead, an online influencer, said this. F***ing animals is bad. Globe emoji, sock emoji, rose emoji. Source? Looking at this tweet on first pass, it is almost incomprehensible, right? Like, what happened here? She was just hanging out online talking about how animal sex is bad, as one does, and then a bunch of globalists, social democrats, and socialists, that's what those emojis mean, all started hounding her for a source for that claim? What? How did any of that happen? What is this tweet doing? And how exactly did it come to be? Well, naturally, I decided to look into it, and what I found was, I think, a pretty fascinating story. A story about the strangeness of Twitter discourse, about how we treat each other online, about ethics and moral thinking. Today, I'm going to take you through the experience that I had, and I hope that'll be an interesting time for you. 2 disclaimers. 1. This video is not about canceling Shoeonhead. I know she's a controversial figure online, and we will talk about her a bit later on, but if you're looking forward to some big, important takedown, you're not gonna get what you want. 2, as you might have guessed, I'm gonna be talking for a little while about bestiality. It's not what this video is about, there's nothing graphic here, and I don't think I say anything particularly controversial, but just know what you're getting into. And with that, let's get into it. Our story begins with a humble Twitter user named Delaniac making the following tweet. Alright, time to capitalize on the vegan discourse for engagement. Absent extenuating considerations, survival, cost, health conditions, is killing an animal for meat morally different than bestiality? Please explain your reasoning below. Now, I'm gonna tip my hand here and say that yes, I do think there is a distinction to be made between these two acts. But that doesn't mean this isn't a good question or that its answer is obvious. In fact, I'd say that thinking through it is pretty complicated. And since that's very relevant here, let's explore the question together. I think most of us probably come into this question with the moral intuition that bestiality is clearly worse than animal eating. I know I do.
Unless
but
you're
when you
Cenk
try to
Uyghur,
figure
am I
out
right?
exactly why that is, you immediately hit a roadblock. For one thing,
Hold on.
I forgot to change my government. All my policy cards. Cool.
This is a fun one. If you were the benevolent dictator of the world, what would be your first order of business?
If I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
No, it's cute.
Now,
It's
why?
cute.
Why did that happen?
It's cute.
It's the dumbest thing I've said.
It is the dumbest thing you said.
No, I'll tell you why. Because was the case that we covered where there was like a guy or a girl or something that was pleasuring a horse, and the horse came to a conclusion, right? So who got harmed?
No, it's honestly really sweet. I love animals too, and
Don't like that.
It feels good for everybody. Who's losing? It's
Oh my
win-win.
God.
I mean, if we could throw some pleasure into us too, why not? I mean, it's going to feel good for everybody.
Like, they're obviously kidding.
All right, Shank, this is a
They're
fun one. If you were the
obviously
benevolent
kidding,
dictator of
but
the
it's
world,
still
what would
funny.
be your first order of business?
If I were the
me your genitals.
Is that what he says to the horse? His favorite game? Red Dead Redemption 2.
Killing an animal to harvest its meat
That's
seems
a
to be
multi-level
very
horse
harmful
cock
to
joke.
the animal. And just instinctively, I would say I don't really know how to measure that harm against the harm of animal sex. But to make matters worse, to make this question even harder, we have to acknowledge the current conditions of factory farming. Under this system, farmhands are regularly paid to, use their hands to inseminate cows. The point is that in either the case of bestiality or the case of meat production, non-consensual sexual acts are performed on animals. And yet, the former act is broadly understood to be deviant, repulsive, and immoral, and the latter act is broadly understood
people have to forcefully
to be
inseminate
lunch.
cows.
So, why do we make this distinction? Well, I think
And
this
I said,
is a decent
hot.
starting point. The difference between bestiality and burger eating has nothing to do with the harm caused to animals.
Yeah, you get elbow
and
deep in that
everything
shit.
to do with the characteristics of the person who does those things.
You ever seen those videos?
In the case of burger
they have those
eating,
massive
while it
gloves
is
that go up to
obvious
the
and
armpits.
uncontroversial to say that this
they
does
just go
harm to
armpits.
animals,
dirty job.
it's a kind of instrumental
Shit's
harm.
crazy.
Burger Boy doesn't derive pleasure specifically from the anguish of the cow. No, he's not thinking about it at all. What he wants is beef, not the suffering of the cow. But the person who commits a bestial act is exacting pleasure specifically from a situation that causes harm. Dogs do not want to have sex with people. I think that's fairly obvious.
So there's
And
a lot of
so
girls
to
that
have
would
that sex
beg to
is
differ,
to take
apparently.
joy from the
Look
invasion
it up.
of boundaries, the skirting
Look
of
it up.
consent.
Look how
Why
common
then
it
might
is.
bestiality be worse than
Go
meat
ahead.
eating? I'd say it's
Type it
because
in. What percentage of women have had sexual relations with a dog? Type it in. You tell me what it says.
Three to 6%. Latest survey said 1.9. That's still a lot.
Reality says something very ugly and very dark about the person who does it. To be clear,
That's a
this
1 in
doesn't
50
excuse
chance, baby.
any action. Doesn't mean either of these things are morally acceptable.
Better watch
but I
out.
do think there's some difference here.
Pick
What I
carefully.
just said was very contentious. I know that. A hardlining consequentialist might immediately respond, "Who cares about motive, Big Joel? All that matters is the effect that an action has. Everything else is just nonsense." Now, I could say a lot of things to that consequentialist, but if I engaged in that conversation, this video would truly take forever. I'm happy that people might disagree with me on this because my point is just that the question is complicated, that it gets at the very center of how morality works, how we should treat our moral intuitions, and why. And now, it's time for us to explore how this question, strange as it is, got explored on Twitter.com. I debated whether or not to properly introduce Shoe-on-Head in this video.
It's a funny
Information
video.
about her isn't particularly important to the point I'm trying
No,
to
it is
make,
not.
so part of me thought, why bother? But she is pretty dang famous online, so I figured I'd give a bit of info to the totally uninitiated. Shoe-on-Head began her career as an anti-feminist, anti-SJW gamer-gator. Her career revolved around finding some snowflake online and roasting them hardcore with facts and logic. That is, until roughly 2016,
I stopped watching
when
her.
two major things happened. First, Donald Trump
the
was
regular.
elected president and it shocked a lot of people. Second, Bernie Sanders became a household name, and with him came a renewed mainstream interest in socialism.
Might have been about 2018.
After this, feminism slowly crept into the background of online discourse, and Shoe-on-Head changed gears in a good way. She was always a liberal, and she started emphasizing her support for leftist policies and Bernie Sanders more than her hatred for feminism and SJWs. A lot of people seem very concerned with the question, has Shoe-on-Head changed? And I can't tell
Who
you the
cares?
answer to that. She's a person. I'm sure her perspectives have evolved somewhat, but it's hard to say how specifically. Does she still think feminism is dumb as hell? Does she still think fatphobia is just made-up BuzzFeed nonsense? Does she still think women are biologically determined to be less funny than our men? I don't know, and I, barely care at this point. Anyhow, that's enough context. This is how Shuan had first responded to that question about eating meat and bestiality. We are natural meat eaters. We are not natural animal fuckers. We bang our own species. There's no reason to bang animals except for being some kind of hedonistic freak. Now, look, whatever you think of my account of the moral difference between these two acts,
what about
Shu
a weak
says
rapist?
here is a very bad answer. And that's
Bad
for two
answer?
fairly obvious reasons. First, the word natural has no coherent definition. That's not to say
They'd
it's a
probably
bad
fuck
word or
dogs.
that it has no uses, but it is imprecise and generally seems to refer to
I
a
guess they're all
random
weak,
set
aren't
of
they?
associations that people have. Second, and more importantly, even if we did have some coherent
By
definition
definition.
for natural, there'd still be no reason to think that what is natural must also be good. It seems intuitive to me to say that murder, which has been around since the beginning of humanity, is
murder?
natural, and that eating an airhead, this synthetic processed treat, is unnatural. But I think I'm right when I say that murder is bad and airheads are delicious. Here's the thing. Shuanhead's argument here isn't just bad, it is iconically bad. It is the bad argument. Every debate nerd on this planet knows about the naturalistic fallacy. What's more, appealing to natural behaviors is famous because it is the go-to argument of bigots and social conservatives. Social Darwinism,
everyone's a bigot to you.
homophobia, and racism have all been defended with claims about what is and isn't natural. I'm not saying that Shu believes in any of those things. I don't think that at all, but it's a bad argument with a bad track record, and it's easy as shit to call it out. And so, people did. Of course they did. The wheels of Twitter turned. If it was natural to eat people, would you think it's morally okay to do so? As pointed out, this is a fallacy of appealing to nature. Appeal to nature. Who would have thought that Shu would make 8th grader level argument? Now, I could go on and on with this. I have not scratched the surface of people angrily and accurately informing Shu that her argument was bad. To be clear, I don't think this was cancel culture or bullying or whatever, but this kind of thing can absolutely make a person feel defensive, make them feel like they have to vindicate themselves. I can't read Shu's mind, but perhaps this is why the situation kind of escalated right here. When Delaniac essentially claimed her argument was based on emotion, she responded, "Let me just bust out my fucking datasheet explaining why fucking a horse is bad." And then 30 minutes later, it seemed this was not enough, and in a standalone tweet to her large audience, she wrote the tweet that we've already seen. Fucking animals is bad, globe emoji, sock emoji, rose emoji, source? So now that we're seeing this tweet in its full context, I think there's a lot that just feels wrong here, right? First off, she started it. She was the one who decided to engage with this discourse. She didn't just say having sex with animals is bad. No, she made a whole little argument there. Yet now she decided that engaging with this question is on its face stupid and ridiculous. That's puzzling. But maybe more importantly, this was never an argument about whether or not bestiality is good. You can see that, right? Delaniac later says in this thread that he's a vegan. This question is obviously meant to get you thinking about if eating meat is bad, not if having sex with animals is good. But Shu just eliminates that part, omits it entirely from her account. Again, puzzling. So what's going on here? Well, here's what I'd say. Shu is crafting her tweet around the desire to make this discourse seem as silly and obvious as possible. First, she performatively extricates herself from the conversation, pretends she wasn't engaged with it in the first place, and in doing so, imagines herself as a hapless, normal person who simply found herself involved with this awful conversation. Then she removes the context. No longer longer was this about veganism and how we evaluate moral transgression.
Feeding?
Suddenly, it's just, should I get sex with horses?
Look at
A
him.
pretty trivially easy question for most people to answer. And although it might not look it, this
Look at this video I
process
just
of
sent you.
performing a discourse in a way that makes it seem absurd or nonsensical is extremely powerful in a rhetorical sense. Because in this moment, she is able.
How am I supposed to look at it? Can't you see I'm busy? Look at him. Look at him.
He's a burrito. He's converted to Islam.
He tried to bite me when I went in there to grab him. Too bad his teeth don't work.
Well, he knows what's coming. That's why. Oh, you.
Yeah, me saving your life, stupid.
Yeah, how dare you?
Don't give me the pushy paws. You put those pushy paws away, sir.
I'll put something on.
Oh, I'll put it on after I'm done feeding him.
How long does it take? Not long.
I mean, I'm going pretty fast right now. I know. I basically have to shove it in the back of his throat, because if it's not in the back of his throat...
They can aspirate?
No, he fucking spits it out. He won't swallow it. Look at his paw right now.
Cheeky little fuck.
Look at his paw right now.
I doth protest, sir.
No Nazi salutes in this house, Buster.
The chinchillas. They're really from Argentina.
You will let me save your life. We're getting a lot of it pumped in him today. We haven't had any come out the front yet.
No come?
I know. It's tough being you. My little mutant. Maybe you should have got better genetics. Did you ever think about that?
What does Sean Bean say in the game when you unlock animal husbandry? I'm fond of pigs.
I know. It's tough being you.
It's a hard knock life for
How
us.
dare I save your life?
You see they're making another Austin Powers?
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how it goes.
He's so over it. You're almost done. There's only a little bit left.
He really fucking hates it. He's gonna escape. He's gonna get out. He's slipping.
Oh, I dropped it.
They're very fidgety.
I mean, he's getting...
Are they slippery when you hold them?
Yeah, sometimes.
Hmm.
But he's also getting a tube shoved in the back of his
That's
mouth,
true.
you know? He's got a big clump in there. Swallow it. Swallow it.
Just rub his throat. That's how I do it for dogs.
Okay. I think...
When I was looking after my auntie's dogs, one of them needed medication and she wouldn't eat it. So you'd have to, like, open her mouth with her canines, hold the mouth open, put the pill in, close it so she doesn't fucking spit it out, and then use a syringe to squirt water in. And then massage her throat so she'd swallow it. It was a whole fucking process. She hated it. She hated taking medication. This old little dog. Poor thing. Fluffy little poodle cross thing.
Which one's my main? This one.
Have you next turn?
No, it's... Yeah, it says please wait.
What the fuck? It's been loading that whole time.
Yeah, it's because it's a big map. I think. Which is fine. More time to focus on the videos.
Implicitly ask a question. If this so-called ethical quandary was this easy for me to resolve, if it took none of my mental faculties, then what kind of weird-ass, vaguely suspicious person is getting stumped by this? This is what Shu means with the second half of her tweet, right? Look at all these terminally online socialists and social democrats and globalists, people who inexplicably want me to provide a source or data sheet to substantiate my beliefs. This is an impossible standard they are deploying to obfuscate the readily apparent fact that animal sex is bad. And see, it doesn't matter here what she originally said, the part she played in all this. It doesn't matter that none of them were actually asking for a source or data sheet, because that's simply not how moral philosophy works. It doesn't matter that this is not the point that anyone was making, because now these people are just weirdos. They are perverting our discourse, justifying for no apparent reason the needless harming of animals. It's important to note the role this tweet plays within a larger online context, because it's something we find a lot, specifically on Twitter. Before this point, what was happening was a conversation. Someone said something, Shu made a point, people objected to it, and she got mad. There was a give and take, there were people in genuine conflict. But now, with this tweet, all that is gone, and what we're left with is this odd performance, this presentation of values and ideas and politics that is directed not to any person, but to the public. And this becomes clear with the final tweet that Shu made on this subject. You can see the tweet here, but what I'm more invested in is the responses that it got. Debate culture and its consequences have been a disaster for the left. Combos like that tell me there are some sick people in the world. If I was in a face-to-face conversation and had to tell somebody why they shouldn't do that to a horse, I'd just leave and then tell people that person wants to fuck a horse. How is bestiality as bad controversial? Why would one need to even elaborate on that?
Happy.
Maybe letting everyone have an opinion was a bad idea. Free speech was a mistake.
He's just really
Imagine
upset.
being public.
But like, I literally couldn't get any more in. Like, his whole throat had been filled. He needs to work on just swallowing what's already in him.
this passionate about horse fucking. I may not agree with you politically, but I swear you have some of the weirdest people that post on your threads, and I thank you for opening my eyes to how fucked up some people in this country really are. Shu is the good
Do we
guy,
stream
the
on the
reasonable,
first of next
common
month?
sense figure. And in order to sustain that narrative,
What
a
day?
harmful political other needs to be invented. There is something
Wednesday, fuck.
inherently wrong here.
Wait, it will be
and
the first
Shu,
when we
in her
stream.
own small
It'll be
way,
first in America.
is setting it right.
The title of the
I started this
Thursday
video
stream
by
next week is
disclaiming that
Gay
this
for One More
story
Day.
was not about canceling or calling out Shu on head. And I hope you see just how much I mean that. For one thing, all this is...
Honestly, this video sucks dick. More than junk sucks horse cock.
I send one.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I got distracted.
I horse dick. Why does it come together? God fucking damn it.
You have to admit, it was pretty funny when his legs started going.
Right at the end. He was really trying to get out of there. He's like, nah, that's enough. Enough of that. I'm done.
I mean,
Kick.
it was enough from the beginning.
Yeah.
But
Welcome to Current Affairs. My name is Nathan Robinson. I am the editor-in-chief of Current Affairs magazine. I am joined today by Professor Judith Butler. They are perhaps the leading philosopher on gender and sex in the world, distinguished professor in the graduate school at the University of California, Berkeley. Their books include Gender Trouble, Feminism, and the Subversion of Identity, Bodies That Matter on the Discursive Limits of Sex, The Force of Non-Violence, and Who's Afraid of Gender, the book that we are here to discuss today. Professor Butler is also a noted social activist.
Kinda hate
in
the way
addition
this guy
to their
talks.
academic work, having participated in Occupy Wall Street, worked with Jewish Voice for Peace and the Center for Constitutional Rights. Their work has attracted both praise and notoriety, ranging from critical acclaim to, in fact, having been burned in effigy in Brazil at one point by anti-quote gender activists. And we are here today to discuss the anti-quote gender movement that is in many ways a response to Professor Butler's work. So Professor Judith Butler, we're delighted to have you join us here on Current Affairs today.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I want to start with a quote from your book, Who's Afraid of Gender, where you say, in the United States,
why
at
does he
least,
talk like that?
gender is no
Radio
longer a mundane box to be checked on official forms, and surely
It's his
not
radio
one of
voice.
those obscure academic disciplines with no effect in the broader world on the country. It has become a phantasm with destructive powers, one way of collecting and escalating multitudes
just super
of modern
fancy.
panics. I wonder if you could elaborate on what you mean by that.
Yes, well, first of all, let me just say that I don't consider myself the leading philosopher of gender, nor do I hold myself or my work responsible for what the popular discourse calls gender ideology. My sense is that gender ideology does not exist. It's a way of abbreviating a complex field and set of social policies and legal decisions. it's a shorthand that fails to really explicate what is at stake, but also produces something like an imaginary enemy or a fictional unity
Who should socialist
of
champion
sorts
be?
that attracts a lot of anxiety and fear, some fascination and confusion. And if I track the way gender
What are
is
US values?
referred to in the media and in public discourse, it seems to stand for a whole host of issues, including
Also, sure.
reproductive rights or
Better
transgender
champion?
or
Sure, why
women's
not?
equality or how to work with sports and questions of equality and inclusion and DEI and psychological understandings of what happens to boys and girls as they grow up and come to understand themselves. There's so many different issues that get grouped together, and I suppose the word phantasm suggests that there's a kind of dream image or a phantasmatic construct that has taken hold in people's minds, and it's called gender. But actually, gender is very complex, and people have been studying it for a very long time, and there are conflicting views. And if we took a more sober and intellectual approach to scholarly approach to the issue, we would find many different strands and conflicts and interesting items there.
I'm sure you're familiar with the case that happened recently after the publication of your book of the professor who was prohibited from teaching a portion of Plato's was it the Symposium or because it violated the rule in Texas against teaching quote unquote gender ideology. And I think that is a very interesting example
He's
of
really
the way
upset.
that the right has seemed very clear on what it means, or has felt to itself like it is very clear on what it means by prohibiting gender ideology. But then when it comes down to actually enforcing it, it turns out that I'm not sure that a lot of them know themselves precisely what they mean by gender ideology. I mean, when you were writing this book, did you get a clearer understanding of what is meant by the effort to prohibit gender ideology?
Well, I think, unfortunately, when
She got one
the
of them
right
fancy
uses the
sliding
term
doors.
ideology, they tend to
She lives in a barn.
think of a
It might be a
dogmatic
hotel.
position that's being imposed
It's a horse
by
stable.
some people in positions of power, by teachers or by
My favorite
social
are
policies.
there are doors like that, but like when you pull them, they like become two diamonds and then like form on the other side.
Retracting doors.
Huh?
Like the folding doors. That you
Yeah,
open
but
from the middle.
they kind of like just still become a rectangle when it ends. It's on the.
Yeah, but they're kind of shaped like this, and they fold in and out like this.
It's just like in the middle. It like breaks apart into two squares and then becomes another rectangle over here.
That's weird. You have to show me. I don't know what that is.
And they attribute to gender an ideological function by which they mean both dogmatic and falsifying. So against the dogmatic, they say we should have an open and free discussion, including conservative views on family and gender. And against the falsification, they think, well, we should be grounding all of our views on biological facts, although sometimes they say we should be grounding all of our views on Christian doctrine. So there's a little bit of a
this city needs to be
tension
raised.
there, but
by the way,
and
Go
there
ahead.
are different variants
the
of the
Kazan
anti-gender
one.
ideology.
So whoever
throughout
takes
the
it,
world.
because
So what
you
we
got
find
more
in
melee
Taiwan
units,
is
you'll
not the
probably end
same
up taking
as
it.
what we find
Get
in
rid of it.
Uganda, for instance. However, in the case of the Plato censorship, what they're actually doing is making a
That's why.
doctrinaire decision, right? They're imposing a doctrine that says you should not have an open discussion of love on homosexuality, which is a feature of Socrates' relationship with some of his interlocutors, and not an explicitly sexual representation, but certainly a representation of love between men. Now, that in classical Greece, we accept that that's part of what was happening. We don't need to negate that. We don't need to deny that. And if we do negate it or deny it, we are the ones, or they are the ones, who are acting in a dogmatic and doctrinaire fashion. So the irony is that gender is understood as a dogmatic doctrine, but the way in which it's prohibited certainly suggests that those who are doing the prohibition are acting in a dogmatic and doctrinaire way.
Now, I mean, much of your book is concerned to excavate or try to understand
Do you think China is a fascist
why
state? Yes.
gender or quote-unquote gender ideology has come to
We
loom
cover this
large,
extensively.
for these people, the reasons for the fear.
Trying to
But
find
I
this
think
fucking door.
Many of them, if you asked them, would start with, well, before you can pose that
Liberty.
question, you have to prove that
When?
we are wrong.
When was that?
And that our arguments are false.
When does America care about liberty?
Certainly, I mean, I was
When they're invading
I was
countries?
reading Kathleen Stock's very critical review of your book.
When they're
and what she
empowering
said
the
was
rich
essentially,
to
how dare you
make
psychoanalyze
people
us instead of
not able
instead
to
of
experience
refuting us.
and enjoy that
what
liberty?
we are making is the case.
Yeah.
that
I fundamentally
I mean,
disagree.
let's look up the
And
Global
economic
Freedom Index.
freedoms.
Global Freedom Index,
Mm.
economic freedom.
Good idea.
No, this one's the Heritage Foundation. Let's pull that
gross.
up. Well, hey.
America's probably number one. Yeah, America number one. Heritage Foundation. Yeah, Donald Trump policy's doing good because we want Al-Qaeda and the Christian Taliban. Putting fucking... there's your American values, baby. Fucking 10 Commandments. It's liberty for the prots and nobody else. No, but China, the government is 100%
Okay, so
at least
this is
behaviorally fascist.
Nope, that's the wrong one. This is the Heritage Foundation's Economic Freedom Index. So we have Singapore,
I'm actually very
Switzerland,
interested.
Ireland, and Australia are the only ones that have
Interesting.
the pure green. Then
Oh.
Taiwan, Luxembourg, Denmark, Norway, Estonia, Netherlands, Sweden, New Zealand, Finland, Canada, Lithuania, Iceland, Chile, Cyprus, South Korea, Czech Republic, Mauritius, and then United States at 22 above the United Arab Emirates.
It's a good spot.
Could be better.
Could be much better. Look, a country called Uruguay.
So the break point is below 70. It goes to
Yeah.
the yellow, and the United States has 72.8.
Yeah, it looks like it breaks up into segments of 20. Did all my
So-
guys just die?
Maybe.
Oh no, it was just their units. The Free City units. Oh, I should have just looted that fucking farm.
Then there's this map. This is, so this specifically, yellow countries show a decline in freedom.
Mhm.
Blue countries show
USA
a
number
growth
one.
on freedom. So it was only a small decline in the United States from last year.
But big enough. The real use of gunpowder.
Okay, so
Bong.
okay, let's see where it loses points here. Electoral laws framework lost a point. Are the people's political choices free from domination by forces that are external to this political sphere? So, foreign interest and lobbies. It even is listing Musk and X specifically here. They lost a point there. Various of the segments of the population have full political rights and opportunities. It lost a point there.
Intriguing.
Lost 2 points in freely elected head of government, national legislative representatives determine the policy of government. Safeguards against official corruption, strong and effective. It lost 2 points. Openness and transparency, it only has a 3 out of 4. And if that's, and I always say the United States is very transparent. Free and independent media lost a point. I'm sure that will go down with the report next year. Academic freedom lost a point. Free to express personal and political views on sensitive topics lost a point. Freedom for trade unions lost a point.
Intriguing.
Independent judiciary lost a point. Due process lost a point. Protection from illegitimate use of physical force and freedom from war and insurgencies, it lost a point. Not sure exactly what that means, but I'm not about to read all that. Laws, policies guarantee equal treatment to various segments of the population, lost 2 points. Enjoy personal social freedoms, including choice of marriage partner and size of family, protection from domestic violence, and control over appearance. It's lost a point there. Equal opportunity from economic exploitation, as in you're not going to be a slave in the country. It's lost a point.
Lost a point.
Could be better.
If to try and articulate what their position would be, there is a view of gender as subjective that leads to all kinds of
I don't think you need to compare it all.
The belief that anyone
the best comparison
can change
is
their
to the US
gender
30 years ago.
at will, which results in
before Reagan.
She cited the case of children being given puberty blockers and trans women competing in women's sports and trans women being allowed to share prison cells with cisgender women, etc., 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 etc. And this is all the result of a view that essentially sees gender as subjective, and that view is wrong and a denial of reality. So how do you respond first to that assertion?
Well, first of all, gender is not subjective, so her attribution is incorrect. Now, I could, if I were to answer
anyway,
that
back
question,
to trying to
I'd
find
have
these
to
doors.
allow for her attribution to be true, but I can't do that without falsifying my position.
Sure.
So, if we think about, gender, first of all, it's a framework that's been developed through the social sciences. So, a framework is not subjective. A framework is a way of framing knowledge and a mode of inquiry. To the degree that we talk about gender norms in the world, we ask how labor is divided by gender. What are women making as opposed to what men are making? We're talking about gender as a differential of power. And I think we can say, yes, there's lots of good sociological and economic analysis that has suggested that gender is a factor in the distribution of wealth.
Man, what do I even
wealth,
search
the
to
division of
find this?
labor. Those are not subjective dimensions of gender. She seems to conflate gender, which is a much broader concept, with gender identity, which is the ways in which different people identify. But she also then makes a further mistake, which is to say that identifying with a specific gender is a merely subjective or volitional, freely chosen kind of act. Like, oh, I think I'll be this gender today.
I found it. I
think
found
I'll
this
be that gender
bougie
today.
ass
Now,
website.
the reason
with it.
why psychoanalysis remains interesting to us in the year 2026 is that we often think we are choosing things deliberately, and we're actually motivated by some other kinds of issues. And we think we're speaking rationally, but actually we're maybe in a panic, or we have some wishes we wish to fulfill. And Freud was one of those thinkers who did ask us to reflect on the fact that
socialism's only going to grow in response to
doing
Donald
in a
Trump.
voluntary
All right, check these out. So this one has aluminum, I guess.
Okay, that's fucking cool.
Right?
That's fucking awesome. That's real cool. I've never seen that before.
There's some kinetic objects. Yeah. Isn't that fucking cool?
That is very cool.
Isn't that the coolest sliding door you've ever seen?
Oh my god, that's fucking awesome. Oh, you move it manually? Huh. Intriguing. It doesn't look like it quite fits all the way into the door frame.
They have different...
Okay, that's cool as fuck.
Oh, this one's wires instead of like metal beams.
Interesting. And it tensions at the end. Fascinating. Engineering.
It said, I found this in a luxury homes blog, so you can only
Of
imagine
course.
how expensive this shit is.
Jesus Christ.
And it's aluminum too, so...
It probably costs nothing to
I mean,
produce.
well, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Is aluminum is affordable, but also it's sustainable. Aluminum is sustainable.
Mm-hmm. Can just recycle the door when you're done. Take it to your local can recycler.
See, I don't know if they actually sell these, or if it's just like art
Is it a two-sided thing?
exhibits.
So you press one and both open? That's cool as fuck. It's almost as cool as sunken living rooms.
Sunken living rooms look real nice. It's a very nice classic look, you know?
I like it. Every time that I do a delivery to one, I always comment that I like it. This is a nice living room. The sunken living room. It's great.
way is affected by other kinds of passions or anxieties or even unconscious elements that influence human motivation. So I'm not a voluntarist. I don't think people get up in the morning and decide what gender they're going to be today. But I do think that we've been naive about how deep-seated certain notions of gender are. So for instance, when a man says to me, as they have said, look, my gender is like part of who I am. This is basic to me. Like, don't tell me this is changeable. This is absolutely who I am.
Yeah.
you know what? The last thing I'm going to say is, oh, you can change that if you want. No,
Yeah.
I'm going to respect that person. I'm going to respect that person who's telling me something that is deep seated. He doesn't know all the reasons why, right? But that's his passionate, fierce understanding of himself. And it's like, go forth. Go forth. It's good. You know who you are and you're living in the world.
Sure.
But if a trans person says, you know what?
Right.
This is deep seated.
That's also true for me.
This is deep seated.
Yeah.
I can't. This is so deep seated, and I don't know all the reasons for this, but this is who I am. I'm going to say, I respect you. Go forth.
This is related to what is kind of, I suppose, perhaps the most common misunderstanding of your own work, because you've become so associated with the term performative.
One benefit.
People sometimes interpret
Peter has
that
no
to
night off.
mean that if gender is a series of actions, is created by a series of actions, I could take different actions tomorrow and my gender would change immediately, which is then used by people like you. Talk a lot about J.K. Rowling in the book, and she makes the argument, well, if a man can just decide,
does not have a fixed retail price for his reinvented Evolution door operating out of his studio in Vienna. He builds each kinetic door by hand to custom client specifications. The final cost varies specifically depending on the materials used, glass, wood, steel, and the time required for assembly.
Cool.
So that tells when you don't get a price tag on something,
It's expensive.
Yeah.
decide tomorrow.
If you have to ask, you
and,
can't afford it.
He's been married for 40 years. He's been felt himself to be a man for 40 years, and then tomorrow he decides he's been a woman the whole time. And this is, as I say, sort of based on a misconstrual of your own work. But you're saying there, it just doesn't work like that. And this idea that you could change your gender by flipping some kind of switch in your head is just not how it works.
I mean, you can maybe in Hollywood, you can if you're a performance artist. But look, performative is not radical free choice. It's not like I can be anything I want at any time. Hardly. I'm formed by culture, family, religion. I mean, I'm so formed. But I'm not fully determined, right? Like, yes, I come out of this family and I come out of this background and this is what I was taught and this is how I've lived. And I'm deeply crafted and formed by social norms and historical circumstances and all kinds of psychic material I didn't get to choose. At the same time, I live this life and I make decisions about it and I decide what my existence should be like on the basis of my deepest understanding of who I am or how I want to be in the world. So I don't think we're totally voluntaristic, like, I can be anything, nor do I think we're totally determined. And performativity is a way of naming that in that space between philosophically determinism and voluntarism. In other words, you're affected by culture, and yet you also are remaking it. You're also making some changes in it.
What an interesting
and it's
woman.
hard, and the countercurrents, and what we call choice there is not radically free. It's a struggle with an existing formation. And people struggle in different ways to revise, their history. They're not make up a new history, but to find new ways of living in the midst of having been formed. That's performativity.
Do you detect in the anti-gender movement a kind of frustration with or an unwillingness
the only
to grapple
thing I
with
found is that
the
it's potentially
possibility
between
that reality
8 and 15,000.
Complicated, and that common sense
holy shit.
categories
I mean, I don't
and
think that's
plain
too
language
bad
don't get us,
considering what it is.
They look like
description
interior doors.
of reality.
They
I mean, there's this
So
documentary
you would have to buy a lot.
a couple of years ago by one of these anti-gender
you just
people,
need
Matt
it for
Walsh,
the
who
one
called What is a
specific
Woman?
room.
And his whole frustration
Sure,
is
if that's
that
what you
people
want.
won't accept accept the simple answer to, what is
I
a
was
woman has a
expecting
simple
him to
answer.
be
He
a
says it's
little
an adult
more.
human female, and he goes around posing this question. And if you don't
Also,
answer
I'd be
it with a
scared
simple
to get
answer,
one
it
made out of
suggests,
glass.
well, you're part of this this terrible, destructive gender ideology. Could you perhaps respond to this idea that a question like "What is a woman?" should have or needs to have a simple, common sense answer?
Yeah.
What is a woman?
Well,
whatever you want, baby.
I mean, I'm going to answer your question directly, I promise you. But I can't help noting that the people who pound the table, like, it's a simple fact. We should have a simple answer. They're angry. They're insistent. They're frustrated. I mean, just look at what the emotional aura is of that claim. Like, we need a simple truth. And like, whoa, why are we so angry about that? Why do we need a simple truth? Like, well, complexity is frightening. Look at,
Where the fuck
human
is Shaka?
endocrinology. Look at how testosterone is distributed
He's right there.
among people, assigned female, assigned male at birth. If you look at the complex interactions as developmental biology does between genetic and epigenetic factors and the different forms of masculinity and femininity that emerge, and then the cultural differences, oh my goodness, people who are very clearly women in one culture and absolutely are not in another. It's like, why is it we have different frameworks culturally understanding that? Or why is it that medical professionals also have to think about, whether and how to name people with mixed sexual attributes, intersex people, who make up a certain small but significant percentage of the population? We either are interested in that complexity, because it is kind of interesting. We take for granted certain ideas, and other people are taking for granted totally different ones. How do we translate between those or come up with a more comprehensive understanding?
I'm
How do we
doing diplomacy.
think about
No,
developmental
it's all right.
biology
Actually, I
in
might
relationship
save
to
this
cultural anthropology in relationship to the humanities? I don't know. I find that interesting. It doesn't
Tom Rose
scare me,
hasn't
but
even
some
discovered
people
that.
no complexity, but human life is complex, and we are a complexity of factors that go into making who we are. So even if we're unequivocally a man or a woman, say, how we live that gender,
I gave
how we
Genghis
experience it,
Khan
how
a
we
single gold
present it, how
piece
we
to join the war.
understand it, it's
That's
going
great.
to be complex. It's why sometimes
Man loves
we
gold.
don't understand each other. Or make expectations of one another, like, oh, but you're a man. I thought you would like X. It's like, well, I don't like X.
Yeah,
But you're a
fuck
woman.
X.
You're supposed
Terrible
to.
platform.
Well, I don't like that.
Do you think if someone like, a right-wing provocateur like Walsh poses the question, what is a woman? Do you think the right response is to dispute the question, or is there a satisfactory answer to that question?
Well, look, I ask the same question. What is a woman? Freud asked the question, what does a woman want? But you could also say, what is a woman? My own sensibilities say, it's a great question. But it's wondrous. It's wondrous. Let's keep that question open, because you know what? There are going to be a lot of different ways of answering, and that will give us access to human complexity. And then we'll know more about the world, and we'll be able to affirm the human in its complexity rather than putting it into fixed boxes and smashing in those nails. So for me, what is a woman is a great question, but I would just keep it open.
Yeah, because when I saw the title of the documentary, I thought, well, where you should start if you really want to investigate that question is you should open Simone de Beauvoir, and you should see who was fascinated by this question of how does one become a woman, what does it mean to be a woman. But one of the things you point out in here is that there is a very aggressive unwillingness to do the reading among many of these critics, a real hostility. In fact, you recount an anecdote to someone you met who came up to you after a talk and said they prayed for you, and You know, and then you said, I asked if she'd read my work. She said, no, I would never read such a book.
Well, it's true. I think we have to think about book banning. We have to think about censorship, the new constraints being imposed on universities, the defunding or renaming of gender studies, sexuality studies, feminist studies, ethnic studies, Africana and African American studies. All of this censorship and increased authoritarian incursion into educational systems, K through 12, and universities, higher ed. This is of a piece with the anti-gender ideology movement. This is a movement that seeks to control knowledge, to suppress knowledge, to stop us from questioning, even to attack Socrates, who taught us the absolute importance of open inquiry, right?
Hey, isn't that the guy that they made drink poison to get him to shut the fuck up? I always, whenever somebody brings up Socrates, that's what I always want to say.
What movie is that from?
We might say is dedicated to Socrates.
Not from a movie. That's like my joke.
I swear I've heard that somewhere else.
Yeah, because I say it all the time.
No. I swear I've heard it somewhere else.
His way of opening questions
Definitely heard you
and
say
asking people to re-examine their assumptions about what is justice, what is beauty, what is truth. Not to become radical relativists, but to allow for a complex understanding and, quite frankly, a better set of judgments based on knowledge. But the anti-gender ideology movement is an attack on knowledge and an attack on open inquiry.
I mean, it comes up repeatedly in this book that you can't separate the
I love that he's actually able to like flip
on
two pages and read directly from the book. That's rare that you see
and fascism.
in interviews with
cite,
authors.
The right-wing pundit Michael Knowles in your conclusion, who said, transgenderism is false and therefore it must be eradicated from public life. And you hone in on that language of eradication as and a sort of inherently, if you don't accept our definition
Usually people
of
with a
common
philosophy
sense
background,
and speak in our
can
defined
do this.
plain language and accept biblical or biological truths as we define them, then you have no place in public life.
Well, I think that's true. And I think it's the Lemkin Institute, which is dedicated to genocide studies, has recently put out a statement saying that the attack on transgender people, their legal rights, their very existence, indicates a genocide, a potentially genocidal project. I mean, they're not saying that people are committing genocide against trans people, but they're saying that the minute you deny the legal standing of a minority and you
We've been saying this
refuse
for a
to
minute.
acknowledge that they exist within legal and public discourse, you nullify
Especially
their,
within the legal
their
definition,
and public
gender needs to be
existence.
added.
You withdraw social recognition. They fall into a kind of legal and reality or non-existence that allows for their rights to be taken away, including the right to life. So
that's the thing, that's the specific push to add specific things on femicide, right? That type of thing. But the thing is that if somebody's trans or gay, they're already a minority group, so it is covered. It just doesn't cover biological women.
Okay.
Right? Because, like, ultimately trans women are victims of femicide, too, in countries where it's a problem.
I do think that there are those who would eliminate the category of transgender altogether, which of course abandons all the people who are transgender to living lives that are unlivable for them and are not being recognized according to the language and legal categories that allow for them to have rights in this world pertaining to their gender. So it is for me a very terrifying thing, and to deprive people of health or to deprive them of rights of passage from one country to another, to deprive them of legal recognition is to deprive them of all the rights that follow from being legally recognized as the person that you are.
Now, I would like to ask you briefly about the category of critics who are often called trans-exclusionary radical feminists, because they would say, people like Germaine Greer, for instance, would say, I am a leftist. I am not a fascist. I am someone whose sympathies are with liberation movements, and my argument against trans people is that they deny the true nature of womanhood. They undermine the women's rights movement by reinforcing a stereotyped notion of what it means.
That's just silly because, like, it's not often that I see it, but, like, you know, there's certain, like, trans women where it's like, I'm gonna remove all my body hair, right? And it's because of, like, our gender norms that have existed on those things. So, but then there's also trans women who, like, don't give a fuck about shaving their legs, you know, like, maybe don't really shave their face. It's more common, I'd say, with the non-binary route, where you would see not somebody shaving their face, but it's not like it doesn't exist. There's probably, you know, more trans women with facial hair than biological women with facial hair. I don't know how often that condition comes up in females, but I would imagine if it does, very few of them just embrace it. And, like, if anything, it's like a little bit of dark hair on the upper lip. And I'm
Maybe
not really talking about just that.
I think it's also a thyroid thing. It's a hormone imbalance from the thyroids or some shit like that that does it. I could be a little bit off, but it's something like that. It's like a hormone imbalance. They get a little bit of peach fuzz.
And if anything, if it's not, because, like, obviously there's way more, like, there's just a small percentage of trans people, but if it's, like, per 1 in 1,000, I would say there's more trans women with facial hair that don't care about having facial hair than there is women by percentage in 1 in 1,000. But even total, I would think that it would be greater.
To be a certain,
that's how Trump measures
gender.
COVID
and
values.
They would argue this is a good faith criticism, and it is a feminist criticism. It's not a Viktor Orban, Vladimir Putin criticism. But you've been, you know, obviously deeply critical and suggested that movement, that posture ends up allying itself with these, you know, very hardcore authoritarians.
I mean, just look at it.
How do you respond to their criticism?
Well, I think there's just no question in my mind that Germaine Greer has been a great leftist and a great feminist. There's, you know, you would never hear me object to that. I think what puzzles me is why leftist feminists, in part, not in whole, have taken positions that do ally with right-wing authoritarianism, the same forms of authoritarianism that have denied
First get mad when you say
reproductive
that
freedom and
their points of views align with Nazis, and it's very funny because they
legal
start
protections for women.
crying because I'm a man, and I'm like,
think
this has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Trans women have
You
always
align with
been part of the
Nazis.
feminist movement. Most trans women I know are also feminists.
They freak out.
And the category of women has been an expansive one. If you, one question for me is, especially for second wave feminists, is, well, didn't we learn that definitions of what a woman is have been far too narrow and sometimes biologically reductive, like, oh, women reproduce. Well, not all women reproduce. Not all women can. Not all women want to. Or women have these kinds of values. Well, not all kinds of women have those values. Women belong in the private sphere. No, they don't believe. So there are all these restrictive definitions of what a woman is. And my sense is that the exhilarating part of feminism is that it was and remains a freedom movement. That is to say, women can be all kinds of things, and we need to allow the category of women to be expansive. Now, that doesn't mean it can include all things. I mean, I don't mean to be silly about this, but trans women and trans men and trans people, more broadly, non-binary people, are subject to harassment, discrimination, the restriction of rights that makes them political allies, potential and actual political allies with feminists. And we've always been allies. We've always been in favor of equality, against discrimination, trying to figure out how to live freely and how to live and breathe in the street, on the workplace, in the home, without fear of violence. That brings us all together. Why wouldn't that just be the most compelling affiliation and alliance? We know too many stories about trans people who are assaulted on the street. We know too many stories about women who are assaulted on the street. The same people are doing those assaults. We need to band together to oppose femicide and to the killing of trans and non-binary or non-gender conforming people. And throughout Latin America, the feminist movements have those alliances. It's been very surprising to me, especially in the British context, to see that those alliances have severed. There's no
specifically talking about how the specific all that turf nonsense is specifically coming out of Britain.
So there's no good reason for it.
Yes, we had Sean Fay on the program a couple of years ago and talk about how remarkable the anti-trans tendency in British feminism specifically is, and you have a chapter on Britain.
It is, and I agree with Sean Fay. We've actually spoken about this, that the British anti-trans movement within feminism is singular. I know no country in which it is as fierce as it's there.
I've just two more questions for you. First, there's this. I'm sure this is a question that could have a book-length answer, but it intrigues me that briefly in your book, you discuss your own.
Where does this accent come from that he's got
in gender theory? And you say that you now find it, quote, questionable in several ways, especially in light of trans and materialist criticisms. I wonder if you could just briefly tell us a little bit about how your own views have evolved over the decades.
Well, I suppose first and foremost, 37 years ago when I was actually writing Gender Trouble, I was deeply influenced by French post-structuralism and feminist theory. I was a bit lost to that academic world, and it's still very interesting material, and I teach it and write about it, and it's all fine, but it's a narrow framework. oddly, when the books started to get translated into other languages, I started to become aware of what's happening in other parts of the world. So the translation of Gender Trouble made me much more worldly and exposed me to different kinds of scholarly work, feminist work, both and activist work as well, that gave me a sense of how gender needed to be thought in terms of the economy, in terms of geopolitical power relations, why the word sometimes works in certain parts of the world and sometimes cannot possibly work in other parts of the world. So I think that I have much more of a transnational perspective.
Yeah.
I think I needed to think more clearly about developmental biology and questions of materialism. Some of those early criticisms were did incite me to rethink my position. I think that drag was a big moment in Gender Trouble. Many people took off from that, but it's not the same as trans. That needs to be made clear. There's a lot of work in trans studies that has been extremely interesting for me, also in law and in medicine. So, yeah, I've learned a lot. I think I'm a more interdisciplinary and transnational thinker than I was 37 years ago.
Readers might be surprised when they open this book that it is not focused singularly or primarily on the United States Republican Party, but your first chapter is the global scene. You discuss Hungary, Taiwan, Uganda, the Vatican. I want to just conclude here because by going beyond gender, because you do say that one of the problems with this anti-gender movement, you say heightened focus on gender by the right, deflects from the various social and political forces that are, in fact, destroying the world as we know it. And you discuss the importance in your conclusion of the anti-capitalist struggle and broader freedom movements around the world. You yourself have
it says it's waiting on me, but my thing says please wait.
Pro-Palestinian activism, and I mentioned your involvement with Occupy, with anti-capitalist work. Could you perhaps discuss the way in which that singular focus on gender takes us away from some of these other crucial areas of struggle?
Yeah. Well, one argument of the anti-gender ideology movement has been that gender is a destructive force and that it will destroy family, it'll destroy the environment, that it will destroy civilization and man, and all kinds of values that we hold dear. And I think making that argument appeals to people who are living with a fair amount of fear about what the future holds, whether their lives will be able to continue, they're aware of ways in which their lives are torn apart or their economic well-being has been challenged, if not destroyed. Now, you could say gender, or you could say woke, or you can say DEI, and then, these are the things that are destroying our lives. But what's destroying our lives is the decimation of the environment and the ecological catastrophe that goes along with climate destruction and climate catastrophe, I guess we could call it. And what's destroying our lives is the destruction of democracy, the destruction of basic public goods that allow people to feel that they're going to have shelter, they're going to have health care, they're going to have access to education. Without those basic goods and without a sense that what they need in life is affordable, they're going to live with a great deal of anxiety and fear. Now, you could say, okay, how are we organizing healthcare? How are we organizing? What are we doing to save the planet? What are we doing to create more social and economic equality and affordability.
Because
we
it's
could
the
ask those
next
larger
era.
questions, which I think are asked by social democratic and socialist perspectives, and try to address people's fundamental fears that way. But instead, the right is engaging in a form of hyper capitalism, the full marketization of and destruction of democracy. We're seeing the rise of authoritarian regimes. We're seeing the increase in the number of poor people in the world, the acceleration of wealth, intensification of wealth among the very wealthiest. These are the matters we should be thinking about in a systematic way, so that we can live in a world in which people are free to work and live with some sense of security and hope.
Finally.
So, you know,
loading.
We know anti-Semitism works that way. Racism works that way. We find the scapegoat. We produce the monster in people's minds that is the destructive force that's making their lives feel so insecure. But actually, there are some structural reasons that are making a lot of people feel that their lives are unmanageably precarious. So we should be addressing those, and perhaps reorient us and retrieve our humanity in some way.
Yes, both your introduction and your conclusion contain that phrase, the fear of destruction. The fear of destruction being legitimate and grounded in real forces, but those forces do not include troubling the gender binary, which is not responsible for most of the major ills that threaten the potential downfall of human civilization. We thank you, Professor Butler, for joining us here today on Current Affairs.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for watching. Just as a reminder, there's lots more great Current Affairs material coming.
How large is this? 17K views on this one.
Interesting.
Oh, it's actually a magazine as well. Okay. He's got the "because I'm a communist" girl here.
Ash Saka.
Yeah.
Condemn that fucking heretic. He's right there.
Who?
The yellow one. Get him. Move your green guy. And kill him.
What?
In Russia.
Oh.
Right there. Kill him.
It's Weekly Weird News, and we've had a lot of main characters throughout this show's history, and in general, even if they go away, they're never really gone. It's only a matter of time until they manage to find their way back into the spotlight. That is, unless they die.
Well, yeah, that would be the easy way to not show back up.
Which our main characters tend not to do. In fact, sometimes what makes them a main character in the first place is their ability to literally defy death. For example, Nicholas Alaverdian, aka Nicholas Rossi, was just your average run-of-the-mill sociopathic sex criminal until he died and was miraculously reincarnated across the Atlantic Ocean as an extremely British man by the name of Arthur Knight, with no knowledge whatsoever of this Nicholas Rossi.
Yeah.
According to the authorities, however, this was not a genuine resurrection, and Nicholas Rossi had actually faked his death and assumed a ridiculous new identity overseas to avoid prosecution for his many alleged serious crimes.
Yeah, on the one hand, the authorities had some pretty strong evidence for their claims, including tattoos on Arthur Knight's body that were identical to Nicholas Rossi's tattoos, as well as the fact that aside from some serious weight gain, their faces were identical. On the other hand, though, Arthur Knight's insistence that this was all a case of mistaken identity, it was pretty convincing.
Yeah.
Thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband. but I can't because I can't breathe. I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly.
I am not Nicholas Alaverdi, and I do not know how to make this clearer.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act. Oh,
Andrea,
no,
that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
I mean, come on! You expect me to believe that that guy's an American? Nah. No fucking way. That is the most British person who has ever lived.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of British movies.
He's one of y'all.
But unfortunately for Arthur Knight, the UK courts disagreed, and after a long legal process, he was finally extradited to the US, where he continued to insist that they've got the wrong guy. Until eventually he dropped the act entirely once it was clear that he was going to be sent to prison for his crimes and should probably be a bit more cooperative with the prosecution. Yeah, drop it or it's going to be worse.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Anyway, what's the latest on Nicholas Rossi, a.k.a. Nicholas Alaverdian, a.k.a. Arthur Knight, the man who faked his death? Oh. Well, he's dead.
Yeah, which, when I first saw this news, I was like, fool me once.
Yeah, it seems like exactly the kind of thing that he'd want us all to believe. And without literally inspecting his lifeless corpse, we have our doubts. But this news does appear to potentially be legit. Here's The Guardian. Nicholas Rossi, the American rapist who absconded to Scotland after appearing to fake his own death in an attempt to evade justice, has died in hospital in the U.S. The 38-year-old... Jesus.
Jeez,
38?
That's a real rough 38.
I would have guessed 48, 50.
I don't know.
God damn. The 38-year-old had been serving a jail sentence in Utah after being found guilty of raping 2 women in 2008 following 2 separate trials in 2024. The Utah Department of Corrections said he died from complications from an existing medical condition at 8:32 p.m. on Thursday, having chosen to discontinue medical treatment. A Corrections Department spokesperson, Richard Pyatt, said Rossi's victims and his family were notified of his death. Once referred to by a judge as a serial abuser of women, Rossi was serving 10 years to life for crimes that included sexual assault. The American had lived in Bristol before moving to Scotland and was arrested on a COVID ward at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow in 2021.
Hospital staff had recognized that he was a person the U.S. authorities wanted to extradite from an Interpol notice due to distinctive tattoos on his arms, including one which depicted a red cross above an angel wing.
And he claimed that someone had snuck in while he was out cold with the COVID and tattooed those on him to frame him.
Look, we need a fall guy, and there's someone that we got at the hospital right now. Now, hold on. Don't let him talk, because he's the most British man you will ever hear in your life.
Yeah.
But if you can keep his mouth shut, we can tattoo identical tattoos onto his arms and totally find a fall guy for this sexual crime that happened in the state of Utah in a different country thousands of miles away.
It's a shame for Arthur that, or for Nicholas, or whatever, whatever his chosen name is, that these weren't federal charges. Because I believe if you had explained this case to Donald Trump, he would have pardoned this victim of lawfare.
He's clearly British. Send him back to England.
Send him back.
Yeah, but Rossi initially said that the arrest was a case of mistaken identity and claimed to be an Irish-born orphan named Arthur Knight.
They're the most British name ever.
Who had never been to the U.S. A stream of preliminary hearings took place, during which period he sacked at least 6 lawyers and claimed to have been tortured in prison. In November 2022, a judge at Edinburgh Sheriff's Court ruled he was Nicholas Rossi, and he was extradited to the U.S. to face justice in 2024. Utah authorities began searching for Rossi, whose legal name is Nicholas Alaverdian, when he was identified in 2018 through a decade-old DNA rape kit tied to the other case. He was among thousands of rape suspects identified and later charged when Utah made a push to clear its backlog of rape kits, which are boxes of DNA evidence. Months after being charged, an online obituary claimed Rossi died on February 29, 2020 of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. But police in his home state of Rhode Island, along with his former lawyer and a former foster family, had cast doubt on whether he was deceased.
Yeah, and considering everything we know about this guy, we have our own doubts about the news of Nicholas Rossi's demise. But assuming this is legit, I mean, good fucking riddance, I guess.
The world took care of itself, and it is kind of... I mean, he died very young. very young. But it is crazy to have done a show long enough to watch one of our main characters from like quite a while ago.
Yeah, going back years. I mean, I feel like the only one that's
to go through their entire lifespan.
Yeah, I feel like the only one that's ever died on us was who was that murderer in Beverly Hills? There was the Jinx.
Oh,
Robert
Jinx guy, Robert Durst. Yeah, but that was like he was so mainstream. This is like a little more niche.
But he was kind of a character way back in the day, like 10 years
But
ago.
this does, for all their many crimes throughout the years, we're going to be hearing about so many members of the Rogues Gallery passing away.
I know. It's sad to see him go. Except not. This
It's
guy
not.
sucks.
No, this guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
He evaded authorities for quite some time.
Yeah, this whole
even though he was caught.
Yeah, as many laughs as we got out of this whole stupid spectacle, this was a seemingly genuinely evil person who committed some terrible crimes and went to extreme lengths to avoid any accountability for them.
Yeah.
And this whole saga must have been awful for his victims.
Who had to relive it multiple times.
Yeah. I mean, at least now with the convictions and his real, actual, supposed death, they have some closure. Assuming, that is, that he's actually dead and not living in Australia under the name Irwin Dundee or something like that.
Crikey. Or been accused.
Owen Dundee.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like, if he was in New Zealand, he'd be something Concord.
Yeah. Mordor Concord.
Yeah, Mordor Concord. Or South Africa, he'd be Elon Musk. That's the only South African I can think of.
True. Yeah.
Charlton Musk.
That's right.
Yeah. Elon Copley. That's two South Africa. There's
if he moved to France, he could be French baguette. It's because eventually he's just going to start referencing things.
Baguette escargot. I've been French my entire life.
That's right. Why even question a name like that?
I guess we'll see if someone like that pops up in the future. But moving on now to our next story. Setting aside Nicholas Rossi's crimes, right now it's actually pretty understandable why an American would want to start a brand new life in a totally different country. Because this country isn't just evil, it's embarrassing as hell. And the latest embarrassment is the Freedom 250 Great American State Fair, which was supposed to be a celebration of the USA's 250th birthday, but predictably became a celebration of Donald Trump at a time when he's never been less popular.
I spoke to my aunt who lives in South Dakota today, and she said Trump's going to be there on the 3rd. And I said, you should go check Mount Rushmore and make sure that they're not carving something on it right now.
Oh, fuck.
I'm like, you're about to see a new head on Mount Rushmore on the 3rd.
If they do that, just blow the whole thing up. Mount Rushmore sucks. Get rid of it.
So the cards were already stacked against the celebration, considering how little there is to celebrate about the U.S. right now. But the more Trump made it about himself, the less anyone wanted to do with it, including nearly all of the C-list musical acts hired to perform, which only made Trump double down on it just being a big Trump rally, which made even fewer people want anything to do with it, including official delegations from at least 10 states. Listen, folks, you'll come. You'll ride the zipper.
And as we'll describe, the states that did participate didn't exactly put in a whole lot of effort.
Did they at least bring that butter cow that Iowa usually has?
No, sorry, Ted Cruz. The butter cow is missing in action.
Damn. I wanted my wife Heidi to see that butter cow.
Honestly, and we'll get into more details about it, this is the Dash Con of...
it really seems like that, because...
This is the Willie's chocolate experience.
The reflecting pool is the ball pit. It is just, it lines up so accurately with every other sham.
They should just drain the fucking thing and fill it with colorful plastic balls.
Anyways, at long last, the Freedom 250 Great American State Fair has begun. And attendance is looking pretty sparse. I'm sorry. People don't give a fuck.
Yeah, if you're looking for something to do that doesn't have long lines, seems like this is this is the thing.
Yeah, if your local county fair is too busy, then you
just
can go to
take a trip
DC.
over to DC.
Some photos of the festivities are so devoid of human beings that they're reminiscent of the back rooms. But we are getting ahead of ourselves a bit here because the fair kicked off on Wednesday night with essentially a Trump rally.
Yeah, literally a Trump rally.
Hey, it's the nation's birthday. Don't you want to see the president? There's probably more people that watch Abraham Lincoln at Disneyland every day than would go watch this at this point.
Oh, objectively, yes.
Yes. So you would imagine any normal president would use this opportunity to give a speech celebrating the United States' 250th birthday. It's the whole point of the festivities.
And there's a lot of material to draw from. Like, as much as this country sucks, you got 250 years worth of material. You can spin quite a yarn about how great this place is.
I could name at least 6 things that are good about the country.
Yeah. I can't name any off the top of my head.
I mean,
at the
I
moment.
could, but
the
I don't wanna
national
see it-
parks, our beautiful national parks.
Yeah.
There's one.
Yeah. We went to the moon.
Our money is the best looking money in the world. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know, I
It is the
kinda
best
like the
looking money. They
plastic,
nailed it with the
colorful money.
green.
If you put aside all health concerns, we do have the best food because we have a mixture of so many different cuisines all fused together.
Yeah, but also that does require you to visit cities, which are the worst thing about America.
Well, that gets down to a bigger point, which is the best part of America is the people living inside of it that bring their countries from all over the world to this giant, beautiful melting pot.
Well, we're gonna
where
do something. We're doing something about that.
Yeah, that would be the thing that you would say is like that's what makes this country great.
Yeah, but they can't say that.
No,
because they don't like that.
No. Yeah. So Trump just gave a speech celebrating himself. What does he know better than himself? And who's
Amazing.
better than him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was obviously always going to be the case, but even the people who showed up specifically to see a Trump rally, they got tired of it pretty damn quick.
The largest producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia by far combined.
Sad. Wow. And just 20 minutes into Trump's speech, the crowd had thinned out quite a bit, with one person even seen taking a nap in the grass while Trump rambled on. And to their credit, Trump was also sleeping.
I'm just resting my eyes.
Yes. I'm doing one of those long blinks the president
I
does.
love Donald Trump so much that I've started to emulate his behaviors. I have pooped my pants and I'm taking a nap.
Yeah. It honestly would have been a better appearance if he just said, everyone, let's all together take one of my long blinks. And everyone,
That would have been nice.
That would have been a nice, peace and quiet little moment. Yeah.
We could use some peace and quiet.
That's right. Everybody, let's all do a long blink. Wow, wasn't that nice?
That was great.
InternetTodayMerch.com.
But yeah, Trump is, of course, weirdly obsessed with crowd sizes, always has been. And according to him, the rally was a blowout success. Here's Raw story. The crowd was incredible last night, packed to the brim. At least 45,000 people were there, with a huge television and online audience. Trump posted Thursday afternoon on Truth Social. I wish we were able to have an even larger area, which we will be able to do on July 4th when I'll be speaking again. The airplane flyovers and music were fantastic. Everybody stayed right until the end of my speech.
You should get a siege engine in Bath down here to bring over.
I can't do anything, so.
Yeah, well, next turn.
But we'll
Is it-
save and finish because I gotta go.
A siege engine would be what we need, because like it would take forever for me to do it. I'm so
Yeah,
far
I got-
away.
I'm 2 away from getting bombarded. Which will work.
Why is he so specific?
Just to be clear, everyone stayed right until the end of my speech because they loved hearing about a truly successful America, he added. See you again on July 4th. NBC News estimated attendance at more than 1,000.
Okay. Thanks, NBC.
Well, the Washington Post reported that the crowd thinly covered an area about the length of the National Museum of American History, smaller than some summer outdoor movie screenings.
Amazing.
That is being
45,000 is more than 1,000.
Yeah. So that's the problem. Is the NBC is being very nice about that by giving the president some wiggle room. Although over 1,000 is very funny.
I mean, you look at pictures and it's like maybe like 2,000, but like there's no fucking way it's 45,000 people.
And I just love that he said everyone stayed until the end of the speech.
They all stayed, actually. No one left. And everyone's eyes were open the whole
Are
time.
you still loading as well?
And no crowd lights. The president wants no crowd lights. He doesn't want to see a single person because he knows, with so many people in attendance, it'll make him so nervous.
Don't even think about lifting a lighter in the air.
Yeah, I don't.
Swaying back and forth. No.
Just a sea of people out there, a big dark sea of people.
But hey, maybe the excitement picked up on Thursday with the first full day of festivities. No, it doesn't look like that's what happened at all, actually. Here's the Daily Beast, who they took some incredible photos of this spectacle. The spectacle on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. is ready to receive thousands of visitors. Instead, it is virtually deserted. Not that there is much to see. Amid the sprawling stretches of open space, there is a 110-foot Freedom 250 Ferris wheel and a tacky plywood Trump arch dominating the center of the grounds.
Triumph Arch.
A replica of the monument Trump wants to build near D.C.'s sacred Arlington Cemetery. There are no corn dogs or funnel cakes, no roller coasters or merry-go-rounds, and by Friday morning, Pennsylvania became the latest of several Democratic states to declare it was not taking part. Some had opted out due to the high cost to taxpayers or not being able to secure any businesses to sponsor a booth. Others had chosen not to attend after the supposedly nonpartisan event suddenly seemed political, with Trump himself kicking off the fair with a MAGA rally earlier this week.
Wait, there's no rides at the fair? Because even
there's a Ferris wheel. That's it. But like, it's just empty. It's weird. It looks like Willy's chocolate experience. Because like,
why wouldn't you book like thrill rides? Because even at state fairs, I know that a lot of the reason for state fairs is like, you know, there's business and there's other things that go on there, and there's agriculture and displays of new.
There's all sorts of stuff,
but there's also rides. Like that's kind of the families go.
Yeah, like I'm just thinking about like the Orange County Fair, and that's the only fair I've really been to. Several times, and it's like it's fucking packed every day, and there's so much happening.
I just went to the LA County Fair. You could barely fucking move. It was so packed.
Yeah.
What I'm not saying is that this, whatever this was or was supposed to be a carnival. But like, it's supposed to have some stuff there.
It's supposed to be a fair. It's supposed to be the fair to end all fairs.
You don't need the Ring of Fire or the Zipper, but a merry-go-round and maybe some bumper cars.
A petting zoo.
Yeah.
Maybe a art contest. I don't know. They fill up these fairs with all sorts of things to do.
A swimming challenge in the reflecting pool.
A giant cow made out of butter.
That's right.
Yeah, and like that's another thing. Like, I mean, it's so funny. You think of like Southern California, like ooh, but like. The LA County Fair and the Orange County Fair have like a huge like agricultural aspect to them.
Well, yeah, every fair. That's like the whole point of the fair is like is the collaboration with like I think the 4-H is like the kids agriculture thing. Like it's a whole part of it.
And it doesn't seem like they have like a rodeo section of this thing, but it's like
well, we'll see if the kids can last 7 seconds on the bull, and then that's a fun ride.
Yeah.
Well, it continues. The most noticeable thing: the lack of crowds. As temperatures climbed, a clump of fairgoers waited under the hot DC sun for a ride on the Freedom 250 Ferris wheel, one of the festival's marquee attractions. Perhaps its only, even as much of the surrounding fairgrounds remained conspicuously quiet.
It's also the Ferris wheel they got for this. It's so funny because every car is completely enclosed.
It's like the Coachella one or something.
Yeah. So but like it's hot as fuck outside, so you're not getting like any airflow.
I don't know. Maybe they have air conditioning things on them.
I don't know.
Some of those do, but like it's just there's a lot of buildings you could go into and look out of. You don't need to be in the Ferris wheel, but I'm sure it looks pretty. So at night. Anyways, elsewhere, a jazz band played to an audience of about 10 people.
Woo!
Don't ask about the food. On its first full day, a power shortage hit the food pavilion, resulting in melted ice cream and concerns about spoiled food. The most energetic vibe wasn't at the Ferris wheel or the live rodeo. It was packed into an evangelical Christian tent, singing and dancing to a worship band, present despite some rather famous lines in the Constitution about church and state.
Boo.
Every state is supposed to have an exhibit at the fair, but some looked more like hastily assembled trade show booths than a celebration of America's semi-quincentennial. Kansas features a cardboard cutout of Dorothy, the Tin Man, the Cowardly Lion, and the Scarecrow, ready for visitors to pose in, although none posed when the Daily Beast saw it. What?
Yeah. Each of the 50 states has what looks like a 7x7 booth. And so, like...
This should have been a blowout. It's the 250th anniversary of the country. Like, this should have been just the biggest celebration.
It should have been like the World's Fair. And they're definitely going for, like, the Chicago World's Fair vibe. Like, everything's fucking white. But, like, the World's Fair had... Like, people were attracted to it because it was exciting. There was, like, all this
We're
cool
excited to
shit.
see new technologies and new ride technologies for the kids.
There's nothing to fucking do, and you'd only really attend on purpose.
Nobody's watching anyway. You can just end it.